Okay,
There they go. The YouTube one just came on, so
we need to behave.
Yep, we need to behave now and give it a few minutes, and we'll be. Everybody should be in. We'll see where it kind of settles out.
What do you mean behave? Nobody told me I was going to have to behave. Yeah. There, a nice kitty. Oh. Yep. Hi, George.
Hello, Ward.
All right, Tim, looks like we're leveled out. We're starting off a little small with about 300 people, and we'll see everyone else here.
Oh, that looks good. We've got a good starting crew, and we'll get started here at the top of the hour. And good morning to everyone. Thanks for coming.
We got a couple hands being raised in the chat. And yes, the chat is active. And itinerary is, if you go to dxengineering.com and click on the virtual Hamfest DX Academy link, there will be an itinerary there.
See Parky's in there. That's good. And good morning to November 6th, Victor, India. Marty, great to have you along.
I don't like behaving.
We know that's difficult for you.
AR is not cut out for that. Are you working guys on FT8 while you're AR?
No, that's downstairs, unfortunately.
Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the DX Engineering Virtual Hamfest. We're very excited to have you here, and thanks to all of our presenters today and the moderators that will be taking good care of all the Q&A. Remember that the Q&A area is where you go to type in your questions for the presenter, and our moderators are watching the Q&A and will select hopefully all of the Q&A so that you can get your question answered. And I'm Tim, K3LR. I'm the CEO at DX Engineering. And we've got a great group of DX Engineering presenters, as well as presenters from our DX Engineering blog. And that blog is onallbands.com. And you can go there anytime. Great articles from Ward, N0AX, also from Sean, KX9X, Anthony, K8ZT, and others. Kate MSH is also a blogger, and we have several other bloggers there. And there is a treasure trove of information on the DX Engineering blog, onallbands.com. And thanks to Terry, Kate MNJ, for all she did to take all of the presentations and make sure that they got loaded up on onallbands.com. That's where you can find the presentations that you will see today. They are posted there in case you need to download them ahead of time. You can go to onallbands.com. And so let me introduce the team here at DX Engineering. We did have Corey Gibson, W3CDG. There he is. He's also got the DXE name down in the lower corner. Corey is our manufacturing manager, and Corey is the wizard pulling the strings behind the curtain on today's Zoom session here. And also we're simulcast on YouTube as well. Remember that if you want to win one of the prizes, and we have more than just the shopping sprees. We have two $1,000 shopping sprees at DX Engineering that will be given away today. But we also have Hamvention tickets for 2021, courtesy of the Dayton Amateur Radio Association. Also, let me introduce our engineering manager, Steve, KC8YSU. He will be giving a presentation on some of our new products. And then we have Scott, N3RA, our national sales manager, is along with us as well. And Terry, KMNJ, who is the glue that keeps us all together and keeps everything running at DX Engineering. So I hope you have a fun day with us today. I don't want to miss a minute of what's going to happen because there's so much information and so much good stuff here. And there's our friend Glenn, W0GJ, who's just joined us. And Glenn will be part of the DX Academy this afternoon, giving a great presentation. So lots of good things going on today here at the virtual Hamfest and DX Academy. So your questions go into the Q&A, and the moderators are not taking a look at the chat. Let me acknowledge the moderators today. Our moderators for the first session up to about 11 o'clock is John, K1AR, and Scott, N3RA, will be doing the moderating. And thank you to you, John, for coming back. You were very successful during Contest University, and as a 20-meter operator extraordinaire here at K3LR, you haven't been fired yet. We also, starting from 11 to 1, we have Nathaniel, W2NAF, and Scott, N3RA, will be continuing on. And then from going from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock Eastern time, it will be George, K5TR, and Trey, N5KO. Thank you, the dynamic duo, for coming back again, successful at Contest University. And then at 3 o'clock till 5 o'clock, we have our friend Bill, W9KKN, from the West Coast, and Marty, NN1C, will be joining us as well. So great group of moderators, and thank you very much for donating your time here today for the DX Engineering Virtual Hamfest. So we've got a pretty good group in the that has signed in, and got over 100 chats. So things are going strong. So with that, let's go ahead and kick it off with our first presentation. And please welcome Scott, N3RA, and he's going to talk about some new products here at DX Engineering.
All right. Thank you, Tim. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me all right? All right. Let me share PowerPoint here. Okay. Everybody see that okay? All right. Well, welcome to our first DX Engineering Virtual Hamfest. And my pleasure today, I'm going to talk about some of the new products that DX Engineering is offering, some of the ones that we offer under the DXE label, and some that we offer from others. We offer a whole host of products, and we're going to have 3 of these little sessions kind of interspersed. I'll be doing the first one, Steve will do the second, and Tim will do the third. And along the way, we've got lots of great presentations. And again, if you go to the DX Engineering website and click on the banner, you can see the itinerary for the day and see what's coming up both in the Virtual Hamfest and the DX Academy this afternoon. Lots of great presentations. Please stick around and enjoy them all. We'll get to your Q&A at some point here. After maybe I talk, we'll do a few of those things, but thanks again for attending. And so we'll kick it off. One of the really kind of cool products, I know when I was a kid, getting started in the hobby, if you wanted to check your SWR, you ran back and forth between a radio, or you got an extension cord and had to bring the radio out so you could use the SWR meter way back in the day. You know, Rig Expert makes a whole bunch of great products, and one of their newest products is the Stick 230. They're compact, lightweight, and they're powerful. They can read SWR, return loss, complex impedance, and a variety of other things. They'll measure from 100 kilohertz up through 230 megs. And, you know, it does a rapid SWR check, resonance check, whether you're in the field, whether you're stationary, you're mobile, not while you're driving. But it's a great product. And so they've offered this, and we've been selling quite a few of them. Comes with a 2800 milliamp hour lithium ion battery. You can power it with a USB type C. It has a monochrome e-paper screen, which uses very, very little power, which makes it just absolutely great to use. You can use the AntScope 2 software. It can be Bluetooth into your laptop or a smartphone, and so forth. It's a great product, and we're really excited about it. And we've had lots of great feedback from it and lots of people using it. It's something to look at. Again, as with all the products, please go to www.dxengineering.com and you can search and get more details on any of these things. And as you'll see on the screen, that is the part number, that if you search for that specific part number, you will get exactly what you're looking for. And so the Rig Expert Stick 230 is something to think about if you're looking for that kind of a device. And as you can see, it comes with cable and so forth. Okay, second product, Geochron. They have a new digital Atlas 4K. The monitor is not included, but you get just an absolutely beautiful a screen that shows displays of the Earth with sunrise and sunset rendered in real time, plugs directly into your TV via HDMI. You know, the size of your map will be limited only by the size of the television. It is a little bit different than the previous versions they've had. It's more powerful hardware, 4 times faster refresh. It's a quad-core Intel processor, and the menus operate a lot faster than the previous version. It's a full-featured Geochron world clock. You know, it can do all kinds of things. If you have internet, you can get continuously updating global satellite weather overlays that have precipitation, wind speed, temperature, all of that stuff. You have lifetime updates for 5 map sets that are, you know, all of the amateur radio map sets, plus you get topographical view from space, geopolitical, with ocean points of interest and human points of interest. Earth at night, major shipping routes, population. I mean, it's just almost never-ending list of things you get. It's super easy to set up, and I think it's something you would really should take a look at if you're in the market for a digital map. And it comes in that box, and you can see, and everything that's available is from Geochron is first class, and it's just an exceptional monitor and screen. So something to take a look at as well. We also sell the Phenoma Oscar One speakers. They are a really exciting speaker. It looks like an Oscar satellite, and you hang it from above where you're operating from, so you can get surround sound capable speakers. You center it above where you're sitting, and the sound perceived is perceived as coming from within. It's similar to wearing headphones, and it really helps with your concentration and reduces fatigue. It's made from great materials, and it's great for listening to even weak CW, to stronger AM broadcast, and everything in between. They're great options if you don't have a lot of shelf space to put a speaker, or if you want to have that surround feeling as well. Oscar 10 is another version of this that will have Bluetooth, which will be coming out later in the year. And they are really neat products. And you can see here how it hangs down and just above where you are. And so it's a really cool product, something to take a look at if you interested in that kind of a speaker. I encourage you to go take a look at the website. Matte tuners, they're automatic antenna tuners. They cover a extremely broad impedance range from 5 to 1500 ohms. Certainly able to tune much better than you would get from an internal tuner and into transceivers today. They excellent physical construction, multi-level PC boards, machined black oxide aluminum cases, and we have a variety of models. Some of them operate from rig power, or they have an internal rechargeable battery for portable operations. There is, depending again on the model, some of the models have interfaces to various ICOM, Kenwood, Yaesu transceivers, or they have simple one-touch automatic RF sensing tuning, which is great. They're backed by INRAD and have a 2-year parts and labor warranty. I mean, they're an absolute great choice. We have 6 different models. I encourage you to go check them out. They're a really good product and something I think you would enjoy looking at. The compact antenna, Ham R7 antenna. It covers the phone segments of 40, 20, and 10, and all of 6 to 220 and 440. It's an unusual looking antenna. It's for small spaces. It's intended for those that have restrictions on space, whether it's an HOA or other circumstance. They are usable in any circumstance, but they're really intended for those places where you struggle to find something that will fit. The weatherproof radome style stealth antenna, great for a home, attic, garage, barn, but they work okay for their size. I mean, it's a small antenna, and I think you would enjoy using them. And if you're traveling, whether you're at a hotel or a campground, they're great for outdoor portable use as well. They're easy to install. There's no tuning required. It comes with the standard 3/8/24 stud mount, and it's compatible with a number of the 3/8" 24 mag mounts as well. You put a flat metal sheet or a metal table below it that's around 3x3 or 3x4. That gives it a ground plane, and it operates typically under 2-to-1 across parts of 40, 20, and 10 meters, and most of the 6 to 220 and 440 on the VHF UHF range. Handles up to 100 watts on all bands at 50% duty cycle, and it's certainly something to take a good look at if you have restricted needs or specific portable needs. Again, you can get more details at the website. So please see the website for further information. So next up, WeMo. They have some transceiver lifting handles. They make them for the 7610, 7600 series, the FT991, the IC 7300 or 9700 or 8600. They come in angled or straight, depending on the model and so forth. But they're great. It allows you to help lift up the transceiver and set it down vertically without risking any damage to the rear panel. They're black painted metal handles, a couple of styles. They have straight and angles. The angles flare out away from the controls for a better grip. The straight handles allow equipment to be set side by side. Take a look at those. Again, as you can see on the screen, that is the part number. And if you put that in the website, it will take you right to that particular one. And then you can go from there and see all of the rest of them for the 7300 and so forth. Next up, that's how they, well, for example, that's how they look on a 991. Next up, we have a couple of DXE labeled products. They're new products for us. One is our stealth wire. It's very thin. It's 26 gauge. It's very hard to see. It's jacketed in some ruggeded black UV resistant polyethylene. It's very strong for its size. And it's very light. So it has a brake load of about 20 pound force with a length of 62 feet, which 62 feet only weighs 1 ounce. So it's extremely light. It's like kite wire, but it's ideal for antennas intended for backpacking and camping and other stealth operations. If you want to do something and don't want people to see what you're doing, this is the antenna wire. It's challenging HOA installations. Again, it's because it's so hard to see. This is something to take a look at. We come in different spool lengths. We sell 150 foot, 250 foot, and 500 foot spools. Take a look at that if you're interested in something we'll call nearly invisible wire that you might find useful for a variety of applications. Again, DX Engineering Stealth Wire, check it out on the website. And my last thing, and after I'm done, we'll hand it over to the first presenter. But my last item is, not only do we have stealth wire that you can't see, we have high visibility wire that you can see. And the intention here is you are sometimes in certain circumstances where you want your wire to be seen so people don't clothesline themselves and so forth. So if you're in a parks on the air kind of operation and you want to make sure people can see the wire and they don't stumble into it and it's very visible, high visibility wire is the thing you might want to look at. Again, it's 26 gauge or 14 gauge. We have both gauges. Comes in bright green. As you see here, it comes also in pink and in yellow. It's premium wire that is gives you trouble-free operation at a very reasonable cost. The 14 gauge has 19 strands of 27 gauge solid copper. It rolls out easily, unlike coated electrical wire, which coils and kinks. It's great wire. If you want to know, the weight, and you want to know all of the details about the diameter and all the other specifications, go to the website. Again, if you're in a parks on the air situation and you don't want to take any risk of somebody running into your wire, this is a great option for doing that. And so I highly recommend you take a look at the website for more details on this and really everything else that I've kind of talked about. And that goes for what Steve and Tim will talk about from a product perspective. The website's a great resource for that, and I would encourage you to do that. That is the end of
Scott,
the ones I'm presenting.
Yeah, Scott, there are some questions. So
okay.
A1AR, I think, can queue up. There are 14 in the Q&A.
Yeah, we can. Some are some duplicates here and so forth. Anyway, good morning, everybody, and Particularly want to give a shout out to some of our DX participants. I'm seeing Macau and down in South America, a few folks, and Israel, and all over the world. So pretty exciting stuff. Somebody, actually, a couple of people asked a little bit about the geochron, and in particular, whether there was a zoom capability, for example, to zoom into North America only, or is it just a fixed display?
You know, I guess I have experience with that. That is a feature that I've asked Geochron to put in so that they could zoom in. But as far as I know, that feature has not been implemented yet.
Okay. And then we also had Scotty, I think you kind of really answered this, but just to be clear for everybody if they missed it, on the stealth wire, the construction is 100% copper. I think you said. Somebody asked if it's only copper clad steel, but it's actually solid copper. Is that correct?
That's actually 27 gauge copper coated steel.
It is. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's the answer there.
Yeah, 0.019 inch per with 7 strands. Okay.
Somebody asked Scotty, what's your headset?
It's a Jabra Evolve, and apparently, yeah, I guess I see that in Q&A. Yeah, they're pretty good headsets, and so take a look at the Jabra Evolve.
Right.
We don't sell them, so.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. There's a few very specific questions. One that wasn't specific to your presentation, but I know is on everybody's mind, so might as well just put it out there early on here. And a lot of people are wondering, when's the IC 705 going to ship? Do you have anything you can say on that, or not?
Well, I guess that's a great question that will be answered this afternoon when Ray Novak from ICOM America is here.
2:15 Eastern.
So that's your incentive to stay and hear from the horse's mouth, literally what ICOM's plans are in that regard and what they are able to communicate now and so forth. So hang in there for that. I think. There was a question about the stick and does it cover all bands? This is the Rig Experts product. Or what frequency limitations there may be, Scott?
Yeah, 100 kilohertz through 230 megs. So covers, 160, covers AM broadcast and below, really up through 220 meg band.
Yeah. And this you may not know off the top of your head. Somebody wanted to know, does it show reactance signs on the display? I'm not sure we know that off the top of our heads.
Don't know you're right off the top of my head. We can I can take down the name and we'll try to get back to whoever asked that question. But again, one of the things you can do is if you go to the website under the documentation tab for that product, there will be the manual, and then you can take a look at the manual if you'd like, and it hopefully would answer many of the questions.
Right. This is a question about the HAMR7 antenna. Scott, are you with me on that?
Yep.
This fellow is a new ham, and he's just trying to get his arms around, am I going to have to bring in a tower crew, or is this something a newbie can handle? What, you want to make some comments on that?
Yeah, the HAMR7, it's a small antenna. What you saw in those pictures was a total of maybe 4 feet tall. It's not a big antenna, so it's certainly something that can be handled easily. It is an antenna that requires that ground plane, and it's certainly not something you're going to need to bring in a tower crew for.
And it's also important, somebody noted that it's a pre-tuned antenna, so that's a nice feature, particularly from a new ham point of view. You're not going to have to sit there and try to understand that, and then do things that maybe are beyond your experience at this point.
Exactly. No, that's exactly correct.
So short answer, I think, is it's a great antenna for somebody who's new and just starting to dip your toe into this great hobby. So definitely check it out.
Yeah, especially if they have restrictions and they're in a very confined environment, like whether it's an HOA or they have some kind of covenants where they're living where they're not allowed to have external antennas. It really fills a niche in that regard.
Right. One other thing related to that, there was some mention about a copper ground plane. Is that something that you would purchase separately from DX Engineering, or maybe comment on that, Scott?
Typically, the people that have been buying and have done that. Some people may have the appropriate 3x4 or 3x3 table at home that would actually work, and it's talked a little bit more online as well. I don't believe, and I need to maybe Tim or Steve will remember. I don't believe we sell the 3x3 copper ground plane internally anyway. If you go to the Compact 10 website as well, they have some recommendation on specific products that would work for that people have had success with.
Okay, that's great. And somebody asked, what does it weigh?
The ham RC, that's a great question.
Doesn't weigh very much. I know that.
Does,
Yeah.
A couple of pounds. I mean, it's not a particularly heavy antenna. This is not like a 30-pound antenna or anything.
Yeah, this is a pick it up with your hand kind of an antenna, right? So
yeah, I can look on the website. The website may say what the weight is. I don't recall. I can look here when we get finished.
In fact, the inventor of that antenna is in the chat room too, Dr. Jack, N8NDL. So,
and Dr. Jack is a great resource, man. If you have a question, he's been fantastic in answering people's questions and helping them through problems or issues or when they don't know something. People don't know what you don't know. So Dr. Jack's been fantastic and has been a great partner.
And I noticed there was also a question about the lineup for today. And if you just go to dxengineering.com and click on the virtual Hamfest, the itinerary comes up. So all the times and everything are there. And Terry did also verify that all the presentations except for probably two, I think the W0GJ presentation and the N9JA presentation are listed on all bands. So Terry did verify those two questions, John.
Okay, that's great. Let's see, we're kind of running short on time, so maybe we'll just do one or two more here. And we'll be able to handle questions going forward in some of the other product presentations later this morning. So if for some reason we missed you or whatever, just blast away again later on. The question on the, is it Wemo? Is that how you say that, Scott?
Yep.
Yeah. Somebody noted that with regard to the FT991A, does it also fit the non-A version? That's a pretty specific question.
It is. I will.
We'll have to get back to you on that one.
Yeah. I will. I will find out for you, Emily, and let you know.
And
okay.
One of the other things I saw there, AR, was asking about why are we out of stock on Ameritron amplifiers? Well, there's been a run on amplifiers since this virus hit, and we are as fast as Ameritron can manufacture them. We're getting them in and shipping them. So be patient and sorry, the amplifiers are just flying out the door.
In fact, I think it's fair to say that's happening with a lot of ham products right now out of DX Engineering. As we're all home and on the air a lot more, which is maybe a good thing for ham radio. It's also driving a lot of activity. So patience is the operative word, I think, in general right now.
Right. AR is the Ameritron amplifier your amplifier?
Yes.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which model do you have?
So I have an AL1200.
Okay. Very nice.
And it's a great amp. It takes a lot of beating at my station, I can assure you, FT8 included. So great amp for anybody who's looking for something like that. All right, I think that's it's 9:30, so we should probably pass the torch.
All right. So we'll go ahead and do that. Thank you, Scott, very much for your presentation. And we will do our best to follow up on the questions that we didn't have all the answers to. And thanks very much to the audience for all the great questions and participation. And with that, let's get on to our first presentation of the morning from our blog team. And again, the blog is onallbands.com. That's the DX Engineering blog. And our presenter is well qualified to talk on this subject. He's a longtime contester. He's also the editor of the ARRL handbook and also the antenna book, and works on the question pool for the exams, and writes for QST, and is president of YASME. I could go on and on. Please welcome Ward Silver, N0AX.
Well, howdy. That's a nice introduction. I should pay you more, Tim. That's good. So anyway, welcome to everybody. Let's get this show on the road here. We'll share my screen, share it, and we'll start the slideshow. So come on now. There we go. All right, so you should have a slideshow at this point entitled RADIOSPORT, Training for Public Service, the Radio Fitness Center. So first of all, who is this presentation for? Well, it's really for everybody, but it's aimed mostly at people that do public service in amateur radio, or are on a public service or emergency response team. Maybe they're a leader of the team. Maybe they're an amateur radio leader of some sort, like a section manager or an EC, or basically anybody, club presidents. And the purpose is to get you thinking. It's to make you go, I never thought of that. That sounds like a good idea. I should try something like that. This is a useful topic because if you've ever listened to hams running a net or practicing and training, everybody needs practice. They need practice to hone their skills. And I think it's easier to get people to practice if it's a lot of fun. So RADIOSPORT, being competitive radio, is a little bit like softball and athletics and volleyball and running and golf and all these kind of things. So so if we can figure out a fun way for people to enhance their skills, they'll be more effective as a communicator, and that's really important in emergencies and public service. So I want you to think about how your team could use RADIOSPORT activities and events to improve their performance and become more effective. And so when you take away remembrances from this particular presentation, what I want you to take away is that I need to go look at some of this stuff and give it a try. I'm going to tell my team about this and see if we can't figure out something fun to do. Okay, so let's get back to the athletics thing. Why do you work out? Why do you exercise? Why are doctors always telling us to get out of our shacks and get out and do stuff? Well, exercise is good for you, and it pays all kinds of benefits. Not only do you learn how to putt or shoot or run or bicycle or whatever, it's just good for your health and gets all the brain cells moving, and that's good. So why RADIOSPORT? Okay, RADIOSPORT is the competitive activity in amateur radio. That's the these are the events and activities that we engage in that are competitive, exercise our stations and our personal abilities, and that includes not only contesting. Contesting is probably one of the best known, but any award program where you're trying to collect or work different stations is RADIOSPORT. Special events, when you put together a one-by-one call and you go down and set up and try to get people to contact you, that's a competitive activity. Or if you're trying to get through to a special events, we just had the 13 colonies events with all the special calls. Any kind of special activations, for example, the Marconi Radio Club every year puts on a show on the anniversary of the first transatlantics. And if you go to the various websites, you'll find all kinds of different interesting things. Sometimes they have great QSLs too. So ham radio exercise for your club and public service team are a good thing. They promote your station development. There's nothing like RADIOSPORT to point out weaknesses or problems in your station. Make you a better operator at sending and receiving in any mode that you choose to use. What's really important is it increases the radio know-how. It's hams have to worry about everything from DC power to daylight and all these different things. This is what makes an amateur a very valuable communications engineer, is you understand all these different things about radio systems and communication systems and all this kind of stuff. And that's called radio know-how. And it also builds your confidence. We all remember our first days on the radio when we were afraid to push that microphone button down, or boy, that key sure was intimidating. But after you make contacts and you get on the air and you get good at it, it builds your confidence. And that means you're going to be more efficient and effective when the chips are down. But mostly it's fun. So it encourages activity, participation, and interest. And the more fun it is, the better off you are. As it's been said, the best kind of advertising is somebody having a good time, and you want to get in on it. So that's what RADIOSPORT is. Now, the new hams in particular, some ridiculously high fraction of them never make one contact. Never make one contact. Why is that? It's a confidence thing. It's a training thing. It's a mentoring thing. They need the training to be effective and make these contacts. They need encouragement from friends and mentors to say, hey, we've all been here. We're going to help you out. We're going to learn how to do this. And they really need information. You get your license, that's a license to learn. So they need this kind of, hey, here's where you go to find out what to do on the air and how to do it. And then they make friends. They come up with a peer group that is so important to reinforcing your enjoyment, help you over little troubles. You can help them over little troubles, and gradually you build yourself up. I think a great number of the presenters here today started out as young, new hams and wound up with a good peer group that helped them build their skills and become the big operators that they are today. And they also need activities. You need to say, hey, let's go do that QSO party today. Or did you know that there's a VHF contest on this weekend? Or, hey, you've heard about sweepstakes. We're going to have a multi-op. Why don't you come over? So by reaching out to these new hams, you recruit them into amateur radio in the first place. Then you recruit them to actual activities. That trains them, and it helps them to retain that interest in amateur radio. So recruit, train, retain, and it's very powerful. Let's talk about basic radio fitness here. We'll start by speaking, sending, and logging. This is not a given that everybody knows how to do this. Speaking and sending on the radio is a very different thing than doing it in person. You can't see the other person most of the time. So you have to learn how to speak clearly on the radio so you get your information through, or send with a key or paddle. And you also have to learn how to log. And you have to do all this at the same time. This is a new and exciting challenge for hams who haven't done this before. And also, how about on the other end, copying, tuning, and recognizing? You have to learn how to copy a voice in the middle of static and fading and all this kind of stuff. You have to learn how to tune your radio. You have to learn how to recognize signals and calls. All these different things are important parts of making a contact. What about where to point that beam? If you have never done this before, it's kind of a new thing. So you need to learn how to swivel that antenna around. You need to look at a grid map and go, oh, that's like 2 grids this way and 3 grids this way. So I should point the antenna over here. You need to learn how to choose a signal on the band. Which one do you come back to? If you're being a net control, you get 2 or 3 people calling at once. Which one do you pick? And then timing. When do you call the person to get through the pileup? It's like right away. Do you wait a little bit? Do you call once or twice? How do you do this? Then on the technical side, part of being an effective station is that you have to learn how to build it. So all these parts that are available in the catalogs and online, which ones do you choose? And how do you put them together? And then all these questions this morning about ground planes for the small antenna. You got to install it. Where's it going to go? How big does a ground plane have to be? And then obviously at some point you got to learn how to repair it because something's going to break, it's going to fall over, you're going to put a little too much fire in that wire, and you're going to have to learn how to fix it. So that's the technical aspect is also a very important part of radio sport. That's why NASCAR drivers have pit crews. Okay, and then once you get on there and you're operating around, you got to learn how to filter out stuff that you don't want. You got to learn how to select the stuff you do want, and you got to learn how to control all this stuff and playing with your rotator box and doing your antenna switches and all this kind of thing. And finally, you got to learn how to do this for a long period of time. It's not enough just do it for 10 minutes or something. In an emergency or public service, you may be on the job for hours. K7NHV as a 17-year-old kid in high school, 1964, heard some emergency signals coming out of Alaska on Easter and wound up spending the next 72 hours passing traffic between Alaska and the central area nets. 72 hours because there were no other paths open. Pretty amazing stuff. Radio sport, get your butt in the chair, keeps it there, learn how to stay there. Okay, I keep using this effective word. A skilled operator is an effective operator. It's not that you're so incredibly polite on the air. No, when the tornado is coming in, you need information right now. No extra chit chat and all this kind of stuff. An emergency is not the time to be learning how to do that. So basically, you want to get your operating skills under your belt before the tornado, before the earthquake, before the hurricane, so or before the public service event where you're running a race communications or something like that. Learn how to be an effective operator before you get called out. So radio sport, all these competitive activities, they improve your effectiveness of the operator. The most important part of your station is right in between the old eardrums here and the station, and find out all the pieces. If they work, where they are they connected right? Then you're ready when you're needed. And so by engaging in these competitive activities, you learn how to overcome these challenges without having a big freak out about, oh my gosh, I've got to do this, I've got to do that, this isn't working, that isn't working. You just get good at overcoming the challenges by engaging in competitive radio. So a skilled operator, robust and reliable. You want a person that when they're engaged in public service, that they know how to do the job and keep doing it. Now, that said, radio sport is a great thing, but it absolutely does not replace the procedural and organizational training that you have to be effective within your network, whatever that is, whether it's checking in on a net, whether it's passing a radiogram, whether it's doing a WinLink email, whether it's reading an ICS form or performing a damage assessment. Just interacting with the NIMS system is very important. Know your role, know who's in charge. Radio sport doesn't do that. It's not enough to just be a good contester or DXer and say, oh, I'll figure it out on the fly if they ever need me. No, you absolutely have to get some training on these procedures and stuff first. Okay, so now, okay, great. Everybody says, oh, radio sport's wonderful, I'm going to go do some of this. Well, be aware that the procedures and the practices in radio sport are a lot different than in public service. where things are a bit more controlled. This is a controlled net, so you check in a certain way and all this kind of stuff. RADIOSPORT's kind of a hurly-burly kind of thing, and you're throwing an elbow a little bit and trying to get your signal out there and all this kind of stuff. So the pace is a lot faster. You don't make a 3x3 call. You don't repeat your call sign or your information. And so it's really easy to get confused, particularly as you're just getting started. So beginning operators need that coaching. It's really helpful to have a mentor working right over your shoulder here that says, okay, call him now. Okay, just call him once. And here's what you're going to say. Here's a script with everything written out. And you say this, and then this, and then this, and then this. So coach them and mentor them and give them that positive feedback. Also, when you're training a new operator to RADIOSPORT, select an activity that's appropriate to the skill level and their interest. Don't throw them into CQ Worldwide at the end of October with everybody around the planet, probably about the third or fourth largest sporting event on the face of the earth, without some training. Start small and work your way up. If they're a VHF person, then start with a VHF contest. So success will come gradually. You can't expect to go out and win certificates for your section and division right off the bat. You want to start slow, work your way up, have some inter-club activities and challenges. You have to manage this if it's going to be effective. You wouldn't go out as your first road race and enter a marathon. They'd scrape you off the pavement in about half a mile. So you got to start slow, work your way up. Now, how can RADIOSPORT work for you in your public service area? First of all, you can work on minimizing all this chit chat, this please copy and you are and I am and please come now and who's this and who's that. You want your net operations to go bang, 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 particularly if you've got a disaster or an emergency situation. RADIOSPORT will help cut all the chit chat. It also trains your ear, and fewer repeats means that message gets through right now. You don't have to say, what did you say? Is that a B or is it an E? Or if you're reading off a big list of medications, you want to copy 100% copyable. So you got to learn and train your ear, and that takes reps. Nothing works like reps. Work on your accurate copy and logging. That's one thing about RADIOSPORT, whether it's an award program or a contest, you get feedback. Did you copy that call sign correctly? Are you in the log? Did you get the exchange right? And so if you're sitting there learning how to copy accurately and put it into the computer at the same time, that's really valuable skill for public service. And so you just practice your teamwork. You have operators within a station, you have between the stations. There's lots of ways in RADIOSPORT to make this bonus for your public service team. Okay, now let's give that station workout. And does everything actually work? Does it actually do what you expect it to do? It's too easy to get into habit of, well, I'll fix that later, or I know this doesn't work right, I'll just work around it. But when you're in a competitive activity, it has to work or you're not going to be successful. So this is a good way to find those weak points. What about all those accessories? Oh gosh, that headset, I think it's in a box. Where is that box? Is it upstairs or is it downstairs? Is it in the drawer? What did I do with the key jack? Where's my little adapter? You find all this stuff. Take your mobile out on a shakedown cruise. Go operate in a state QSO party. You can be DX for a day. Go to a rare county or a rare grid and find out how it works. You might have to operate in your car for hours as a race waypoint, or maybe a scout or damage assessment station or something like that. So find out how it works to operate your station for a while. And then you paid for all these controls on your radio, so learn how they work. What do they do? How do you change frequencies on VFO from channel to channel? How do you switch back and forth? How do you put in a frequency? How do you take out a frequency? All this kind of stuff. And so practice changing frequency and mode. It's too easy to get locked in a rut. Well, I just work this net on Monday night, and I work another net on Tuesday night, and I have my club repeater, and that's basically my three little station dog trot around ham radio. Well, that's not going to work if you're trying to do public service. So learn how to change frequency and mode and all this kind of stuff, and just try different stuff, because you never know. If somebody might come over and say, you got a ham radio license, and my brother's in Albuquerque and they just had a wildfire, and we're really trying to find out if he's in a health and welfare. How are you going to do that? Try different configurations and antennas. You never know. Here's a good example. This is on the PDF versions of the slides, so you can get this off the website. Down in Puerto Rico, they had a team. It was very enthusiastic, but they didn't have a lot of experience operating. So what they did was they said, hey, let's do World Amateur Radio Day mid-April as an event from our EOC. So they practiced, and everybody had such a good time that they said, okay, we're going to do field day. And so all the operators from World Amateur Radio Day showed up for field day. And now they've had so much fun that they have field day every year. They've done some balloons, and they have technician classes. So enthusiasm and fun builds on itself. Okay, plan B. Everybody needs to have a plan B. I know too many groups that are fixed on, well, we use this repeater. This is our repeater. We don't do anything else. Or we use this frequency. We've met on this frequency for 800 years, and we're never going to move. What happens if there's all these problems? You got to practice your plan B. Have a plan B. Repeater went down. Well, operate an FM simplex contest. That's a great way to find out how to have your team work in a situation where the repeater power went out, and so the battery went down, and then the repeater doesn't work. What are you going to do? What if there's noise? How are you going to practice? I'll tell you how to practice. Operate single band 75 meters. That'll teach you a lot about operating in the presence of noise. Use your batteries and run QRP if the power is out. There's lots of events with QRP categories. VHF rovers are great practice for damage assessment, where you got to do your windshield survey and drive around the county and look and see what's going on. You find out how your station works and have some fun as a rover, activating some interesting spots. What if your net frequency is busy? You're going to get into a big argument with whoever else is there? No, you're going to move. So practice saying, hey, we're not meeting on the regular channel tonight. We're going to go over here. We're going to participate in this contest, and then we're going to operate on an alternate frequency when we meet again next week. Ham radio is the most flexible communication service of any. We're the only ones that have this big knob where we're allowed to move around and change bands and modes and frequencies and all this kind of stuff. Use it, practice it, get used to it. It's a big feature for ham radio, so we need to use it and not throw it away. Okay, where are these great radio sport events? Hey, look for your local simplex contest and activity days. Here in St. Louis, we have one called the Zip Code Contest. There's FM simplex contests all over. I'll list a few later. All kinds of regional events. State and regional QSO parties are great. They're kind of a relaxed pace and really good for new operators. And you can either be from a rare state, you can be from a rare county, whatever. Rookie Roundup, School Club Roundup, those are two contests specifically for newcomers, and they are set up so that the experienced operators have to call the newcomers, can't work each other. So it's a great way to get started. All these OTA things, National Parks on the Air, there's also POTA, Parks on the Air now. Go to parksontheair.com. You'll find a comprehensive program, just like Summits on the Air, Islands on the Air, anything with an OTA. There's even Walmart parking lots on the air. If you can assign numbers to it, Hams will make an award program out of it, and it's a lot of fun. And field day just passed. Flog field day. Get your new operators out there. Put them in front of a microphone or a key or a keyboard. And the VHF, rover, and mobile categories are a lot of fun. You've probably already got a mobile station in your car. There's a single op FM only category, and rovers are welcome. So Google is your friend here. Go out and find this stuff. Contestcalendar.com is a great resource. Here's some of those FM simplex contests. Ohio has one, Maine has one, Milwaukee has one. Here in St. Louis, we have one, and I'm sure there are others out there. Make up one of your own. The September VHF contest is coming up. Have a single op FM contest in the middle of that. Use 6-digit grid square as your exchange or something like that. Make up something. Have fun. Get people on the air. Here's a long slide. You can read this offline, but basically, this is what happened when the Bloomington, Minnesota communications group decided to tackle this. They took their comm van out and operated in a VHF contest, and everybody got a lot of experience. They learned about the capabilities and limitations, and they worked another station 430 kilometers away, which is a big deal on FM. So they decided they would do it in January, and they're doing winter field day and all these different things. So once you get started, it's a lot of fun. Be creative. You can have club challenges and operating awards within your club. You don't have to worry about people trying to win the section or whatever. Just have an interclub thing. Get new hams partnered with experienced hams. Say 2-person teams. Going to go to this station, work together, see how you can do. And you don't have to do a 48-hour contest right off the bat. Do a few hours. Say, hey, we're all going to be on from 9 in the morning until lunch, and then we're all going to go have a burger or pizza. Of course, not doing that right now, but you can do it online like we're doing today. A multi-sport radio sport college where you operate all day to try to everybody gets through to a DX station so they get a card. You can do many field days. You create hybrid events with other activities like direction finding, drone races, astronomy, the makers. And when you do these hybrid events, it's a great way to expose non-hams to ham radio in an environment that they're comfortable with, and they get this new window or door opened up into ham radio and say, I had no idea. I thought ham radio was this, but hey, look, it's also this. So go out to where the kids are doing sports and set up a station and put up a sign that says free coffee or free cookies, and I guarantee you'll have kids going back for it all day long, dragging mom and pop over too. So the important thing is to success by staying active. Practice, practice, practice. Remember the Karate Kid where Pat Morita say, no, you do wax on, wax off, wax on, wax off. The kid's like, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this stupid thing? Wax on, wax off. Well, he gets into the competition with the other guy and he throws some kind of a punch and the kid goes, whoa, like that, because he is practiced. So you learn and polish the fundamentals. It's challenging, it's rewarding and fun, and basically you practice until you can't make mistakes. So new ideas need leaders. Okay, you're an EC or an assistant EC, task your team to engage and do one of these things and report on it. You're a section manager or assistant, a section emergency communicator or district. Create and encourage radio fitness programs, and directors and vice presidents, vice directors recognize these efforts, encourage them, report on them, promote them. Like Brass Pounders League used to have a total of messages. You can say, hey, this team did this and had a great time. Share, 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 so that everybody enjoys in your success. So who was this presentation for? I hope everybody watching realizes it's for everybody, okay? Primarily public service teams, but that's one of the big 5 things, the reasons why we get these frequencies is public service. So this is how to be more effective about it. Was this topic useful? Hope so. I hope to hear about some teams going out and do some things. So think about it and take this stuff back home to your public service teams and go, you know, this guy gave this presentation on it. Here's the presentation. Maybe we could do some of this. So that's about it. And I'll take some questions and all this kind of stuff. So go for it. Thank you.
Okay, that's fantastic, Ward. Thank you. Timmy, did you have something to say?
No, no. One of the questions was where can I find the presentations? and I had wrongly said on all bands. It's actually on the dxengineering.com website under Tech Info and News, AR. So that's where you can find the slide decks.
Okay, and we've also shared it on in the chat room, and I think also in the Q&A areas, the link. So
yeah, we'll put the link out there occasionally.
Yeah, so if you guys are still wondering, we'll put it out again. We don't have a lot of time here, Ward, but one thing I wanted to ask you that's actually almost actually is kind of a personal experience, and that is I had a coworker who was always fascinated by my ham radio interests, and so much so that on his own, without me even knowing it, went off and got his ham license. And he called me up one day and said, "Hey, John, I'm KN4HHQ." And I said, "No, you're Jack." And he said, "No, I'm KN4HHQ." So he then subsequently went out to buy a radio on his own and hooked it up. And he called me up one day and he said, "John, I can't make this thing work. Everything's garbled." And in talking to him in some length, what I discovered was that he was listening on the wrong sideband.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And these things that are intuitively obvious to us who've been doing this for 50 years are not intuitively obvious to somebody who is just beginning.
The tiniest little thing can stop you dead in the water when you're starting. And I remember my novice days, and it was crazy. The little things that I didn't know that kept me from doing whatever it was that I wanted to do. I was slavishly following some mimeograph, remember mimeographs? Instructions about how to check into a net. And the net control guy, who is a friend of mine, he said, "Hold it, stop, let me call you on the phone." He calls me on the phone. He says, "You're following those instructions, aren't you?" I said, "Exactly." He says, "Yep, you just checked in with 2 pieces of traffic for Kansas City." I went, what? So, I had no idea. When you're just starting. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, when you're just starting, you have these little tiny things, and that's why mentoring and sharing is so important.
And that's really the essence of where I was going as well, which is, why don't you give our viewers and listeners just a 30-second soundbite that if you're like on an island by yourself of knowledge, where's the first place to go to sort of say, who can I reach out to that's going to help me, and how do I go about doing that? Just in a very brief 30-second, 60-second answer, and then we'll move on.
Your local club. I guarantee that if you get on and you look for clubs, you'll find several within shouting distance. And now that we're all online, you'll find hundreds that you can possibly join. Join up, make yourself known. Don't just sit there and wait like a bump on the log for somebody to come and find you. Jump in there and say, "Hey, my name is Ward, and I just got my license, and I'm really interested in this stuff. How do I start?" And somebody will go, "Hey, here's how you start. Why don't you join us on something, something, something?" There's all kinds of social media stuff, Facebook pages, all this kind of stuff. But primarily, the local guys and gals are the ones that are going to come over and help you get that thing up in the tree or out of the tree or whatever that you're trying to do to help you get your antenna up and troubleshoot and what's wrong with my mobile and that kind of thing. Find your local club, engage, and participate, put your shoulder to the wheel and see what you can do.
Yeah, that's great. And I would add that on the Q&A in the chat area, the Long Island DX Club in particular was noted as one of the really shining examples of success in this kind of an area. And they're just a very good organization.
When you go to the ARL Find a Club service, look for a club that's, if you're interested in RADIOSPORT, they have contest clubs and DX clubs. But if you're just getting started, look for the general service clubs. There's a lot of them that are geared up specifically to help new hams. And they're very good at mentoring and having activities and stuff. And you can search for those.
Okay, that's great. All right, I think that's all the time we have. Tim, do you have anything to add, or should I turn right over to Steve?
No, I think AR, let's go ahead with Steve.
Okay, Steve, you're on.
Thanks very much. Good morning, everybody. Get my screen share going here. All right. Everybody see that fine? We
Yes.
good? All right. Good. So good morning again. So the first product I want to go and talk about this morning is our DX Engineering's new line of balance, our MaxiCore line, the MaxiCore 20, in honor of our 20th anniversary that we're celebrating this year. We have a feed line choke. We have a 1-to-1 Ballon, a 1-to-1 tuner Ballon, a 4-to-1 current choke, and a 4-to-1 voltage choke. Voltage Ballon, I should say. So anyway, this is our new line of balance, and done very well with these, and we're very pleased. This really covers the a large majority of the applications we have in amateur radio, and so we're happy with this. We also have a new bracket. This is showing the piece parts, but you mount the Ballon or the current choke to the plastic plate. The angle there mounts to the plate on one end, and then you can mount this via one of our clamps to either the vertical post that you'd have a vertical antenna mounted to, or if you want to mount it, the Ballon in a vertical configuration, like underneath of a boom on a Yagi, you can mount that as well. And so we have that convenient mounting. And then we also have our BN86 line of Ballon upgrade kits. This is to go and upgrade legacy antennas where you want to improve the Ballon associated with it. And we have a kit here that allows you to mount that to either a 2-inch or a 1.5-inch boom, and wire there to go from the Ballon studs up to the driven element. We also this year brought out a line of pre-made Yaesu rotor cables. These are pre-made in several popular lengths. The ham no longer has to take these tiny pins to put on each individual control wire and get those crimped and soldered and put in the different connectors. This is already pre-assembled, and it's plug and play, ready to go. Another exciting thing we've done is we've added several cables to our custom cable builder. You can get to the custom cable builder from the front page of our website. It's on the left-hand side. And we've added Times Microwave LMR 400 family of cables and the LMR 600 family of cables, along with Times Microwave connectors that fit those cables. So these have been very popular. We're building these cables every week, and a lot of demand for the Times Microwave cable, very fine cable. So that's new for DX Engineering this year. We also have added some of the new products for our guideline kits. These we have these in 3/8, 1/2-inch, 5/8, and 3/4. And so this adds to the Philly strand product line that we offer, along with the preform line grips, and we even have some tail kits that are pre-cut, ready to go. So just further adds to the line of tower accessories that we're offering here at DX Engineering. We had a lot of demand. People want to put up vertical antennas, such as our 43-foot vertical antenna, and we specify a type of steel pipe to mount in cement to build the antenna, and those just aren't as available as they used to be many years ago. So we have been able to offer now our vertical ground mount tube. It's a 2-inch OD. It's made from the chromoly steel, same type of chromoly mast that we use and have offered for several years now, the 21-foot mast that's used for the top of towers. We now have these in lengths 5 foot 4 inches. It's easily shippable, and it's in stock, and so hams don't have to search all over trying to find this mast to get in the ground so that they can erect the antenna. So this is something that we've also added this year. An upgrade that we've done, and it's come out recently, is the replacing the old 102-inch mobile whip that we offered with our active verticals, the active receive verticals. We now use 3 pieces of 058 aluminum that are 3 feet each, and those make up the new whip antenna that we add to this vertical. The advantage is that the shipping of that 102-inch whip was just really terrible. Evidently, the shipping companies decided that's not something that they really wanted to handle any longer, and so they had some onerous shipping fees added to that, and so we had to come up with a better way to be able to ship that here in the U.S. And so by using the 3-foot lengths, we've got the shipping size carton much smaller, and that also makes this a much easier thing to ship internationally as well. So we have the ARAV4 1P for just a single, or the ARAV4 2P was a 2-pack. And then we also have a replacement antenna, ARAV4R. And if you have any of the ARAV3 antennas and you want to upgrade them, we have the ARAV-A, which is just an upgrade. Allows you to reuse the electronics portion, but gives you all the rest of the pieces you need to rebuild those antennas. And we've had the TW antenna for a long time, but we had a lot of people ask us for this little locking mechanism that you use, the thing you see circled in red there. That was a piece that often got lost. All the rest of the pieces are pretty large. They're hard to lose and forget where you put it, but this was out there. So as something that we can offer people to help them get their antenna built up and stay on the air, we've offered this DXE TW AQ lock. We also have come out with a new adapter. A lot of people are using 7/16 DIN connectors these days, but all of the test equipment often has PL or SO239s on it. So how do you connect your test equipment to test whatever has that 7/16 DIN connector? So we have this adapter now. This is available on our website. So just trying to offer additional convenient items to make your life easier. And that would be it for my presentation. So see what we
Okay.
can do for questions.
Thank you, Steve. We've been answering the questions in the Q&A box. But John, real quick, do you have anything specific?
Yeah, I got a couple just quick ones here for both you guys maybe. Somebody asked a specific question about shipping line oscillators to the UK, but it really, let me get some video on here. But it really begs a question about what is the status of shipping internationally in general right now for DX Engineering products, given the COVID crisis.
You know, shipping internationally has slowed way down. We still can ship to a lot of countries. There are countries that aren't accepting shipments. That particular question was aimed at the United Kingdom. We do have a dealer in England, Martin Lynch. So, you know, either order direct or via Martin Lynch.
Okay. And that's been my experience as well. Is you know, international shipments will just vary by country. Some countries are not even accepting shipments. I've shipped some things to Italy. I got there in a week. I shipped something to Lithuania in May, and it's still waiting delivery. So it really just depends on where you live and what's going on at the time that something gets shipped. Just one quick last question. Somebody was curious about DX Engineering brands and whether the majority of them are made in the USA and some of that. Tim, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, we source stuff from all over the world. I would say the majority of our products are made in Talmadge, Ohio. But you know, we source stuff from all over, and we're very specific about quality. So you can buy with confidence from DX Engineering. So thanks very much, John. And let's go on now to our next presenter. And please welcome Sean, KX9X. Tell us all about satellites, Sean.
Thanks, Tim. Good morning, everybody. I'm Sean, KX9X, here in Urbana, Illinois. And we're going to talk a little bit about getting involved in amateur radio satellites. Let me share my screen here. There we go. Can everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so amateur radio satellites is a nice aspect of ham radio, whether you're brand new to the hobby and you're looking for a way to get involved with amateur radio beyond your local repeater or simplex on the VHF, UHF frequencies, or you've been around for a while and you're looking for a new challenge. The satellites offers a lot of competitive capabilities to it, and we're going to touch on it very briefly. This is designed to be a general overview presentation. I'm hopefully not going to get into too many nuts and bolts and get lost in the weeds. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have. You can contact me here during the presentation or reach out to me via Twitter or email after the presentation is over. So I'll give you a general overview of satellites. Right now, there are about 25 amateur radio satellites that are in orbit that you can actually communicate through. There are other satellites that you can monitor and download telemetry from and get information on the status or health of the satellite itself. But this presentation is going to focus on the satellites that you can actually communicate through. Most of the satellites today are what they call CubeSats. These are small 10-centimeter cubes that have a fully functional amateur radio transmitter or receiver in them. Almost all of them at this point are what they call low Earth orbit. That means they move across the horizon wherever you're located pretty quickly. On average, these low Earth orbit satellites will pass over your location around 6 times a day, and each pass is generally going to be around 15 minutes or so. These satellites only function, you're only able to communicate through the satellites when they are above your horizon. There are a couple of terms that are used when discussing satellite availability. One is called AOS, which is the acquisition of signal. That's when it pops up over your horizon. And the other is LOS, or loss of signal, and that's when it disappears back down over the horizon at the end of the pass. Most of the satellites that are in orbit today use a combination of 2 meters and 70 centimeters. You transmit on one band, which is called the uplink, and then you receive on another band, which is called the downlink. An example of how this functions, there's an FM satellite called AO91, and you uplink to it, or you transmit on 70 centimeters, and you receive your signal back down from the satellite on 2 meters. Most of the satellites that are in orbit right now use less than a watt of power, and that doesn't sound like a lot, but considering that the satellite is going to be up in the air and hopefully from your location will not have too many obstacles in the way of it, it becomes a line of sight prospect. So being able to communicate with the satellites using a watt of power is not as bad as it sounds. Actually, 5 watts and a gain antenna is a pretty powerful station for satellite work. So you don't need to have a giant station with giant rotatable Yagis in order to work a satellite. You can get by with much less and do quite well. So why would you want to work satellites? There are a lot of reasons why taking on amateur radio satellites is a good way to diversify your amateur radio enjoyment. First of all, satellites are extremely accessible. All licensed classes can use satellites, even technicians. Satellite operating is extremely reliable. Satellite passes are not affected by terrestrial propagation fluctuations. So if there's a solar flare and 20 meters isn't open, that doesn't affect whether or not a satellite is going to be usable or not. Satellite passes are extremely predictable. They can be predicted well in advance, and you can fit those satellite passes easily into your work schedule or time with family, what have you. You can engage in any type of communications mode that you enjoy in other aspects of amateur radio. There are voice satellites. You can do CW. There are a couple of satellites that even you can use digital modes on them. It's extremely compact. You can work some of the FM satellites using little more than an HT and a handheld Yagi antenna. It's extremely portable. You can take it with you on vacation. You can take it on a work trip. It is extremely portable, and you can take it anywhere. And finally, it's an extremely satisfying aspect of the hobby. There are plenty of technical challenges that are available with satellite operating. There are lots of awards that are very common with other aspects of the hobby. Those awards apply to satellite operation as well. It's extremely easy to become a rare station, so you can be the DX on a satellite pass. And just like other aspects of amateur radio, it's a very tight-knit group of people, and you can make some long-term friends. So what exactly can you work using satellites? So each satellite has what they call a footprint, which is the area of coverage that a satellite has as it passes overhead. Anybody who is within the footprint of a satellite can communicate through that satellite and talk to other people in the footprint. This is an example of one of the Chinese satellites, XW2A. This is a sideband and CW satellite. As it moves across the sky, different parts of the world are going to be within the footprint of that satellite. So you can actually, from the United States, you can actually communicate with real DX stations if you're interested in DX, and different areas of the world or of the United States will be audible at different points in the satellite's footprint. So for example, if you're looking at this diagram in my presentation, you'll see that right now certain parts of South America are within the footprint. Well, as the satellite continues traveling north over the United States, those areas of South America will fall out of the footprint, and new areas of the United States will come into the footprint. So the people that you can communicate with within the footprint of a satellite pass is constantly shifting. So somebody that you may not hear at the beginning of the pass, they might be audible at the end of the pass. If you're interested in trying to work all states, that is attainable for most of the United States. Certain parts of the East Coast are going to have a real tough time with Hawaii because it's at the outer limits of the footprint of most satellites. So if you're in the extreme northeastern United States, you're probably not going to be able to work Hawaii on satellites, but all of the other states are available to you. And as I mentioned before, real DX is very possible to work on satellites. Central and South American DX is quite common. Europe, from the United States, you can work a fair amount of Western Europe. And if you're on the eastern coast of the United States, you can reach into Central and Eastern Europe as well. It's interesting to note that as far as DX, most countries in, say, Central America, South America, and the Caribbean that are common on the HF bands are extremely rare on the satellites. There are a lot of countries that don't have very many satellite operators. So if you are an amateur radio operator who enjoys going to the Caribbean for a ham radio holiday or perhaps participating in an HF contest, I would encourage you to consider taking some satellite gear with you, because some of those countries are extremely rare, and you would have quite a pileup on satellite if you were to consider that. So please take that, keep that in mind if you travel down to Central America or the Caribbean. And on satellites, the main geographic unit that people exchange are the Maidenhead grid squares. If you are a VHF operator, you're familiar with grid squares. They were also very popular on the ARRL grid chase a couple of years ago. So there are two basic types of satellites that you can communicate through. There's FM satellites, and then there are what they call linear satellites. So the FM satellites are, they basically function like an orbiting repeater. They're single channel devices. Only one person can access them at any given point in time. The FM capture effect is in place. So the loudest signal that the satellite's receiver locks onto, that's the station that will be heard. And there are several FM satellites that are currently in orbit. Three of the most common ones that are in use right now are AO91, AO92, and SO50. And each one of those satellites, like I said earlier, pass overhead about 5 or 6 times a day. Then the other type of satellites that you can access are the linear satellites. And these satellites use sideband and CW. These satellites have what they call a transponder, which actually produces a fair amount of bandwidth that you can tune through, anywhere from 20 to 60 kilohertz of bandwidth. And that allows multiple people to access the satellite at the same time. It's very much like accessing 20 meters or 15 meters. You can tune through the bandwidth, and you can hear several contacts going on at the same time. And you can find a frequency and call CQ if you wish. Common examples of the popular linear satellites right now are RS-44. That's one of the newest satellites that just got launched. CAS-4A and 4B, and the Chinese XW series. All of those satellites are very loud and easy to work using satellite gear. So what type of gear do you actually need? Well, you need to be able to communicate. You need to be able to transmit and receive on 2 meters and 70 centimeters. You could purchase a dedicated satellite radio, such as the new ICOM series or one of the older Yaesu lines, or you can use 2 separate radios if you wish. You need to have separate antennas for 2 meters and 70 centimeters. You need to have a device called a duplexer, and that basically acts as a filter to prevent your receiver from getting overloaded on the front end. You have a 2 meter and a 70 centimeter radio and antennas in very close proximity to each other. So you need to be able to isolate each one of those bands to avoid what they call desense or receiver desensitization. You need to be able to know where the satellites are, so you know when they're going to be available to you at your location. So there are lots of satellite tracking software packages available, or if you have a smartphone, you can download an app that will track them for you. And many of these components you may already have in your possession. If you've got a couple of the DX to daylight radios, such as the ICOM 7000 or the FT 818 or 991s, and a simple 2-meter vertical or Yagi, you can get started and dip your toe in satellites with gear that you may already have in your possession. So I've got a couple of examples here of ways that you can get started operating satellites. Here's a very simple beginner or a minimalist approach. It's using a single dual band HT and a handheld dual band Yagi. This is an antenna called an Arrow antenna, which features 3 elements on 2 meters and 7 elements on 70 centimeters. And you can make FM satellite contacts using this very basic setup. It's a good way to get started, but it does have some drawbacks to it. The main concern is that you are not able to hear yourself coming from the downlink as you are transmitting. And being able to hear yourself on the downlink as you are transmitting is a major advantage, because you know that you're getting into the satellite when you're communicating. If you have a dual band HT that does not have what they call full duplex capabilities, you are never quite certain if you're making it into the satellite, and that is a very big disadvantage. If this is the only equipment that you have to get started, that's fine, you can try, but being able to hear yourself on the downlink in real time and know that you're making it into the satellite is a definite advantage to newcomers who are getting started. So if you have the ability to engage in what they call full duplex satellite operation, I strongly encourage you to pursue that. Here's an example of a home station. This is my home station that I use to make satellite contacts using equipment that I already had. This is far from a stunning, pristine, big gun satellite station, and I purposefully included this to show what can be done using equipment that you may already have lying around. So in my home station, I've got an ICOM 746 Pro that I use on 2 meters for receive. And then on 70 centimeters, I've got an ICOM 706 Mark II-G. So that gives me transmit capabilities on 70 centimeters. I'm using a simple 5-element 2-meter Yagi that's up on a push-up pole at about 25 feet. And I don't have an elevation rotator on it. All I have is an azimuth rotator on it. And then for transmit, it's not a very good photo, but this is an M-squared egg beater 70 centimeter antenna, it's basically a vertical with a ground plane underneath it to assist with transmitting at lower angles. And this is, like I said, this is far from a pristine satellite station, but this does give me the capability of working all types of satellites that have 70 centimeter uplink and a 2-meter downlink. Now, I am not going to be loud on every single satellite pass that passes overhead. There are going to be passes that I am not able to access or I'm not very strong into. But I can get by and I can access quite a few passes using this setup. So until I have the ability to put up an AS-L rotator and get a dedicated satellite radio, this is keeping me very occupied on a regular basis. So this is something to consider. Look around your shack and see what kind of equipment you already have. You may be surprised that you can get on some satellite passes with what you already have in your possession. And then if you're interested in portable activity, which I'll talk about in more detail here in a little bit, this is one of the standard satellite portable kits that you can possibly have. This is 2 Yaesu 817s with a lithium polymer battery. I've got a duplexer, I've got a headset, and I use my dual band Arrow Yagi. This is a complete 5-watt all mode full duplex satellite station I can take with me anywhere. It checks on an airplane. I've transmitted from 50 different grid squares using this setup. It is extremely portable, it is extremely versatile, and it works very, very well. So if you are interested in portable operation, this is more or less the gold standard of what you can get by with using satellite in a very small package. So you have to know where the satellites are. So tracking satellites, if you're using a home station, there are a couple of software packages that are available to you. If you're using a PC, there's a program called SAT PC32 that is available from AMSAT, the Radio Amateur Satellite Corporation. If you're a Mac user, there's a program called Mac Doppler that you can get that is very effective. If you are a smartphone app user or are going to be operating a lot of portable satellites, you can use your iPhone. There are a couple that are available. GoSat Watch is a very popular program. That's a screenshot of GoSat Watch on the right-hand side of your screen there. There's another program for iPhone called SatSat, which is free. GoSat Watch is not free, but I find that the features that come with GoSat Watch make it worth the cost of the app itself. Android users, you can download AMSAT Droid, or there's an app available from the Heavens Above website that helps you track satellites as well. If neither of those are appealing to you, or you're just getting started, you can also get information from the AMSAT Past Predictions page on their website, or you can go to n2yo.com and you can track all sorts of satellites from the N2YO website, including lots of satellites that are outside of the amateur radio purview. So there are some interesting aspects of satellite operating that you need to keep in mind that are a little bit different from HF or VHF operating. As I mentioned earlier, full duplex is extremely critical. You have to be able to hear yourself on the downlink in real time as you are transmitting. This is extremely helpful if you're doing the FM satellites, but if you're getting interested in the sideband and CW satellites, it's absolutely critical. Unless you are an exceptionally skilled operator, you're not going to be able to make contacts on the linear satellites without full duplex capability. The Doppler effect definitely comes into play. We've all heard the train whistle as you're standing next to the train as it goes past you. The pitch decreases as the train goes by. It's the same exact thing with the satellite. You have a moving target going overhead. So your receive frequency is going to, or I'm sorry, your 70 centimeter frequency is going to shift as the satellite passes overhead. Depending on the satellite, that may be your transmit frequency or it may be your receive frequency. So you're going to have to maintain vigilance on your 70 centimeter frequency as the satellite passes overhead. Some of the satellite tracking programs for your laptop will automatically compensate for Doppler. That's a built-in feature for some satellite packages. If you're interested in using the FM satellites, you're going to need to activate a PL tone on your transmit signal. Most of the FM satellites currently in orbit use a 67 hertz tone that gives you the ability to make it into the satellite. So you definitely want to make sure that's enabled on your transmit frequency. Clear horizons are best. So if you are looking for a place to set up, you want to avoid anything that blocks your view of the horizon as much as possible. Leafy trees will wreak havoc on your 70 centimeter signal. So if you're transmitting on 70 centimeters, you might be a little weak into the satellite. If you're receiving on 70 centimeters, you might not be able to hear as well if you've got a bunch of trees in your area. Avoid tall buildings if you can. The ideal location would be up on a hill with no trees or no buildings anywhere in sight. If you live in an urban environment, check out the top of a parking garage. I did that. There was a photo of me earlier in this presentation when I was in London, transmitting from the top of a car park, and that worked very, very well for downtown London. And the cardinal rule of operating satellites: if you cannot hear the satellite, do not transmit. If you are trying to hear yourself and transmitting into the satellite when you cannot hear any receive signals, you may actually be causing unintentional interference with other users of the satellite, especially if you're transmitting on 2 meters. So make sure that you can hear other signals on the satellite pass before you begin transmitting. If you are interested in DXing or you travel a lot for business, I would encourage you to consider roving. This is the equivalent of HF DXpeditions. You take your portable gear with you, like the package I showed you earlier. And you can transmit from multiple grid squares over the course of time. It's easy to take on vacation or business trips or even a dedicated adventure. There are lots of amateur radio operators who are interested in satellite that are very dedicated rover ops. I'm getting ready to head out next week and activate 12 grid squares in Iowa and Missouri. So if you're a satellite operator, listen for me from some of those rare grids in Iowa and Missouri. Some of these grids, like I said, are very, very rare and exceptionally high in demand. And you might live very close to one of them, or you might live in one of them. So it's a great opportunity for you to experience the other side of the pileup, as I have talked about for quite a long time. And you get to travel, you get to see the country, and it's a tremendous way to enjoy amateur radio on the go. So how do you know what grids are rare? So there is a gentleman, Paul, K0PBR. He started keeping track of the grid totals from some of the more active amateur radio satellite operators out there and started compiling data. And you can get a look at what is called the Grid Master heat map, which shows what grids are rare in the continental United States. The grids that are green are less rare, and the grids that are orange and red are extremely rare. You'll see that there are a whole bunch of grids in extreme northeastern Maine that are known as the potato field grids, and they are exceptionally rare. And you know, nobody lives up there, and you have to go travel to put them on the air. And there's another rare one down in Texas in Big Bend National Park, Delta Lima 88. There's nobody down there as well, and it's an extremely hostile environment to get down there. So there are folks that are trying to activate that on a regular basis. Roving is exceptionally fun, and it appeals to a whole lot of different people. One of the more interesting and outgoing folks that is part of the roving community is Ruth, KM4LAO. She has been an up-and-coming young amateur radio operator for many years now. She's in college, and she doesn't have a whole lot of time to participate in amateur radio with a home station. So she gravitated towards satellites as a way that she can enjoy the hobby that fits into her busy class schedule and her work schedule when she's doing co-op work. And when she's not in class or doing work, she travels around the country a fair bit and activates some pretty rare grids. She was just in Colorado on the DM 8788 grid line a couple of weeks ago, and I would like to play you some audio of what a good pileup sounds like when you get somebody who is transmitting from a very, very rare grid square. So bear with me here for just a moment, and I will play this audio.
Good luck. KM4LAO from Kilo Bravo 9, Sierra Tango Romeo, Echo Mike 69. Kilo Bravo 9, Sierra Tango Romeo, KM4LAO, Delta Mike 8788, grid line. QSL, thanks. KM4LAO, November Sierra 30, Foxtrot 20. KM4LAO, 4, Delta Tango Alpha. November Sierra 3 Lima, KM4LAO, Delta Mike 8788. QSL. KM4LAO, Whiskey 4, Delta Tango Alpha.
So you can hear that if you get somebody who's transmitting from a rare grid, you can get quite a pileup. So if you're interested in pileup activity, satellites can offer that for you if you're interested in it. If you're just getting started in satellites and you're trying to figure out how to take the next step, just work on listening to a satellite pass as it goes overhead. There are several options available to you, FM and sideband satellites. Just be sure to open up your squelch before you listen to an ongoing satellite pass and see what you can hear with the station that you have using your existing 2-meter antenna. You might be surprised what you can hear out there. So there's lots of information out there on the web, places that you can go. There's of course, the AMSAT website has got a slew of information. There's a weekly Twitter meetup net on DMR that you can join every Wednesday night at 9 p.m. Central Time. These are very active rovers and satellite operators. They'd be more than happy to help you out if you're getting interested in satellite for the first time. I have lots of blogs here on the DX Engineering blog on all bands. And if you are a Twitter user, be sure to follow AMSAT or the hashtag AMSAT. You'll be surprised the number of operators that are out there and more than willing to help you get started. That's about all the time I have. So I know I've pushed the limit here. If there are a couple of quick questions, I'll be happy to answer them, or you can reach out to me via email or on Twitter. If there's anything I can do to help you get started in satellite, please reach out. I would be more than happy to do that. Thanks.
All right, great presentation, Sean, and appreciate that.
AR, your mic.
Sorry about that. I'm a CW operator. Can you tell? Anyway, sorry about that. Great presentation, Sean. Hey, another way to get a great pileup going with satellite is to give a presentation on it, because we got a pile up of questions here, and unfortunately don't have the time to answer nearly all of them. But a couple of times people asked about the future of a geo satellite over the U.S. and what the maybe plan is for that, and maybe just quickly sort of future plans in general over the next year or whatever. Sean, you could comment on.
That is the progress that AMSAT is working on right now. They have a program called the Golf Project, and over time they are working on adding new technologies to satellite launches to test them for future deployment of a high Earth orbit satellite. So if you are interested in having a high Earth orbit satellite, one that's accessible for several hours during the day, I encourage you to support AMSAT and the research work that they are doing to make that happen. They are in process doing that right now.
Very good. Scott, do you have something?
Yeah, just an awesome presentation, Sean, and I'm going to be going down and scrounging around looking for some stuff to get on the air, because it's just something that's been intriguing me for a long time, and it harkens back to the days of when I got started in W3HV and his satellite work.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much for that presentation. There's 26 questions of varying kind and in the Q&A, and if you get a chance, you can look over, see what people are asking about. So Thank you so much for that presentation.
Thank you.
You know, we have a few minutes. My product discussion is not going to take the entire time. So John or Scott, if you have a couple of other questions for Sean, we're okay.
Sure, we can do that. One, you mentioned HEO satellites, high Earth orbit, which I guess are kind of in that 20, 30K height range. But anyway, frequencies that are used for those satellites, presumably 2 meters or others?
Well, again, this is all in the planning stage. Some of the satellites are for the high Earth orbits are going to implement more microwave frequencies. So 10 gigahertz is being talked about for some of the higher Earth orbit satellites. We'll just have to see what AMSAT's got cooking. But I know that they are interested in making the satellites available to as many amateurs as possible. But at the same time, they also want to push the technology and push the threshold a little bit. So branching out and experimenting with some of the microwave frequencies is a natural evolution of the technological capabilities that a satellite operating has to offer. So you can start off using 2 meters and 70 centimeters, but if you get interested, once a high Earth orbit satellite gets launched, hopefully in a few years, be prepared to expand some of your technological capabilities into the microwave band.
Scotty?
Awesome. Hey, real quick, you're doing your roving. Is the bulk of that work on the linear satellites or the FM satellites? And is the bulk of the activity on FM or linear?
When I go out on a rove, and I will speak for some of the other more active satellite rovers out there. It really doesn't matter. Whatever satellites are overhead, when I'm in a grid, those are the satellites that I'm going to utilize. Many rovers will be in a particular grid or on a grid line for several hours at a time to make sure that as many people as possible can work those grids. There are people who are dedicated FM satellite operators. There are people who are dedicated linear operators. I want to make sure that if I'm on a grid line or in a rare grid somewhere, I want as many people as possible to work me from that grid. So I try to maintain maximum flexibility, and I have a station that will get me on both FM and linears equally. The only limiting factor that I have is what satellites are overhead when I'm in that grid.
couple people asked about the effectiveness of egg beater style antennas for satellite work.
They are certainly good for getting started, and people who are in a situation like myself. I mean, I live in an apartment, so I'm not really able to put up a giant station right now. If you have the ability to put up directional antennas with an azimuth elevation rotator, I strongly encourage you to do that. But egg beater antennas, vertical antennas, if that's what you can put them up. You won't work every single pass that passes overhead, but it will get you on the air, and you will work stuff on those antennas. I'm living proof. You know, I don't have the optimum station, as you saw in my presentation. I work plenty of satellites with that 70 centimeter egg beater transmit antenna. I work lots of stuff.
Let's take one more, Scott, if you have one.
Sure. Yeah, there's a number of people asking about about a couple things about it when you're doing your HT operations for FM. You know, what are some good HTs? I know the D72A is a full duplex and has some capability. Are there others, or are there other combinations of a couple of radios you can use? And then the second question is, how do you log when you're doing that?
That's a good question. So as far as radios go, you know, the D72 is kind of the gold standard for full duplex satellite operation in an HT. But if you can get two independent HTs, whatever you can get your hands on is going to work just fine to get you started. There are plenty of operators out there who either are using or got started with Baofeng HTs. They'll get you going. So don't be afraid to use those if that's all you've got. Logging on a satellite pass, I have found that the most effective thing for me to do is to record the pass. Actually, I've got a little Sony USB recorder that I route my audio into from my receive radio, so it records the downlink directly into the line in on that recorder. And I record the pass as it goes overhead. I've got one, when I'm doing my portable operations, I've got one hand holding the antenna, and I'm tracking the satellite as it goes overhead with the antenna in one hand, and I'm using the other hand to adjust my 70 centimeter frequency to compensate for Doppler. I use a headset, so I use Vox operation when I'm doing that. You can use a handheld push-to-talk switch if you want, but I don't have any hands available to log on paper and pencil. For me, I find that recording the pass and transcribing it after the fact works very, very well. There are some people out there who do manage to log on paper and pencil while the satellite pass is going overhead. If that works for them, great. I like the idea of having a recording of the pass after the fact.
All right, Sean, thanks very much. And just a tremendous presentation. Sean's slides are available at dxengineering.com, and just click on Tech Info and News. Tech Info and News. And Sean is a very active blogger on the DX Engineering blog site, which is onallbands.com. So you can interact with Sean there, as well as Sean graciously offered to interact via email with anybody that needs help. And Sean, if you would, take a look at the Q&A area and see if you can answer some of those questions via text in the Q&A. I'd like to thank our first two moderators. John, K1AR, thanks very much, and appreciate your help here this morning. And of course, Scott, N3RA, is going to stay on with us. And Nathaniel, W2NAF, will be also doing some moderating. And so I'm going to talk about a few of the exciting new products here at DX Engineering. And so we'll get started with my slide deck. So you've seen some exciting products today from DX Engineering that both Scott and Steve presented earlier. Here's another one. This comes from Clifton Labs. Jack Smith, KZOA, who was a great engineer, designed an AM broadcast band filter. And this can plug into several DX Engineering products, our flagship noise canceling controller, our RTR, and it attenuates the AM broadcast band for up to about 70 dB. They are all custom tuned to make sure that there's best performance, but this is a great filter if you have trouble with AM broadcast stations overloading. We also have our DXE 214 cable. This is a double shielded RG213 like cable. The shields are actually silver plated copper. So for high isolation work, maybe for repeaters or for single operator 2 radio stations, RG214, the DXE 214 cable is recommended. We also have this in cut to length cable, but we have pre-made assemblies that are on the shelf that are done with both UHF male and end male connectors. So you can see these at dxengineering.com. We also have recently added attenuators. These are great receive end 50 ohm attenuators. We have them in 3 popular levels, 3 dB, 6 dB, and 10 dB, using BNC male and female. We also have added dummy loads. These are small loads that are useful on splitters. And these loads are 50 ohms. And we also have the F connector version, 75 ohm loads as well. We have recently added to our line of products. This is an open wire static discharge protector that helps to prevent damage to your receiver and transceivers due to static buildup, and will act as a way for static to bleed off. So you simply put this in line with either 300 ohm or 450 ohm open wire, and also add a ground connection. And so this has been a very popular product. So those are the products. I also wanted, there was a comment about asking about how we are doing with our new rotator that we introduced last year at Hamvention. And I'm pleased to announce that we've done several upgrades to the rotator, and we have it in for testing now at DX Engineering. And the testing is going very well on top of the tower that we have at our store. And so hopefully here in the next 6 months or so, you'll see that we have them on the shelf if our testing goes well. I'm also going to install one here at K3LR. So we'll be testing it on site here, and we have a few other beta testers lined up. I noticed a question in the Q&A area, and that's where you put your questions, by the way. We can't, it would be impossible to look through all the chats. If you have a question, put it in the Q&A. And so the question was, I found it strange that there was a ham radio store inside Summit Racing. And can you speak to that? Well, it's not strange. They're two great hobbies. And a lot of Summit customers are also DX Engineering customers. And DX Engineering and Summit Racing equipment are owned by the same gentleman. So those are his two hobbies. And so his two hobbies are in the same store. And DX Engineering is very proud to be in the Summit Racing Superstore in Talmadge, Ohio. So Scott, do we have any quick questions here, or John or Nathaniel, any questions?
One question was about the DX Engineering 214 cable, asking, is that equivalent to a silver-plated RG214? Does it have the silver in the shield?
Yes, yes. So that this is silver-plated copper shields, and so the shield coverage, because you've got two of them in there, is just about 100%. It's very high quality mil-spec cable.
And one other question comes from Steve Floyd, Whiskey 4 Yankee Hotel Delta. He asks if you might say anything about the HF receiving antenna BevFlex 4X. What is the receiving performance advantage and the functionality provided?
So I don't have a lot of experience with the BevFlex 4X. I would refer that question to Gary at United Microsystems, W9 X-Ray Tango. And if you just Google United Microsystems, W9XT, you can get his email information and get more information on the BevFlex.
I have just a couple easy questions here. One is regarding PL259 crimp connectors, and which I believe DX Engineering sells, and whether you personally, Tim, have any experience using them at your station, or any comments on that?
Yes, that's a great question. And in fact, a customer wrote in yesterday and asked about putting PL259s on our DXE 400 Max or LMR 400. You have to use crimp connectors on the LMR 400 or on the 400 Max. That's necessary to bond the shields together. You cannot use a solder type connector there. I do have crimp connectors here at K3LR. I've converted over to them when we came out with our patented connector, and they're very easy to put on with our tools, and they work very, very well. So thanks for that question. One more question from the moderators, and then we'll move on with Anthony.
Let's see. So one question asked about, does DXE high pot each cable make certain the connections are sufficient on each end?
Yes. So all of the cables, whether it's a custom cable or an off-the-shelf cable, they are high potted to 5,000 volts. So if there is any problem with those connectors being installed on the cable, or there's a problem with the cable itself, that will show up in the high pot test. But we high pot every cable. So another great question. And thanks very much for that. And thank you to Steve, KC8YSU, for putting all the slide decks together for us that we used in the new product discussions. And stay tuned, because we are always developing new products to bring to the amateur radio community. And you want to make sure that you go to the website every day. Melanie is adding more products, and not only DX Engineering products, but products from almost 160 different lines that we have here at DX Engineering. So another one of our bloggers from On All Bands is with us today to present. Please welcome Anthony, K8 Zulu Tango. Anthony, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Tim. And thank you very much for inviting me to present. Hopefully you're all seeing my screen now. This is one of many slides that are in this presentation. And I'd like to talk about encouraging youth in amateur radio today. I'm going to list some resources in my slides, but there's no way I can cover everything today. Even the slideshow I have for our presentation is much too long. But I have a much, much longer slideshow of over 115 slides. It's more of a piece of reference material available at tiny.cc/YIAR, Youth and Amateur Radio. And that is a live presentation and I update pretty much constantly with new information. So again, you're going to want to go through that later on to be able to click on all the links and to be able to look at all the resources. So I'm giving you some homework for today. Richard Moyson quote, "Looking around at a Hamfest or club meeting, you get the definite impression that most the ham population is graying. We don't have exact numbers, but we know it is getting older." And we're going to talk about youth, and I want to define youth as anyone under 26 years of age. That's just sort of an arbitrary grouping, and really breaks down into three groups: students in grades 4 through 8, high school students, college students, and recent graduates. And of course, the approach for getting involved with each of these groups is very different. And I think really when we look at our focus, grades 4 through 8, with the younger students, we're more interested in working with them in groups, demonstrations in the classroom, school clubs, different projects using STEM and other things. With the high school and college students, for the most part, I think when we get to that point, we're really much better off and more effective when we recruit individual students, looking for them in different majors and different classes where we might find students that would be interested in amateur radio. Also, don't forget with this older group of students, looking at them in different career paths and stressing the networking opportunities that are available for a newly graduated college student who might get involved in amateur radio. Historically, youth got involved in amateur radio through 4 different pathways. I'm going to mention the fourth one first, and that's family member that is a ham. And that is an extremely effective way to get involved, but unfortunately, we can't determine that all ahead of time. So let's look at the other 3. Shortwave listening is one area that I got involved with, and I know a number of you on the Hamfest today got in this way. But 2 things have happened. There's been a great decrease in the amount of international broadcasting, and most of it is still AM, but hams are now on a single sideband, so reception with typical shortwave AM receivers isn't very effective. So shortwave broadcast listening to hear ham radio is not necessarily the most effective way to do it. We'll talk about a way that you can do it a little later. Scouting programs, there's been a decreasing number of troops and youth entering scouting, so that's another area that's difficult for us to get as much impact. And then school radio clubs were pretty common in the 50s and 60s, but they're not as common now. And it's not just radio clubs that are not as common. After school clubs in general have decreased quite a bit in schools. So let's just look at my experience as a youth and see how that matches up with some of the things I'm talking about today. I was interested in science and geography, especially maps, and I got interested in electronics and radio in junior high school. I read a lot of magazines and other books, and I even convinced my parents to buy me a radio kit for Christmas one year, and I assembled this little shortwave receiver, which I still have, and I started listening to radio. But what didn't happen is I didn't get a license. I didn't know a ham, so I didn't know how to go about getting my license. I didn't have any idea how to study for a license. I was intimidated by the Morse code requirement, and the cost of new radio equipment was prohibitive for a youth. So I didn't get this nice novice license in my youth. But in 1981, after college and marriage, my wife saw an ad in the local newspaper for an amateur radio class being held by a local club, the Cuyahoga Falls Amateur Radio Club. We went together to weekly code class. I passed my novice license that summer, the tech license in the fall, and I upgraded even further. One of the main things was, though, I joined the local radio club and became active in amateur radio. So sometimes just getting the exposure as a youth is important as getting your license at that point in time. I put together a couple slides here with some myths of amateur radio and youth, and there's a couple things. I'm just going to have a big list here, but you don't have to have a club. Licensing is not necessarily the most effective way to get students interested long-term into the hobby when they're younger. And not everyone who's given an opportunity wants to become a ham. A lot of people think high school is the best age. It's probably actually one of the worst ages because the students at that point have many other activities. So I think actually getting to the students earlier or later is actually a better age to get them. Now, if you get to them in junior high, you can follow through and continue the process in high school, but to initiate the process in high school is quite often very difficult. The whole idea that you have to have an antenna and you must have a radio are going to be disproven by a slide a little later talking about online SDRs. A lot of us think the voice is the preferred mode for demos. We'll talk about that. And a lot of us think contesting isn't for kids. Definitely not. Those are myths. And a couple more myths here. So where do you connect to youth? Schools are one way. There's also a number of organizations such as Scouting, other youth groups, community organizations, and then directly connecting with youth via friends and family, social media, radio club recruitment, professional organizations, especially for those near the 26 age area that I talked about. And one of the big ways a lot of us spend our time trying to outreach is via field day, having a table there with youth activities and trying to encourage people who in the public that come by our field day site. So if you're interested in working with a lot of these groups, you have to first get your foot in the door. And that's what I want to talk briefly about here. The first thing is, don't dress for a Hamfest when you go off. And I'm not just talking about the clothes you wear, but we have to present a professional appearance in dress, actions, preparations, etc. You have to be able to woo the club, woo the school into being interested in what you're doing and what you want to do with them. And unfortunately, you often only get one chance. Don't assume that existing club education program instructors are always the best fit for youth outreach. You need to be selective in who you choose to approach schools and youth to be most effective. Again, your approach has to be what we can do as hams to support the activities that the schools are already engaged in. If you take the approach of look at all the great things we do, why aren't you doing this? You did it before, why not now? You're not going to get your foot in the door. One approach is to piggyback on the current high interest in the STEM phenomena, science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics, and the DIY movement. So I've put together a brochure, which you're welcome to have. And again, all these links are available in the full slideshow. There's also some handouts available from the AWRL, but this one that I put together, the ham radio, the original maker movement, is specifically designed with the ideas that appeal to school districts. You need to have some homework done before you approach a school to get your foot in the door. You need to find the key people to contact. You need to be flexible in your plan to present. You need to have an idea of how your information is going to interact with the information that the school is already doing in their curriculum. So it's good to have someone who has an education background involved in your process. Another area that you can tie in with and present to schools is the ARIS project, the amateur radio on the International Space Station. As far as scouting goes, one of the premier events that a lot of hams use to tie in with scouting is Jamboree on the Air. And this is one event that takes place in October, but there are other opportunities, including different types of rank advancement and merit badges and other things in scouting. One of the most important things about any involvement with youth is youth protection. And the Boy Scouts of America recognize this, and they have a free program which I suggest all adult volunteers take. You need to register to take this program, but you can go through the whole course for free and then get a certificate when you're done. And I think this needs to always be addressed whenever a group of hams are working with any youth group, no matter whether it's a school, a scouting group, a community group. And you should follow the guidelines of the youth protection programs. And I have in my full presentation another 6 additional sites in addition to the Boy Scouts that have youth protection programs. You always want to follow the guidelines for these when you're presenting activities, whether they're at your club or even at your home if you're having students into your house to show them amateur radio. As far as amateur radio demonstrations for youth, let's first talk about some of the different varieties. I have something I put together called Radio Day, and it's designed to present to a 5th through 8th grade school students, and it's a whole day of activities. As I mentioned earlier, scouting is another way, and then community involvement is another way. This is a slide from my Radio Day at schools, and there's a link here for all the materials. I have 2 handouts for that day. One is for the students that has a bunch of materials on it. And the second one is for the teacher, and it basically has the lesson plans and the agenda go with it. I'm just going to pop real quick here into the student section. This is the student information. And notice a couple things here. For one thing, I always try and tie in with other school subjects that are going to be involved. So, for example, the metric prefixes are a great thing the students are studying anyway. So I try and include that, electromagnetic spectrum, etc. So just a wide variety of resources in that. In the typical day, we cover any of the selected content areas that the school is interested in. So I might have the teachers teaching the subject, or I might be teaching them myself. For example, in math class, we might do wavelength versus frequency and use inversely proportional fractions as the lesson. In language arts, we might talk about the use of abbreviations, the cue symbols, and the phonetic alphabet. So the whole idea is to tie the information into the subjects that are being taught in school already with a focus on radio. In addition to the lecturing in the classes, there's an intro talk on radio. We do hands-on activities and demonstrations. Provide a number of resources to the teachers ahead of time and to the students in the form of both slides and videos. One of the things that's very good activity to do with schools is to let the students be able to tune the radio themselves. And the fact that I can use these online software-defined radios means I can have every student in the class having their own radio and being able to tune it with their Chromebook or whatever they're using in school. And you see example here, this student using just a phone to do it with. So you could also do this on a phone or a tablet. And I have a whole link here giving you instructions on how to use these software-defined radios for demonstrations. Another popular activity we do is a hands-on activity where the students build a Morse code key using a clothespin, some thumbtacks, a battery, and a computer buzzer. And I have detailed information on building one. The most expensive item involved is the battery. And if you pick everything up in bulk, you can do this for under $2 per kit. And the kids enjoy using these and building them. I also have another plan from a gentleman in Washington. He has a similar device, but it's based on a thumb texting type of tool as opposed to a clothespin key. Now, as far as demonstrating radio to the youth, one of the things we usually do is bring in a radio, put it on single sideband, let them hear someone from around the world. And the students look at me and go, well, I can do that with my phone. I can talk to anyone in the world. So just simply being able to talk to anyone in the world is not necessarily the best way to demonstrate the capabilities of amateur radio. So I think it's very important that in addition to the audio, we add other elements to the demo, an online aspect, visual aspects, even a tactical where they can feel and move things and touch things, interactive type of component. And again, we want it to be fun. So let's look at some of the different things we can do. Adding screen displays showing who and where we're contacting people can be very effective. Using visual displays on the radio or software attached to the radio. Using maps to point out where we're talking in the world. The frequencies we're using are all very important things to do. I also like to bring in QSL cards, but when I pass them around the room, sometimes they get wrinkled and bent. So what I've done now is I've digitized most of my QSL cards so I can have a slideshow going in the background while I talk, showing different QSL cards, and I can stop at any moment if there's a question or an interesting slide to share with the kids. So when you're doing your demo, I would suggest you consider what modes of operation you want to display. And here's Sean down here doing his satellite operation, but also CW and digital operations in addition to voice. So on phone, of course, the students can understand what's being said very quickly, but it may not be that impressive just to hear someone talking. As I said before, they can talk all the time. So sometimes CW, which is not necessarily understandable directly by the students, can be very intriguing to them. But with a little bit of instruction, they can easily pick out some of the common things that they'll be hearing, such as the CQ or the Roger Roger or the 73, or even teaching them your call sign, then listening for it when you make the contacts. By being able to have a visual display along with your audio of the CW contact through a use of CW decoders, either built into the radio or standalone units, you can make it a much more interesting to the students. And I have put together a whole presentation on called Fun with Morse Code that you can look at. Again, we talked about the clothespin keys. Now the digital modes are good for mic shy youth, especially with their experience in texting, and the visual display and the online aspect of it can be very appealing to youth. So don't discount the use of digital modes in your demonstrations. The ability to see the contacts being made around the world through something like PSK Reporter can be very impressive to the students also. Sean has already mentioned the satellite contacts, and again, this is a great tie-in. Also, the whole fact that you can explore space with the students, both for school subjects and for many of the Boy Scout merit badges and other areas. So space is a great tie-in in using satellite contacts. One of the aspects that students find interesting, and we don't think of this immediately, is the whole idea of competition. But when they're interested in competition, they're more used to being able to watch scores online or watch things going on with a lot of visuals. So just having someone at a contesting station may not be that exciting, but by adding online contest scoreboards in real time allows students to see where the score is at and what's going on. Now, one of the problems is most of the time when you're doing a demo at school, you can't do it on a nice contesting weekend. So I've designed a whole activity called the Eyeball QSO Party, where the students have fake call signs that they use, and they actually make contacts by shouting at each other across the room, and they get up and run around, and it's sort of a little bit ruckus, but the whole idea is it's a competitive activity, and they'll get involved real quick, and they'll learn the phonetic alphabet so they can exchange their call signs, very similar to what's done at Contest University each year during lunchtime. Here's an article on gamification that I wrote for our newsletter, for the Ohio section newsletter a couple of months ago or years ago, and that's a great idea to bring gamification into radio. When you're planning on having QSO demonstrations, it's very important so the students understand what's going on, to have scripts for what they're going to say on the air, so they understand the phonetic alphabet, to have visual displays right in front of them so they know what to say. And it also makes sense a lot of times to prearrange a plant station, someone you know who's good at talking to the youth, who you're going to contact, as opposed to a random contact where you might not get someone who's that interested in talking with the youth. Planning your conversations ahead of time, have good questions, minimize amateur radio abbreviations and jargon, have ideas or relatable experiences for the youth, different hobbies, sports, camping, travel, etc., and avoid radio talk, what equipment I'm using, what antenna I'm using. No matter what you plan, you're always going to need to have a plan B in case you have equipment problems or other issues. In addition to all the plan B activities, you need to plan alternative activities that don't involve the radio. As I mentioned earlier, the SDRs is a great way to use radio without radio. Fox hunting is a great activity, and the students really enjoyed fox hunting. We've done this a number of times, both outside and even inside in a large building, where we've simply hid the fox in different classrooms, and the kids have searched for it. One of the surprising things that I found was kids enjoyed soldering. So the projects we did with the school group, soldering up simple kits that we bought on eBay for 99 cents, were very popular. And there's a number of different projects you can use, back in the same thing we did when we were beginning out with crystal radios. But Arduinos are a great way to bring in the whole idea of programming into the process. Robotics, drones, and remote sensors are all areas that you can get involved with. And again, all these don't require the students to have licenses to be able to do a lot of these activities. Students are very interested in videos. My 9-year-old grandson loves to watch YouTube videos of people doing stupid things. So instead of stupid things, try and set up some videos that you share with them of people doing things with amateur radio. And Faith and Hope, a couple of our young amateur radios out there, have a website where they have YouTube videos, hamradio.world. Now, when you do a demo at a school, not everyone's going to immediately jump in and say, oh, I want to get into amateur radio. So you need to play the long game, plan future visits, have yearly events that you work with the school. And once you have some success with one school, ask the school about maybe doing it in an additional building in the same district or at a different grade level. I like to provide physical resources that they can keep after I leave. And the whole idea of the ICOM series of comic books, I have those all available to them as PDF files on a website so that they can download, read these. And the kids get into the anime, and I find it's really good activity for reluctant 5th and 6th grade boy readers. So the teachers love the fact that the students will get interested in reading these. Probably licensing is not the place to make your primary focus. The most important thing is to develop interest first, then provide licensing opportunities for those that are truly motivated to continue, not just forcing everyone to go through a licensing class. one of the most important things is once you do license students, you need to mentor them. It's no good to add new hams who are licensed but are not operators at all. And to do that, you need to not only to train them so they can get their license, but you need to train them so they can operate by mentoring. You also need to provide operating opportunities for the youth. Most of them won't have their own station, so you need to provide opportunities. And I know Tim has been doing this at K3LR with the youth exuberance contesting over the last couple of years. Think about doing that with your station, having some youth come in and operate from your station. As far as licensing classes, it's hard to get students to come to a licensing class. They need transportation to get there. Parents are leery of unknown classes, instructors, strange locations, and the long duration of classes may be difficult for commitment. We're exploring the possibility of using online classes as a solution for this so that the students can easily get to the class without having to travel to it. If things go well with your outreach, then you can consider approaching the idea of a radio club with the school. You need to identify a teacher or another staff member who can be the leader of this club. You won't be able to do that all yourself. You can work with them, but the leadership needs to come from within the school. And the ARRL's Teacher Institute can be a great help if you have a teacher that's interested in getting more involved. The school radio club can be supported by your local club with direct assistance, licensing classes, monetary support, providing resources in the form of books and manuals. And I suggest you also offer to the school club free reciprocal membership in your amateur radio club. It won't cost you anything, and it gives them something else. I am the Ohio Amateur Radio Section Youth Coordinator, and I'm happy to work with anyone in Ohio or anyone anywhere. Please feel free to contact me via my email. If you're in another section, though, you may want to contact your section youth coordinator, and I have a link in the full presentation where you can find your section coordinator, youth coordinator. If your section doesn't have a youth coordinator, contact your section manager and say, do we have a youth coordinator? Can we get someone involved in that? I have a number of resources both on my website and on a school website called ZT Learn. This is a handout that I provide that we use a lot for field day and other events. The whole idea is it can be laminated. The kids can use their phone to shoot the QR codes with and grab any of the information that's on this handout. This is the web page I put together called the Kids Radio Zone. I also have a Teachers Radio Zone page. And these are both on my website and the ZT Learn website, which is my educational resources, not just for amateur radio, but for all the different areas. And the ARRL has a number of youth resources available that you can go to also. This is my contact information and my website. And again, this is the main link to get to all the slides I talked about today, tiny.cc/YIAR. And I'd be happy to answer questions. And take a breath.
Let's Nathaniel or Scott, you have some questions for?
Yeah, we do. Anthony, I just have to tell you that's just a phenomenal presentation, and the feedback when we get done with this, you take a look at the chat room and the Q&A. Great presentation. Thank you so much for doing this and for your dedication to mentoring and youth. We really appreciate it. So one of the questions was about how do you go about generating interest through groups such as Scouts and 4-H? Are there specific tools that you use, or are there specific presentations that you provide there as well?
Yes, and in my full slide presentation, I go into great depth into some of the things. For example, with schools, I have lessons designed for all the subject areas, everything from math, as I talked about earlier, to things like phys ed, using jump ropes to demonstrate wavelength and frequency in using in phys ed class. In art class, we gave the students a fictitious call sign, and they had to design a QSL card that depicted that country that it was from. In music, we've done Morse code with drums, high and low notes. We've also talked about MP3s and digital compression for the older students. So have subject area content that ties radio into all those areas.
Yeah, Anthony, this is a fantastic presentation. I think one of the questions that I saw come up was, how if you are an older person, as many people in the ham radio community are, how do you get the respect or the interest of the younger people? So how do you overcome some of those age barrier differences?
Well, I think a couple things. One of the things is you need to be able to tie in a little bit with the youth. So I try and keep in touch with my grandchildren as much as possible, so I can keep some ideas of what they're doing. I know the games my granddaughter loves to play on the computer, so I can relate to the students in that way. I also try and make my things, as I said earlier, as visually and technologically appealing as possible. I don't just think about the things that excite us as hams. Working a rare DX station is extremely exciting to me, but to the student, that's not as exciting as seeing something happen on the screen in some cases. So I find sometimes a demonstration of FT8 is much more exciting than me working some rare DX station. Satellite operation, fox hunting, those are the things that I think that really excite the kids a lot more than just listening to someone drone on the radio.
Yeah, I think too, kids we're all in this world of technology, so they're always using cell phones and wireless Wi-Fi devices. In any way we can relate our ham radio technology to what they're using as a way of saying, look, this is how it works. This is how we develop this understanding. I think that could be useful too. Do you?
Yes, I really agree with that. And I also like to do projects that are using programming and microprocessors. That's why I really like the idea of I have a couple little Arduino kits that I put together and bring those in and show them, hey, look what you can do with a $5 microprocessor device and a few pieces parts. You can do this. And I've done that before where I give the students enough materials to work with. And one of the things I've always tried to do, and I've done this with my own children and my grandchildren now, is I give them enough to get started, and I give them the material, the references of where they need to look for more information. So I make them have to figure out the final parts. I don't give them the answer.
Yeah, one thing, I just want to jump in that I've been starting this ham club, W3USR, at the University of Scranton this semester. And one of the things we've taken advantage of is the fact that you go to qesdr.com and you have access to all these online software-defined radio receivers. So you can do that with youth over Zoom even, and they don't have to buy anything. You can teach them how to do shortwave listening or ham radio listening, and then you can do something like a shortwave listening contest with them. So I think there's a lot of great opportunities there using these free online software-defined radios. Another question comes from Devin Calonia, asking, is an introduction of walkie-talkies a good way to introduce youth to radio communication? Yeah.
Yes, and we actually I work with a local junior high club, and we do contesting all the time using FRS radios, so the students can talk without having to have their license. I make up fake call signs for them, and we send them out, and we have them do basically FM simplex contesting in the building. And the whole idea is they can move from one area to the other of the building to get new points they change multipliers when they move different floors of the building. So they have a strategy that's very similar to what we do with full-blown contesting, and they're just using FRS radios and phonetics and the whole idea of communicating.
And that's so nice because then they actually get hands-on experience doing something.
Yes.
And I think that really leads to much greater understanding.
I think one of the most exciting things we did with them last year was we were doing fox hunting, and we had it hidden under a box in the hallway. The custodians came and took the box and threw it out in the dumpster for the recycle material. Fortunately, they didn't knock the receiver loose, and we were able to track it down. The kids just loved the fact that we were able to find this hidden transmitter in the recycle bin outside.
That's a great story.
Hey, Anthony, I have a quick question. So in Ohio, there's some people asking if you were available for presentation.
Yes.
And we know that this would be extremely well received everywhere. If they're outside of the state of Ohio, I answered the person's question, just said, look up the ARRL. You have some resources on how to do that to find their youth coordinator. Does every section have an active youth coordinator such as yourself?
I'm working on a project this summer of trying to get youth coordinators more working as a group. And unfortunately, there's only about 36 of the 71 sections have a youth coordinator or someone designated to operate in that role. And I've been approaching the section managers, and I've had success. There's already been 4 new section youth coordinators appointed this summer. So I'm very happy to hear that. And we are trying to get together as a group and hopefully be able to share ideas and resources. For example, we have someone who's great with ARIS, and there's no reason for us all to reinvent the wheel. This young lady in Georgia is just a fabulous resource for anyone that's doing ARIS. So we're going to share her across sections. So we're going to try and operate as youth section outreach, not just within our sections, but as a body of people. So again, please feel free to contact me. And if you would like a presentation for your club, I've been doing this all summer. This has been the COVID has been very good to me. I've been sitting at this chair presenting quite a bit.
So we'll come back to Q&A with Anthony, and also some chat here amongst the moderators and presenters. But it's time for the first giveaway. And so to participate in the giveaway, you have to be online on Zoom, and you have to actually come into the Q&A area and say, yes, I am here. So our first part of the giveaway, we're going to give away 3 prizes. The first is $1,000 gift certificate that Terry, Kate, MNJ is going to send to you. And then we also have 2 Hamvention 2021 tickets, courtesy of the Dayton Amateur Radio Association. So our first winner for the $1,000 gift certificate to DX Engineering is Whiskey 4 Yankee Hotel Delta, W4YHD. Please come into the Q&A area. Boy, the Q&A area is just blowing up. Wow.
Well, you invited everybody into it.
I know that W4YHD asked a question earlier.
Yeah, W4YHD, you're the only one I want to see in the Q&A. Everybody.
Can you have him put something in the webinar chat too?
Yeah, W4YHD.
Or maybe have him raise his hand.
Yes, he did say he was here. So W4YHD, Terry, if you would work with W4YHD. And then for the 2 Hamvention tickets, we've got Kilo Alpha 2 Echo Norway Echo is a winner of Hamvention ticket, and also Kilo 4 Delta Sierra is a winner. So thanks very much. Basically, I took the random generator was done out of all the people that were active participants here about 2 minutes ago. So I think everything should be fine. Okay. Now you tell me. Well, we'll work with Michael on that. But so W4YHD, $1,000, and then 2 Hamvention lucky winners, KA2 Echo Norway Echo, and also Kilo 4 Delta Sierra. And so we're officially on lunch break now, but as we did during Contest University, this is going to be an extended Q&A time. And also, this is also a time for other questions beyond our generalists. And we have Marty, NN1C, has joined us, speaking of youth. And John is back on, and Ward is here, and also Trey, N5 Kilo Oscar is here, and so we have others as well, and hopefully they'll turn on their cameras when they're active. Anthony is still here, so let's go back to for the moment to some Q&A. Scott and Nathaniel for Anthony.
All right, so one housekeeping thing I'd like to go over. If you're in the Q&A and you don't have a question, get out of the Q&A. we've got hundreds of people in the Q&A windows, and with the questions are maybe there, but they're buried. So
I'm clearing out
just,
all the yes I'm here's right now.
Yeah. One other thing, if you were registered for this and you were online, you were eligible. It wasn't, you weren't, the folks that got into the Q&A weren't the pool from which this was chosen. So everybody was eligible. If you were here and you were listening, we have 1,269 attendees and so forth. All of those people were potentially winners. So it wasn't just those that were in the Q&A window. So it wasn't a matter of jumping into Q&A saying I'm here to be eligible. That wasn't how it worked. So no worries there. All right. I'll go see if there's any questions in here now, or see if we have anything.
Yeah, I was just gonna say one thing, and maybe you can talk about this a little bit more, Anthony. I think you mentioned it. You alluded to it in your presentation, but I think it's kind of important to note that, you know, maybe the first thing when you're working with new people in ham radio isn't to try to get them to get their license. I think it's much more important to get them interested in the different things we're actually doing in ham radio first. And then once they're interested in that, then they want to get their license.
Exactly. I think that's very true. And I think we often get too much focused on the licensing aspect of things. I know that when I was in a youth and I was interested, I was very much working on the projects I wanted to work on, the shortwave listening, the other things. Licensing wasn't something I was able to accomplish, but that doesn't mean I wasn't able to be actively involved and set the background for my future involvement in amateur radio.
And I think what you also said was really important. It's what they want to be and what they're interested in. So I know, like, I've been working with this student here. You know, I'm much more interested in HF, but he's very interested in VLF. So I want to, you know, facilitate his interests in VLF and let that grow. And I think that's a really good way to work with the students, you know, find out, are they more interested in VHF or HF, or where do they want to go?
Yes, I was surprised that the students were so interested in soldering projects. You know, that was just that one idea we had, and it turned out that a lot of the students were more interested in that than they were in talking on the radio. Just as in the amateur radio community, there's a lot of people who are technically more interested than they are in operating. There's people who are operators, people who are technical. Some people are more interested in propagation and antennas. And the same thing happens when you're working with youth. So you can't just assume that everyone's goal is to get their license and to talk on the radio.
Right. Mm-hmm. Anthony, I've conducted some interesting things. I got this idea off the web at some point called geofoxing, and it's a combination of geocaching and fox hunting, where you start off with a geocache, and basically you have teams of hams and non-hams, and the kids have their phones with a GPS app, and so you start off, you say, okay, here's the coordinates, go find it. And so the unlicensed person, presumably one of our target audience, takes the lead with a ham in tow and goes off and finds the geocache. And when you get to the geocache, what's in the geocache is the frequency of a hidden transmitter. And so it flips over to the ham, who has presumably one of those tape measure Yagis or something, and they go off and they find the transmitter. Well, when you get to the transmitter, there's the coordinates of another geocache. So you go back and forth until you run out of transmitters and geocaches. But it gives a real opportunity for an unlicensed person to experience ham radio with a ham. And it's also an opportunity for the ham to learn something about geocaching. But these hybrid activities that open a door are real important. So you're not saying everybody, okay, you have to sign up and convert, you know, for the rest of your life to be a ham, you know, and here's how you do it. There's also a lot of ham-like things that you can do. Lightwave is non-licensed. Ultrasonics are non-licensed. You know, you have those bat detector things, and you can get those. And you can have long-distance data links with high gain antennas and stuff like that using commercial stuff. There's direction finding, all sorts of stuff. But the idea being that you do things that are sort of like ham radio, and you give it sort of a ham radio feel, then it opens the door and people will walk through if they want to. And another thing, and then I'll shut up for a second, is if you're doing a demo on ham radio and you can't be there 24/7, like at a museum or a school or wherever, a library, and you want to run a demo, start off with a remote station. And so instead of an hour-long explanation of why you can't work anything because your antennas are about 10 feet off the ground behind the building, you can actually get on and make contacts with somebody. And none of the target audience care really that it's a remote station. Bring some equipment to show them what's there. And then when you leave it connected to DX maps or ViewProp or something like that, so that people can see what's going on ham radio, and they understand maps, and they understand that the lines on the map are contacts, and it really sets the hook, and you've got a story to tell. Why are they contacting on this band but not on that band? Why does it change when it goes into the dark and the light? All these things. Anyway, back to you.
Well, I think that's great, Warden. I think one of the real important things you mentioned is the fact that you're using the youth's abilities in addition to the ham's abilities. And one of the activities I've done before is it's very similar to these escape room ideas where you have to solve different puzzles. And I make sure that the materials are things that some comes from hams, like, what the Morse code symbol for a certain letter is, but then things that only the kids would know, that the typical adult wouldn't know. So having trivia that they would know so that they're involved in it. And I think physical activities like fox hunting and things like the European style ADIRFs where you're actually running through the area on foot to do that sort of thing, again, brings up the whole idea that the youth can contribute to it. Whenever I do a demo, if I can possibly do it, I usually set up my antenna during recess or lunch period and have the kids help put up the antenna, and they enjoy the whole fact that they're pulling out the radials, and I usually use a vertical and setting up the vertical. So getting them involved in things, I let them do the work.
Yeah, the Radio Jove project run by NASA, where the students set up a pair of phase dipoles in order to attempt to hear radio noise from Jupiter, is a real interesting thing. It's not expensive, and you can set it up outside the school, temporary basis, and things like that. Another thing that we don't really incorporate in ham radio is athletics. A lot of us are not real athletic, but I wanted to do an iron ham triathlon where you would be running, swimming, and biking and making contacts at the same time. I realized that would kill about 90% of the existing amateur population, but I think that would be kind of fun, to see what people could do. Rowing around, bicycling around, running around, that kind of thing. Make it a hybrid. Anyway, yeah, back to you.
All right. So this has all been great conversation. We had so many questions, and I'd like to go back about satellite operation in Sean's presentation. So I'd like to go back to Sean here for a minute or two, and after you've digested the Q&A, Sean, if there were some things that you might like to highlight, and thanks again for just a tremendous presentation.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for the opportunity. So there was a lot of basic questions about what radio should I use? How do you log? One of the things that stood out was there were a couple of questions related to where you point your antenna. And normally, I mean, if you're an HF or a VHF operator, if you want to talk to somebody, you point your antenna at them. It's pretty straightforward. But if you're not used to satellite operating, you actually have to point your antenna at the satellite, not the person you're trying to talk to. So as the satellite passes overhead, you need to adjust your antenna to make sure that it's staying wherever the satellite is on up in the sky. That's where the satellite tracking apps and the websites come in handy. So you can watch in real time how the satellite is passing overhead. Most of the apps that you can use on your smartphone will not only tell you where the satellite is from an azimuth standpoint relative to your location, but it will also show you in degrees how far up above the horizon it is. And all of this info in real time is critical to making sure that you have a solid signal into the satellite. There's another component.
Hey, Sean,
that,
can I interrupt with a question here
sure.
quickly? Could you, what you just described, do you tie that back to your comments in your presentation about how you're helped by having a full duplex situation when you're trying to track the satellite with your handheld antenna?
Very much so. So this actually ties into what I was about to talk about. So as the satellite is passing overhead, if you have full duplex capability, which means you can hear yourself in real time on the satellite's downlink as you are transmitting, you will know if you're not making it into the satellite by virtue of the fact that somebody else will be talking if you're using an FM satellite, or if you are using a linear satellite, you suddenly will not be able to hear yourself very well on the downlink. And a lot of that can be taken care of by making sure that your antenna is properly pointed at wherever the satellite's location is relative to your location during the pass. One of the other factors that comes into play is the polarization of the antenna that you are holding relative to the polarization of the antenna on the satellite. And let me see, I got a box here. So let's pretend that this box is the satellite up in space. Now, as it's orbiting overhead, we use this flap as the antenna. So, you know, one side of the satellite is going to have an antenna sticking out of it, and that's what you use. You know, the satellite uses for transmit and receive. So, as the satellite is orbiting overhead, it does not stay in the same plane. The antenna does not stay in the same plane as it's passing overhead. The satellite is tumbling. So the orientation and polarization of the transmit and receive antenna for the satellite is constantly shifting. So there is an effect on satellites called polarization fading, where your signal, your receive signal and your transmit signal will be somewhat degraded as the orientation of the satellite's antenna changes. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of people who do portable operations hold their antennas in their hand, because they can quickly adjust and realign their antenna to whatever orientation the satellite's antenna is and maintain a solid signal. Does that make sense?
I think, Sean, I think it makes sense. It's just it's almost kind of hard to believe, you know, in a lot of ways, just physically. I'm comparing it to, you know, like when many of us were out looking for Neowise this week, right? And you know, if your binoculars weren't just precisely at the right spot, you know, you wouldn't see it. Right. And there's a feeling, I think, with a lot of neophytes, myself included, in the satellite world, that if I'm not exactly at this thing, I'm not even going to be able to do anything. And I sense, maybe you can even comment on that. I mean, there's got to be a little bit of wiggle room as you're, you know, holding this thing in your hand, trying to find the satellite that's somewhere up there. Right. And
yeah, there's a fair amount of wiggle room involved. And as with any amateur radio related skill, or any skill for that matter, as you practice more, you will become more adept at being able to hear the differences in signal strength and the differences in modulation as you are getting closer to pointing your antenna directly at the satellite. And you know, when I first started doing this, it took a lot of practice to make sure that I had the antenna properly pointed and I could hear myself coming through the satellite effectively. And that took conscious effort. But I've been doing this for a while, and I don't even really think about it anymore. I'm able to make adjustments on the fly almost subconsciously. But that was a skill that I had to develop over the course of time. And it's just like any other amateur radio skill. Like, you know, Ward was talking about doing the reps in public service training in contesting. Exactly, right. So that skill set is something that you need to practice. And you know, with time and effort, you will become very, very good at hearing when you're not quite aimed at the satellite correctly, or when your antenna is not in.
The pattern of those antennas is really quite broad. And so if you just listen for a few passes, you know, you get a feel for, you know, what, you know, do the the polarization and where you're pointed and how much wiggle room you got. It's a lot. I mean, my neighbors are used to me running outside with my arrow now and standing on the roof, doing this kind of thing, looking for the satellites, but you don't have to be right on them. It's not like a big dish.
And I think one of the things a lot of people don't realize with the arrow is the fact that sometimes you need to rotate it also. That affects it, not just your azimuth and your elevation, your rotation of the antenna as respect to the satellite can make a big difference.
Correct. And that helps adjust for the polarization fading that I was talking about earlier. It's a constant adjustment. So, and it also depends on which satellite you're using as to how rapidly you need to make those adjustments. Some satellites, it moves a little bit slower. Other satellites, the tumbling of the satellite as it's orbiting overhead occurs much faster, and you have to adjust for the polarization fading a little bit more rapidly.
John, you might have commented on this before, and I was sleeping or something. But what's the range of pastimes? From short to long, and obviously it's a function of how high, I would guess, and things like that. But can you comment on that?
Sure. So the average, the closer to the let me back up. So the higher in elevation a satellite is when it's passing overhead, that's going to be the longest pass. So if you have a satellite that passes directly overhead, you're looking, depending on the satellite, you're looking anywhere from, say, 15 to 20 minutes for a pass. There are some satellite passes that just barely crest your horizon, and those openings may only last for a minute or two. But here's the interesting thing: the further out from your location that a satellite pass is, in other words, if it does not crest your horizon very high, that means that the satellite is very far from you, and that opens the possibilities for the really long-range DX contacts. So if you have a pass that's just 3 or 4 degrees above the horizon, with some skill, you'll be able to work some serious DX on those passes.
You can practice by watching the ISS go over and get an idea. The ISS is in a lower orbit than most of the satellites, so its maximum pass is going to be about 8 minutes. But you can get an idea of, you can take your antenna out there and you can practice pointing it and get an idea. That's something you can actually see. Go to the NASA website and look for Spot the Station, SPOT, the station, one word. They'll send you an email when it's visible from your area. You can watch it go over. Sometimes they're even on the air, or you can hear people using the digipeater.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
There's also a really good iOS app for International Space Stations called ISS Spotter.
Yeah.
And so that was one for at least the iOS. I'm not familiar with the Android side, but I'm sure there's an equivalent.
Yeah, the ISS digipeater is extremely loud. You can hear it very, very easily. So that's a good place to get started tuning in and listening to the digipeater, people sending packets over the ISS digipeter. It's very loud. So that's a good place to start.
Somebody was asking in the questions about using their normal kind of VHF stick at home. And Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, but you should be able to hear that digipeater in some satellite downlinks just with a fiberglass vertical on your roof.
You will be able to hear some of the satellite passes using an existing exterior 2 meter or 70 centimeter vertical. It's not going to be as effective as a directional Yagi, whether it's handheld or permanently mounted. But you will hear some stuff as it passes overhead. Again, just as with any other aspect of ham radio, the higher up the antenna is, and the fewer number of objects that are in the way, the better off you'll hear. A vertical will do some stuff. You'll be able to get started using a vertical, but it's not going to be as effective as a directional Yagi.
I'd like to jump back to the youth topic for a second, and we happen to have Marty NN1C on with us right now. And Marty, why don't you tell everybody what attracted you to this tremendous hobby of amateur radio?
That's a good question, Tim. So the truth of my kind of jump into amateur radio is I was always a kind of a tinkerer kid when I was young and into electronics, and I found amateur radio on the internet one day, as the story goes, and was mesmerized by all the things we can do in this hobby. This morning we've covered everything from youth to satellites and everywhere in between. And I mean, I think that's what's so awesome about this hobby is there's 1,000 different niches, yet we all have something, a common bond, right? And the opportunities that ham radio has provided me in education and the learning and the experiences I had are, really invaluable. Now I'm an electrical engineering student in college, and if not for amateur radio, I can certainly say that wouldn't be true.
Marty, one of the things that I really suggest to people when they're working with older students is to stress the fact of the networking opportunity that's available when you get involved in amateur radio. Have you found it's been useful for you as far as the contacts you've made in the engineering world?
Oh, yes. I can say, I've had so many work and internship opportunities and mentorship opportunities and opportunities to do things, manufacturing products, and lots of real world experience. And I can credit a lot of that solely to amateur radio. I can certainly say when I was a couple years ago, when I was visiting colleges, every time I visited a college, I would try and meet with the faculty liaison to the amateur radio club, not only to see the station, but as a good contact and a friendly face to learn more about the university. So amateur radio opens doors. It really does.
Great stuff. We just had somebody in the chat room that says, "Are we going to let Terry talk?" Terry, tell us something interesting. Kate MNJ.
I don't know. I wasn't prepared for this.
Well, I think they just wanted to make sure that you weren't just a fancy picture there. So, yeah, Terry is communicating on text with us and also keeping everything in line when we get out of line. So she is a big help to the whole team here. And Nathaniel, you're not that old either. And so what got you started in this hobby?
Let's see. So I got started through scouting. I was also always a younger person that was like interested in tinkering and computers. And then when I was in, I guess, 6th or 7th grade, maybe 8th grade, I went on a Jamboree on the Air trip, and we were camping in Camp Glen Gray, and I just saw this cabin in the cold, rainy woods, and I saw N2BSA in there with his TS-430 hooked up to a dipole, and he was just talking to people all over the world. So that just lit a spark, and I just kept following it, and I never stopped.
So did that influence your course of study in college?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that whole thing probably led to me getting a PhD in ionospheric physics and eventually becoming a professor and doing this essentially professionally. So yeah, absolutely.
And so Nathaniel, why don't you tell everybody about HamSci and the great work that you're doing in the HamSci area?
Sure. So HamSci is a ham radio science citizen investigation, and we're a collective or a group of people that strives to bring together the amateur radio and the professional ionospheric and space physics research worlds. And we can really help each other out. So it started out, I got into ionospheric physics because of ham radio. While I was in grad school, I was working on the Super Darn HF radar project at Virginia Tech. I figured out, we can use the RBN and the RBN data to see space physics effects in it. And so now we do all sorts of things to figure out how ham radio can help ionospheric physics and vice versa. And this has led to, we have a very dynamic Google group now that people can join. If you go to hamsci.org and click get involved, we now have over $1 million in NSF grant funding to develop a personal space weather station, which we are working. We have been holding annual HamSci workshops, which were in person the first 2 years, and it was virtual this year. But and we continue to participate in real national and international physics and science conferences. And it's been really amazing because, the hams often have some intuition that the scientists do not have, and vice versa. So we are really helping each other out, and it's just a lot of fun.
So just go a little bit deeper. I know you could go on for hours on the development of the personal space weather stations that HAMSA is working on.
Right. So we are currently funded to develop what's called a personal space weather station. And actually, this is really Ward's fault. So Ward, after we did the solar eclipse QSO party, Ward said, we need to make a personal space weather station for HAMSA's next thing. And he's like, we should just put a few like radios out there and see what we can collect. And it sounded very simple at first, but then, you go to try and write a proposal or something like that, and it all snowballs. So now what we're doing is we have a whole plan for basically it was inspired from looking at the RBN and WSPR data, and we said, well, this is great, and we can pull scientific information out of this, but it's not, these instruments were not really designed for scientific use. They didn't have, they're not calibrated in terms of time, they don't have, accurate clocks, they don't have stable frequency references. There were a number of issues with it. So we sat down and we said, okay, how can we possibly do this better, and who can we work with? So I sat down with the TAPR group, Tucson Amateur Packet Radio Group, which is a ham radio group, that organization that specializes in amateur electrical engineering. And so we came up with a proposal, and that is leading to the development of something called the Tangerine software-defined radio, which is currently being designed, and we hope to see prototypes of soon. And over the next, 2-3 years, we expect to have a prototype of a station that can be deployed as a network software-defined. It'll be a software-defined radio receiver, but it will be designed with science in mind, but also have amateur radio uses too. Like it'll help you, figure out what propagation is like at your particular station, what is affecting your particular station. You'll be able to send that information back to a central place too, where scientists can look at it and try and figure out what's going on.
That's very cool, Nathaniel. Wanted to also introduce Bill, W9KKN, who was here with us. And Bill, I think you had a family tie that got you interested in the hobby. Is that right?
You're right, Tim. You're right. It was actually my grandfather. He was the original W9KKN. I was originally KB9UWV. So I mean, this is probably. So as I was growing up, my parents would always just sort of dump me off at the grandparents' house, and he had been an electrical engineer at Bell Labs for a number of years. He was in the Navy, and actually taught electrical engineering, radio design, and such. And of course, he was an amateur radio operator. So he had a very nice shack in his basement. He had all kinds of tube radios, some modern stuff. I remember it was a Yaesu FT101. So it was kind of cool to see that come back. Completely filled with QSL cards, and he would get on every day that I was there, and I'd just be sitting there listening to him work all these guys, both in CW and sideband. And I thought the whole thing was fascinating. And I think it was also a little hereditary too. I think Marty had it right, which is if you're a tinkerer and you start having this sort of affliction for taking things apart and trying to figure out how they work, you almost can't avoid this hobby. Personally, I kind of went a slightly different way. I thought I wanted to be a broadcast engineer, so I started, getting into that quite a bit. But it was nice to have Grandpa around when I was sort of pursuing that idea. But really what happened is I ended up going into software, which is also another tinkerer's hobby. But I think amateur radio again just sort of brought me in, and that's it was, like I said, it was unavoidable.
How old were you when you got licensed, Bill?
So let's see, I would have been 14 or so. I believe. And I mean, I was, unfortunately, I was very shy initially. I mean, I got my no code technician. I wish I had gone a lot more heavily into it. But when grandfather passed away, I just got cold feet and I looked away for a little while, and that sort of brought me back to the software world. And I don't know what hit me. It was one day in my kitchen or something. I suddenly picked up this old HT I had sort of sitting around and got on the air, and now I'm contest or die hard. So I don't know exactly what happened, but I got bit hard. So there's some kind of another pandemic going around. Everybody should be a little careful.
So did you, were you contesting actually, have you and Marty been on the same team, I believe, down in the Cayman Islands?
We have, yes. So we're, oh, sorry, Marty, go on.
You go.
I would say, so Marty and I have both ran into a couple of our fellow teammates, the very well-known N6MJ, a K3LR contester, as well as N6 Win and a few others at Dayton and other places. And eventually we ended up going down to ZF1A and contesting with those boys, more than once, actually. We all sort of started off, sort of the kickoff was Worldwide Sideband last year, and then I went on to AWRL DXCW, had a great time. And we're planning on, Marty and I, went down there, we took a look at that station, we said, there are so many things that we can do with this. It's sort of just it's a canvas. So we're very excited about that opportunity.
That's very cool. I mean, you and Marty and lots of other people were not required to learn CW.
No.
To get a license, but you did, and you're really good at it.
Well, I don't know about that. Hold on. But you know what CW, you know what I would say about CW is that it's actually fun. It really is. It's not. If you, let's just take for example, it's summertime and 40 meters, and all the thunderstorms are, I mean, make that really rough to listen to on sideband. I mean, your AGC's just it can barely keep up with all the QRN. But on CW, it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to pull out a weak signal, and the stations that you're working are so much further away. I mean, it's a challenge. I guess that's the other thing about this hobby that really keeps me in, is that I always need something that's trying to make me think, something that I'm not good at, something that I'm making me push a little bit, because there's never a reason to be bored.
Well, that's true. And speaking of not being bored, and speaking of like living in the shack, I don't know anybody who has more shack time than this problem too. And so Val, if you can unmute out there, and Jerry, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you've been doing on 6 meters here this summer?
Working some new countries on via eSkip. I think I picked up 7 new ones. Two, let's see, one in Asia. I worked South Korea. The rest were in Europe. And for out here in the Midwest, it's tough. So 7 new ones. I'm at 141 now total on 6 meters, and I've been working a few off the moon. I got 4 or 5 new ones off the moon in the last year or so. So six is cool. I mean, 160 is still my favorite band, but I got 160 kind of worked out. Last season I worked no new ones on 160.
And what's your number?
And I'm at 319 on 160. So, where do you find new ones? So the only band that I can find new ones to work is 6 meters. So, and I think the 6 meter e-skip season is kind of coming to an end. There's a bunch of South Americans coming in right now, including Charlie Papa's 6 United Alpha was on down in Bolivia, which I need still, but he doesn't hear well. He's got a lot of local noise, and I don't think anybody worked him. So Yeah, I've been spending a lot of time in the shack, Tim, this this summer. It beats
Well,
being out. It's better than being outside working in the heat.
That's true. And I guess you've been dragging Val into the shack to work some of this DX on
I don't
six.
even know how many new ones she's worked.
Oh.
I think she knows.
I don't know off the top of my head, but at least 20, I'm going to say. Does that sound right? I mean,
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. And I haven't even uploaded my logs in over a week, so I think I've got more. So, yeah.
she's pushing 100, I think now.
Yeah, I'm
on 6
getting
meters.
close.
So
That's my
Wow.
weakest spot, then 12. But yeah, because I'm only at 2,500 band country, so I have a long way to go to get like to his numbers. So
Yeah, because Jerry's in the 3,000 club, right?
yeah, 3,111 to be exact. So and that's in the the current list.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah. And speaking back to the influences of parents on getting involved in the hobby, Trey, your dad was a ham, right?
Yeah, both my parents were hams, and so there was a ham shack set up in the house, and I got to observe all that and thought it was super interesting. And they were inactive by the time I got old enough to really pursue it, but somehow the hook was already set with I don't know. I found the whole thing to be interesting. They'd make these contacts on the radio. The QSL cards would come in the mail, and they'd give me the envelopes. They gave me a stamp book, and I'd cut the stamps off the envelopes, and I put in my little stamp book, and I would look up where the countries were on the map and all that. And I thought CW was interesting, and even though they weren't active by the time I got to be 8 or 9, I knew that was something I had to find out more about and get involved with.
So Val, there's a question that just came up that said, is there any advice for helping get my wife interested in getting into amateur radio? So what advice would you give, Val?
well, I think it's for anybody. Find what speaks to them. That's the thing. I mean, everybody here probably has a different reason or thing that they were attracted to in this hobby. And this hobby has such a vast variety of things you can get involved with. So if she's more into public service kind of thing, you kind of sell that aspect of it, something like that. I mean, he knows his own wife, so he can probably figure out what's going to float her boat, so to speak, that we offer in the hobby, and it's just nice that we're able during this quarantine. We're 24/7 on a farm in the middle of nowhere, and we're able to have a blast during this time where we're locked in, where some people probably feel like it's a prison. And so it's kind of nice to have a hobby that you and your wife can do together. But yeah, I don't know. Everybody's different, so everybody's going to be attracted to a different aspect of the hobby, I think.
I think Jerry might have a different perspective, because his strategy was to get his future wife to be a ham first and then marry her.
Yeah, because we
Right?
met during a contest. I my first 250 countries were before I was, before I moved to the antenna farm. Probably the first 150 before I even knew him. So, yeah, that was our CQ Worldwide sideband was our Match.com.
What a great story. And big news down in Austin, George, that Tesla's coming to town down in Austin, Texas. Is that right?
That's what I hear. I don't know I haven't read the news stories, so I don't know. I don't even know where they're talking about building that.
Yeah, that's
somewhere east of town.
When I visited you in Austin a few years ago, the traffic was really bad, and I can't imagine what traffic is going to be like with a big Tesla plant down there.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible. The sort of the joke is that the people like me that have lived in Austin for a long time in Austin, it took like 20 minutes to go anywhere. And then sometime in the late 80s, early 90s, all of us started being late. It's like you couldn't get anywhere. Now it's just a disaster. So I work from home. That's my goal.
George, you're quite a station on 6 meters, and you like the June VHF contest a lot. How has FT8 changed VHF contesting?
Well, from my perspective, it's made it more difficult because it slows down the rate when the band is open. I think that's the biggest impact for the June contest. One of my goals for a long time has been to make a lot of contacts in 6 meters in the June contest. And I currently hold that record. I made like 1,885 contacts several years ago on 6 meters in the June contest. So we're like, I was on the way to trying to have a 2,000 QSO weekend, and I'm not sure that's possible now because the band will be wide open and I'll be on sideband calling CQ, and I can't generate the rates that the band should support. So that's unfortunate. I think that digital modes on VHF are very interesting, and I enjoy doing them to some extent. I'm not a digital contester, so it's like I'm getting forced to do digital modes in a contest. And I would hope that more people will try MSK, meteor scatter on those bands instead of FT8. That would be more interesting when the bands are dead. And then the thing about it is that
your internet connection, I think, is stuttering there, George, in the Texas heat.
what the effect is of that. I think it adds a barrier of entry. The other thing that it's done is here in Texas, the VHF activity on 2 meters and up is very small. And now we're spread across 2 or 3 frequencies. And so you never know where to be. It's like, do I go to the FT8 frequency? Do I go to the MSK frequency? Do I go to the sideband frequency? It's like, where do you go? Used to be you just put your radio on 144-200 and you were good, but that's not true anymore. And so it makes it more difficult.
Tim and George, do you think adding multipliers for the different modes in those VHF contests may encourage people to get back on single sideband and CW?
No, I think that's a mess. I mean, if you think about it, it would turn it into this multi-mode contest. And so if you look at existing multi-mode contests, most of them have rules that you can't make CW contacts in the sideband part of the band, so that prevents people from doing this deal of, oh, not going to work you on CW now. Well, we already move people through the bands in VHF, and there's 10 of them typically on most, and some people have more, but there's 10 really good bands all the way up to 10 gigahertz. And the thought of having to work everybody on like 2 or 3 modes on every band makes my head hurt.
There's nothing more frustrating than when you see, the band's wide open and you see 1,000 signals on FT8 and you're calling CQ on sideband and nobody's coming back to you.
Yeah, it's frustrating. And the rate's so much faster on sideband than it would be on FT8, or for that matter, even FT4. I mean, it's possible to have 200 hours or better. So I don't think even FT4 will do a 200 hour.
So
I was just thinking, I was going to comment on the F-skip days of 6 meters a while back. And back when we were operating from South America, I was working hour after hour of JAs, 170, 180 Qs an hour on a 6 meter CW. And if we're all on FT8, then hundreds and hundreds of JAs would have never made their contact with HC8.
Trey, you've been working on some exciting projects in the ARRL contest area and done some revamping. Can you kind of give an overview of some of the changes on the website?
Oh gosh, well, there's WA7 BNM and myself and some people at HQ, the contest people, have been working to put together kind of an updated contest portal for the contest activity. Contests.arrl.org is the website. And so we're just getting the basic tools that have been lacking for all the years for people to get online and view contest scores and view claim scores and check their log check reports. And Dave Patton, NN1N, is now leading a project to do a bunch of legacy data entry from old QST magazines. He's got guys, oh yeah, Val has been working on that. typing in the line scores from old QSTs, and we're going to get that data in there. And they're working their way back through the 90s now. Well, we're going to keep working them until they drop dead. Maybe we can get back into the 80s, 70s, so forth, because that stuff's interesting to some people. And one of the things also that we are reminded of in the process of working on projects like this is that some of the scans of the old QSTs that are available on the ARRL website are not super great. So I put a note out to our regional club here asking if anyone would provide us with some old QSTs. I said, if you're going to put your old QSTs into the recycling, let me know and I'll just come to your house and do that for you. But while I'm at it, I'll take them apart and scan them. So we're going to try to get some of the scans of the old contest results up on the contest.arrl.org website as well. And really a bunch of the guys that were involved in the CQ contests, like Randy Thompson, K5ZD, kind of led the charge on all this. So it's really easy for us. We're just, all we have to do is emulate what they're doing, and we'll end up with something pretty good.
Go back to Scott and Nathaniel for a minute. Anything in the Q&A that we should look at?
Let's see. Oh, here's one that just came up. KE8 Juliet Uniform India just wrote, just wondering how
Nathaniel,
many.
your audio is way low.
It's way low. Is this any better?
It's a little better, yes.
Okay. So, oh wait, hold on. How about that? Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, great. So Kilo Echo 8 Juliet Uniform India wrote, just wondering how many participants are here.
So we currently have a little over 1,200 on Zoom, and I don't know how many we have on YouTube, but that number kind of goes up and down. People come and go. So we had a good turnout here today, and I'm sure that more people will get online when we start the DX Academy at 1 o'clock Eastern time. And I thought maybe Glenn, W0GJ, Glenn, you just recently retired. What are you doing with all your time now? Oh, you're muted, Glenn.
I'm doing all my catch-up projects.
What are your catch-up projects?
Oh, I'm working on a 164 square. I got everything all ready to go for that after the crops come out this fall. We have about 100 acres here, and I've been making a really nice park. So that's been, I've been out in the woods running a chainsaw a lot here in the last few weeks. Not today. The heat index is about 105 here today. So it's a good day to have DX Academy.
Well, that's good. And Glenn, I'm not sure, were you and Jerry both involved in the Pitcairn unboxing project here?
There were 6 of us. Jerry didn't make it, but we found everything packed just fine that the Pitcairners packed up for us, and then was repacked in New Zealand. And we sorted through everything, and we sort of have things outlined for our next project.
So everything made it back. Is that was that the synopsis?
Everything made it back in good order and just fine and ready to be used for the next expedition, or 2 or 3.
And Glenn, you want to comment on some of the equipment that you left behind for some of the Pitcairn residents to be on the air?
We left 2 antennas for 2 of the more active hams. Meralda Warren, VP6MW, has a 40-meter vertical that works really well on 15 and also somehow works well on 30. And she's been on FT8 a lot. She's getting a new radio. If she doesn't have it, well, she probably doesn't have it yet, but because the post is so slow. We left a 20-meter beam for one of the guys that his antenna was destroyed in a windstorm. So there's some new guys that will be on the air from Pitcairn if they're not on already.
And during the DXpedition, just to give us a little tease of your presentation this afternoon, how many QSOs did the team make?
We made over 82,000. And that's at the bottom of the sunspot cycle. And that's almost exactly the same number of cues we made from the Heard Island expedition at the bottom of 2 sunspot cycles ago, back in 1997.
So, and I know you and Jerry and others are very keen on de-expeditions, and any ideas? I mean, the lockdowns and the travel situation has been very tough on de-expeditions, but we do see some announcements maybe for some activity in that this fall. You have any highlights on that, Glenn?
Not really. I know there's a lot of guys that have put off things for even a year. And, you know, some of my medical sources say this might even go on for another year or two. So who knows what's going to happen. But anyway, when the next peak of the next sunspot cycle comes, I think there's going to be an awful lot of activity.
Now, of course, Glenn, you have a ham family. Let's go down the amateur radio operators that have been in your household or are still in your household.
Well, there's just 2 of us left, my wife and I. My wife is KL7YL, and that's not a vanity call. She got that call. She was a WB0, and we moved to Alaska, and she got a sequential call sign up there. So that was fortunate to get KL7YL. And then all 4 of my kids are hams. 2 are married, and both of their spouses are hams. Everybody's in extra class. And we did a lot of contesting. We had a club call, November 1, Johnson Joules, Joules. So we used that call a lot when we were contesting as a family. My dad is a ham. I have a brother-in-law that's a ham. So we have a pretty ham family.
So with all 4 of your kids getting licensed, how old were they when they got licensed?
The youngest was 6, just not quite 7, and the oldest was 9 when they got a license. And I remember my oldest son, when he sat down to take his license and test, he passed the code and then took the test. Somebody said, "Can he read?" You know, but yeah, he could. We homeschooled our kids, and they were pretty good at reading, so he didn't have any problems passing at least his novice test.
Wow, that's a great story. And are the kids active on the air?
Right now, they're raising families. We have a lot of grandkids, so they're not really active from home. My son lives near Baltimore, and he gets on with the club station where he works periodically. And my daughter, oldest daughter, and her family just moved a couple weeks ago, so they're not on the air yet. I hope to go out here in a couple weeks and maybe help them get on the air. But busy kids, busy families, you know how that goes. We've all been through that.
That's a great story, Glenn. Certainly a lot going on, but I guess now that you're retired and it's just you and your wife, and the grandkids are a great blessing. So that is super. Jerry, you have any antenna projects going on this summer out at the farm? You're muted there.
Presentation coming up. Basically, I'm working on an 80-meter Foursquare. The first vertical is up. I used it last year. It's got 4,000 feet of wire under it as ground radios, of course, and it really worked well. So I'm going to add 3 more and finally have a Foursquare on 80. And you know, I've always wanted a Foursquare on 160 and another 3-element 80-meter Yagi, but you know, you got to be realistic in this stuff anymore. So, but the 80-meter Foursquare should. I want to have it done by Seek Your Worldwide contest time.
Oh, that's great. I know you've been planning that, and so it's good to have an antenna project or two. Let's go back to Nathaniel and Scott for anything out of the Q&A.
Let's see. Yeah, we have another one here. It's been on for a while. Dennis Sokol wants to know, Tim, can you explain why the LMR 400 has to be crimped rather than using the solder type PL259s?
So that's a great question, and it has to do with the shields. There are two shields with DXE 400 Max and also LMR 400. There is a foil shield that goes around the dielectric, and then there is a braid that is on top of the foil, and you just cannot solder the braid and call it good. It is very important that you use the crimp-on connectors that allow you to crimp the shields together. Otherwise, the performance of the cable is compromised. So the connectors that we have for the proper connectors for LMR 400 and also DX Engineering 400 Max allow you to crimp the shield, the two shields together, and then also solder the center conductor. So you solder the center conductor and you crimp the two shields together.
Thank you very much. And I guess there's one other question here, Tim, about connectors. And Mark Erbaugh asks, how do you recommend weatherproofing coax connectors on the DXC coax grounding brackets? He says the clearances make it difficult to wrap.
Yes, we are aware of that. What we recommend is to use flooded heat shrink tubing. So you would install the connectors, make sure they're tight, and then bring heat shrink up over them and use heat shrink to do the weatherization.
And now for something completely different. Let's see, November 4, Kilo Charlie Don says, love going after those young folks. How about a similar effort for older people, especially those retired and approaching retirement? So do we have a campaign to recruit more retired people in the ham radio?
Well, you know, that's an interesting thing because we're finding at DX Engineering that Scott N3RA, his sales team, is getting calls from people that always wanted to get involved in the hobby but didn't have enough time. As Glenn said, they were busy raising families and doing careers and those sorts of things, but never got around to it. But now that we have this virus thing going on and there could be interruptions in communications, there is definitely a renewed interest in either finally getting a license or we see all the time, every day, guys that have had licenses for 25 or 30 years, but they put that equipment away in the closet and they're getting it out now. So, and there's even retirement communities. There's a retirement home down in Maryland that has a ham station as part of the deal. So when they say, well, we got you know, nice living arrangements and we've got great food here, and we have a ham station. So and they make entries in the contest all the time. Val might know what the call sign of that place is down there. I know it's a K3, but I don't remember. I know if we had a PVRCer on here, we might know. But anyway, that, you know, so I do think that maybe we need to find out one of the retirement websites and maybe run an ad there. So there definitely is an opportunity to, yeah, I know there are retired people out there that don't have a hobby. That's a bad thing. And you talk about a hobby that can encompass your entire life, you know, every hour, every minute. There's so much to do here. You know, I listened to Sean about the satellite thing. I said, oh man, I ought to go do this. And I said, well, what about all this stuff? You know, it's just like you can't do it all.
No, I totally agree. I think making things accessible is really important. I remember when I was teaching at Scout Camp at Forestburg Scout Reservation W2FSR for many years. a lot of the fathers or the parents would come in and they'd say the same thing the retirees were saying. They'd be like, I've wanted to do this since I was a kid, but I never had time. And because they're now bringing their son to scout camp, and I was able to offer in the local club, we were offering VE sessions right at the camp. We actually got a number of people licensed and involved that way, just because it was suddenly accessible to them.
Yeah, no, and scouting is such a great thing. I know you're an Eagle Scout, Nathaniel, and I'm glad that you're continuing to stay involved in scouting as well. Other questions out of the Q&A area there?
Tim?
Yes.
Tim, before we go on, the latest article on On All Bands blog talks about getting back on the air again after you've been off. So I would suggest that some of our people listening today may want to take that article and forward it to someone they know that's been interested in amateur radio, and maybe rekindle their interest. So again, that's on the, I put that in the chat. It's on the On All Bands blog this month.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, Anthony.
A lot of the new questions, a bunch of new questions just came up on the Q&A, Tim, and they're all about connectors and soldering and things like that. And one of the ones that came up said, so Tim, have you stopped using your solder method for PL259s? And a related one asks about the long-term durability of solder versus crimping. I mean, I think naively people might think that soldering's more long-term durable, but is that really true, or is crimping better?
I think that both are acceptable. I do both here. I have not abandoned my soldering method when using RG213. But at the moment, I don't have any DXE 400 Max in the shack. But I do have some LMR 600 that is got crimp connectors on it as well. So the LMR 600 requires crimp connectors, and they're highly effective and work very well. But when I'm making RG213 cables, I'm still soldering the shield over the back of the connector. That's just, I have much better luck with that than I do going through the holes. And thanks to my Elmer N4AR for showing me that so many years ago.
Yeah. And in the chat here, one person's writing crimping outdoor connectors will fail, but I don't think that's true. I think we crimped our LMR cables out on Adak Island outside, and I think crimping, I think if it's done correctly, will last.
Can I interject?
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Marty.
So Bill and I and ZF have LMR 600 crimp connectors outside, 300 feet from the ocean, 400 feet from the ocean, properly waterproof, but tens of thousands of QSOs a year are made using those cables, and they work very well. They've proven very reliable.
Yeah,
but yeah,
as long as you weatherproof them.
Yeah,
as long as you weatherproof them.
Application.
Yeah,
that's the ultimate test environment. Salt air near the ocean. So
just they'll just melt. I mean, you almost have to redo them anyway. A soldered connector, there's a lot that can go wrong in that. In fact, I would even argue that there's even a lot more that can go wrong than a crimp connector, because you have just this great chance of either shorting or melting the dielectric. And if you do that, then you're in, or your solder joints can break. I mean, it can become brittle. With mechanical, compression, that's a lot easier to, verify.
That's a great point, Bill. We do have customers that struggle with the solder connectors, and they melt the dielectric, and then the whole thing is compromised. So, and actually the growth in pre-made cables or custom cables, and having us put the connectors on for you. Now, at DX Engineering, we've got some really good technicians that are building these cables, and they do not solder the shield over the back of the connector for RG213 or RG8. They solder right to the holes the way that the connector was designed. So they do it in such a fashion that they're not melting the dielectric, as evidenced by the fact that it has to pass that 5,000 volt high pot test. So
So a lot of your connectors though, so they're sort of half and half, right? The center conductor is soldered, but the shield is actually crimped, right?
Right.
I mean, normally you go both or one way, but I actually like that approach a lot.
Yeah, we do too. Crimping the center conductor, I don't think is the best, but certainly crimping the shield is all okay if you do it with the right tools.
If you're at home, is there a good way to test your connectors after you've put them on to make sure you haven't compromised the cable?
Short of a high pot test,
very challenging.
Yeah, you would say that you say, well, geez, maybe I put my 1,500 watt amplifier into it, but if that is compromised, you risk blowing up the amplifier, so you don't want to do that. So other than having a high pot, tester, I don't know how else to definitively test those cables that you make at home.
Yeah. And Rich Newbold writes, does DX Engineering sell a small diameter coax with F connectors to make connections with the receive antenna systems they sell?
We have RG6. That's the smallest we have with the F connectors on there.
The 75 ohm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have you have RG6.
Right. Yeah. There are smaller 75 ohm cables, but Steve, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I don't believe we currently sell anything smaller.
No, you're correct, Tim. We have a quad shield RG6, and then we have a flooded quad shield as well for an outdoor application.
Bill and I use that flooded cable down south, and it's really rugged, reliable stuff. Especially in the fields under the hot sun where the shield can get nicked. Having that flooding insurance is really awesome.
Hey Tim, I'd like to hear more about this high pot test. I mean, what's the yield? How many of these do you actually test out and fail, and how does that process work?
Well, a couple of years ago, and Steve may remember more of these things, but the high pot is it's very low current, but it's high voltage, and if it fails, actually the high pot instrument has a pass fail on it, and if it detects any current being drawn, then it will fail the cable. And we had some connectors that we purchased a few years ago that had very small pieces of nickel left in them, and so it would actually contaminate the dielectric of the connector, and so it would fail. And so that was one case where those cables would have had trouble with RF, and but it was caught because of the high pot testing.
Right, and I think the other thing early on in our cable assemblies, way back in the very early days, before we had some of the automated tools that we have today, if you have a strand of the shield that gets up above the edge of that dielectric when you cut off and is slid up in there, that's where you're going to get an arc from the center conductor over there at that high potential. So it's catching workmanship where you got to make sure you got the braid down below that plane of the top of the dielectric, and so that's what the high pot is. It's really it's a way of verifying the workmanship of the cable to make sure we got good cables going out.
Is there an affordable high pot tester that amateurs could buy?
You know, that's a great question, and we're going to have to research that. Yeah, you know, it's
I know there are some models that you can get for a few $100s, but you know,
the big thing is generating a really high voltage at low current, and you know, and it could be lethal too. So it just you have to has to be
Yeah,
prepared.
I mean, a megometer might be a solution for that, but not quite. I mean, it's still not quite the same thing as a proper low voltage high pot tester. I mean, yeah, I agree that high voltage is very, very dangerous even in small doses.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could see back in the 60s there'd be a QST article on how to build one, but these days,
yeah, these days, you know, we look at, I think a lot about universities and antenna systems, and I know back in the old days, certain universities, I've been told their towers were installed during the day by students using a gin pole, using money provided by the student government, and you don't see those sorts of things happen anymore.
No, and of course you would see, you know, well, we have this tall engineering building, let's put 40 feet of tower on top of the building, you know, and there was no process for review, or it's amazing that more guys didn't get hurt or worse.
Yeah.
In all the things that we did back in the day, but
yeah.
I know we're working on a project now. Nathaniel Scott is with Case Western, which is I know you had your first HamSci conference at
And
Case.
I still work with them all the time. They're collaborators with me, so
Right.
I'm on Zoom with them like 2 or 3 times a week.
Right, and a great group up there. And David Kadzan, the faculty advisor, is just a super guy. And
he really is, yes.
very impressed with the students that are involved up there as well. And but it's been a multi-year project to get their 2 towers upgraded. So, but I think maybe here in the next few months that'll be done. So it's 10 minutes before the start of DX Academy, and I'm very excited about DX Academy, and I want to thank Ray Novak N9JA for his idea to do DX Academy, and we bolted it on to the virtual Hamfest today, and also that Jerry and Val and Ray and Glenn will be the presenters, and we hope to leave enough time for some Q&A too, because I know these presentations are going to be good. And then at the end of Val's presentation, we will have a short comment from Michael, WHCI, and Michael is the official spokesperson for Hamvention, and so he has some things that he wants to say, and then we will have another drawing, and the drawing will be for $1,000 shopping spree, $1,000 gift card that Terry K&MNJ will send out to you, and also for a pair of tickets to the 2021 Hamvention, courtesy of Michael Coulter and the Dayton Amateur Radio Association. So we thank them very much, and Hamvention is a great working partner with DX Engineering, and so that'll be a lot of fun. You got to be on Zoom, and you got to be on. So you, if you're on YouTube, you cannot participate in the drawing. So you got to be on Zoom, and you got to be online. Nathaniel and Scott, I want to thank you as the moderators for the last 2 hours, and want to, if you have any further questions, we have a few minutes here before we bring on our new moderators to get started with Jerry's presentation.
Hey, Tim, real quick, there was a question in the Q&A about voltage levels. When we were talking about 5 kilovolts, we should be specific that that's for PL259 connectors.
Yes.
Tom in BNC, that's at a lower voltage. The construction of the connector makes it for a lower voltage. And
Right.
I think the person asking the question even talked about RG6. That's even lower than the type N or BNC. So.
Right. Yeah. I'm sorry. I should have clarified that was only for the UHF connector and F connectors and so forth. On those cables that we make, we do dial it down.
Hmm. Yeah. Do you have any videos about how to do the crimp connectors? How to use DX Engineering crimping tools?
Yes. In our video section on the dxengineering.com website, there are videos that show how to do use our stripping tools and how to crimp on connectors.
And one other question was, what's the maximum power you would run through a BNC connector, assuming a 1-to-1 SWR?
Well, I would not run any more than 200 watts through a BNC. Yeah. I just wouldn't do it. On my home brew amplifiers, I have BNC connectors on the RF input. And that is simply just to make sure that we don't confuse the input and the output of the amplifier. And the output of the amplifier has an SO239, a UHF female connector. So I do use BNCs, but I would not put any more than 200 watts. And I don't know the exact specification number for how much power that a BNC would ultimately take, but I wouldn't be comfortable with anything more than 200 watts.
Do you, what's the difference between the flooded gate and non-flooded gate RG6?
So the flooded has an agent inside that's very gooey and very sticky. And the idea is if the outside covering of the RG6 was to get compromised, that this goop, for lack of a more technical term, would actually prevent water ingress, so that you'd have at least a shot that that even a small puncture would not ruin the cable. So it's in an effort to keep moisture out.
Yeah, we've had a lot of really good questions here about coax and coax connectors. Like another one says, "I'm a fan of hot glue heat shrink. Are you?"
Yes, I am.
Yes. Brett Glass asks that.
Yeah, I am a fan of hot glue heat shrink. So that is good stuff as well.
Mm-hmm.
And we probably have time for one or two more questions.
And Chris Kilo November 4 Yankee Lima Papa says, for mobile VHF UHF operations, what would be the best DX engineering cable to choose?
For mobile operations, probably the easiest cable to get in a mobile operation is RG8X. You'd like to say RG213, but that makes it much harder to fish around in a mobile installation. So RG8X, it'd probably be the choice. It's not going to be too long, so the losses won't be that high.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and how flexible is LMR 600 Ultra Flex?
It's flexible, but I don't know that I would use it for a rotor loop cable. Jerry, you might have some experience with that.
Matter of fact, I had like 8 of them from the base of my rotating tower. We're talking about the 600 Ultra Flex, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And I had 8, probably a good 8 of them from the base of the rotating tower to 1 5/8 coming out of the ground. And over a period of time, after hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of rotations, I had some failures. Where they failed, I don't know. They might have failed in my solder on connectors, you know. So they come with connectors that you have to solder on, and they're kind of a, you know, pain in the butt. But I wouldn't recommend it. I actually like the 400 Max a lot better, and then it's just you know, easier to crimp that outer conductor, solder the center conductor, and it's just super stuff. I use it, you know, use that up on the around the rotators up on the towers, and I have since it first come out, Tim, and I have yet to have a failure in any of those. So I do love your 400 Max or Max 400.
Yeah, no, that is great cable, and we've had lots of installations with that. And there are a lot of deals in the hot deals area of dxengineering.com as well. So if you're looking for anything, check out the hot deals area, because maybe we have it in there and it's on sale and reduced price as well. So with that, we're coming up on 1 o'clock, and very excited about DX Academy. And thanks to all of you for tuning in today. Hope you're having fun and learning things. And with that, Jerry, WB9Z, the floor is yours, and very excited about your presentation on antennas this afternoon here. Go ahead, Jerry.
Okay, Tim, we're getting set here. Give us a minute. Okay, is that looking all right, Tim?
Yeah, it's looking good. Go ahead and get up on that mic, Jerry.
Okay.
You sound good when you're close there.
Okay. All righty. I'm going to talk about low band antennas for DXing. And I've been DXing on the low bands since about 1983. I've been licensed since 1971. I have 3,111 band countries, and that's for the DXCC Challenge. And that's well over 300 countries on each band in between 160 and 10 meters, and 141 countries on 6 meters added into that. I have 358 all time. So I have all the countries worked in, confirmed, and I only need North Korea on CW. I have North Korea on single sideband, actually on a couple bands. I was inducted into the CQDX Hall of Fame, which was a big honor for me back in 2017. There's only 70 some members of the CQDX Hall of Fame in the last 35 years. And that comes from my my DXpeditioning adventures. On the low bands on 160, I have 319. There's a few deleted in there. And on 80 meters, I have 341 countries, and I only need 7 on 80 meters. I have them all. I've been on 15 major DXpeditions around the world. I've been on every continent, and including the Antarctic on a couple trips. And 15 of those expeditions were 7 DXpeditions of the year. So how would you like to work these countries on 160 sideband? I think a lot of you would like to work these on any band, but VU4, which is the Andaman Islands near India, VK0, Macquarie, which is down in the Antarctic. Lebanon at one time was pretty rare. It is definitely rare on 160 sideband. Johnston Island, Kilo Hotel 3, that's very rare right now. And I had a 160 contact, it looks like back in 1987. And that was a challenge. And then 1A0KM, the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, that's fairly rare also. And this is all on 160 sideband. And on CW, here's some of the rare ones I got on 160 CW. Somalia, Kazakhstan, Bouvet, India, Libya, Marion Island, which is very rare, Baker and Holland, Hong Kong, and China. So with the right receiving antennas and transmit antennas, you might be able to work some of these remote rare countries, especially on FT8 now that FT8 is getting real popular. So what other types of receiving antennas? You got your above ground beverages. You got your single wire beverage or 2-wire beverage. You got your beverage on the ground, which is a bog. There's a K9AY developed by Gary, K9AY. There's the shared apex loop. DX Engineering has a what I call a mini 4-square. And then there's larger receive arrays. The High Z and DX Engineering also has a 8-circle array. And then there's a Walter flag also. So here's your basic beverage. It's more like a long wire. It's got a matching transformer on the right here. And then you got your wire, and then you got your terminated end. And why is it called a beverage? It's called a beverage because Harold Beveridge, who worked for RCA back in the 1920s, a whole 100 years or so ago, he worked on these receiving antennas for transatlantic communications. And he's also, he ended up with some beverage patents. And what I like about the beverage is it can be fed with cheap 75 ohm cable TV cable. So what about these above ground beverages? They need to be 4 to 15 feet off the ground. You want to make them high enough. If you got, you got human traffic, you got deer, you got snowmobilers, you might want to keep them off the ground, but I wouldn't go any further than 15 feet. They start picking up local noise. The higher you get them off the ground. So what lengths work best? Well, it depends on the band. 160, I've had good luck with 880 footers up to 1,000 foot. And I've also had good luck with 200 footers on 40 and 80 meters. So a beverage just wants the work. They're great, simple antennas as far as I'm concerned. And they're best if they're 3/4 to 2 wavelength long. So you have a matching feed point, and that's called a matching transformer. They're grounded on both ends. The gauge of the wire is not, it's not critical. You don't want it real heavy if you have long distances to support it, but you want it heavy enough that that it doesn't break with a little bit of ice on it, especially if you're in an icing area. And they're usually terminated in between 300 and 600 ohms. Here's a 2-wire beverage at our QTH here. I just took this picture a few days ago. It's kind of over on our east part of our antenna farm, next to the cornfield. And here is the feed point right here. I'm just feeding it. It's about 400 feet from the shack, and I'm just feeding it with RG6 for right now. And here's on the right here is the far end, or the reflection transformer. So on a 2-wire beverage, you just need a feed point box and a reflection transformer. And of course, you want them grounded. Here we're starting to put a beverage up out in the field. I have access to about 80 acres of farm ground. I'm lucky. If you're going to do multiple beverages, which I do, I've had as many as 8 or 9 of them up during a season, and that involves a lot of work. Most of them are temporary, but you're going to have to support them somehow. So we use a steel fence post, and so if you're going to do a 1,000-foot beverage, you want to lay it out in the direction that you want to hear. And this particular one is 1,000 feet long. So a 1,000-foot beverage every 100 feet takes about 11 posts. And here's the post with PVC insulators on the top. You got to insulate the wire. Even if you use insulated wire, you want to insulate the wire from the post. So I take PVC or electrical conduit and cut it in 2 or 3 foot lengths. Drill a 3/8 hole through the PVC, and then you can run your wire right through the PVC, and you don't need any additional insulators. I snap on a little snap-on insulator right here at the bottom of the PVC, so you can adjust the height or keep the PVC, if it's too large, from sliding down. So that's what we use for insulators here. And I like these wooden spools. These can be picked up anywhere. They're basically electrical or coaxial wooden spools. So like I said, most of my beverages are temporary. So you got to be able to roll them up in the springtime so you can farm again. And I am right here. We're pulling the wire through the insulated posts there out 1,000 feet. So I've been using this just common electrical THHN electrical wire that you can buy anywhere, stranded, of course, because it doesn't stretch near as much as the solid. But I've been replacing this wire over a period of the last few years with DX Engineering premium antenna wire. And this stuff comes on 1,000-foot spools, and the jacket or insulation's really, really tough, and it doesn't stretch. So when you have the wire tensioned up, it's going to want to move back and forth through these insulators with wind and ice and stuff. And that really tough jacket lasts a long time. It's great wire, and of course you can use it for any type of antenna project. So you're gonna have to ground each end. The transformers need to be grounded, and instead of putting in an 8-foot ground rod, I prefer taking an 8-foot ground rod and cutting it in half. And a 4-foot ground rod comes out really easy in the spring when they need to be removed. And I think it works fine. I've never had any problems. I got good ground conductivity with the soil here. So a 4-foot ground rod is plenty for us here. Okay, here's an end, the feed point of a beverage, and they're pretty simple. You got your I use porcelain insulators here because they bolt up easily to the post. I put the post in at an angle because you're going to tension this wire up, and you want the post not to move under tension. So you put it in at an angle, and it seems to work well. I use shorties on the ends. I use about 3-foot steel post on the ends with a porcelain insulator. Here's a DX Engineering matching transformer, and here's some RG6 that I use as a pigtail that goes back to the beverage hub, which is 20 feet or so away. And you'll see the beverage hub here shortly. Here's another beverage, and it's, you know, actually this is, I believe, the southeast beverage, because the box on this end is a terminating box. There's no coax hook to it. So this beverage is fed from the far end, and I probably have like 800 feet of RG11 laying on the ground across the field there to the ham shack. And that seems to work well. I prefer RG11 over RG6 on the really long runs. And now we're back into the hub area, and this is the Northeast beverage, and this one here kind of goes off to the Middle East. Sometimes I'll put one out if there's a DXpedition in North Africa or the Middle East. I will install an extra one. They appear to be pretty close, but they're not when you look at them on the map. And here's the Northwest beverage. Now most of the beverages come to this point here, and this is my beverage hub. This is my second generation of beverage hub since the middle 80s. This is basically this box here. This comes from the cable TV industry, and so all of these coaxes are 1,000 feet long, and they're buried down a grass lane to the ham shack. I do not cut across the field because I don't want to take any chances of any farm tillage equipment going really deep and damaging these lines. So I actually go a little bit longer and bring it down the side of a grass lane that gets mowed every few weeks or so. So basically, there's 4 runs of 1/2-inch cable TV hard line here. You can see it's jacketed. There's 4 runs of RG11, and then there's some miscellaneous RG6 lines I threw in there for extras. So the reason I go with 75 ohm cable is it's made for the cable TV industry. Nowadays, a lot of the cable is going to fiber, but back when I purchased this stuff was super cheap because there was so much of it made. Okay, another antenna system that I've been playing with over the years. It's called the DX Engineering Reversible Beverage System. And it uses a 400 ohm ladder line, as you can see here. So it's basically a 2-wire beverage. But I found very quickly on that supporting this line, this ladder line every 100 feet on post on an open farm field is not a great idea. The wind just destroys it. So what I do is I've bought various 3/16 and 1/4-inch ropes that do not stretch. They're low stretch. So I'll run the rope first and then just tighten it up on both ends, and then lay out the ladder line and just go along and tape the ladder line to the rope. If you're using metal post, just make sure that the ladder line is insulated as it goes around the metal post. Here's another shot of the above ground beverage. And Valerie and I like to contest some in the summer months. There's some NAQPs, and a couple times we had the pleasure of running W1AW and NU1AW from here in the summer months. So you got to have a beverage on Europe if you're going to, you know, do those IARU HF World Championships and stuff. So I cheat a little bit. I'll run when the soybeans get a certain height where I can still kind of walk across them. I'll run a wire and then terminate the far end, and then just let the soybeans kind of grow up into the wire. And believe it or not, that works pretty well. It's kind of like running your beverage through the woods. Just make sure you don't forget about removing the wire when it comes harvest time. Your farmer would be very, very mad at you if he run that wire into his machine. It never happened to me, but I come close one fall. And here's a beverage transformer made by my friend Gary, W9XT at Unified Microsystems up in Wisconsin. He also makes a nice termination box for the far end. I use several of these, and DX Engineering also makes some nice beverage transformer boxes, and I've used them. They're both great boxes. They work great. You hook the beverage wire up and you ground both ends, and you can always guarantee there's low VSWR when you check it with the antenna analyzer. I'm going to get into this a little bit. I'm going to talk about this a little bit later, soon later. But this is basically your bog beverage on the ground. But this is a diagram of a unit that uses RG6 as the antenna. So bog, what is a bog? Beverage on the ground. It can be 100 to 300 feet long. A lot of guys say, 200 feet's enough. I've done 200 feet, 300 feet. And again, these are just temporary here at our QTH. So I haven't had a lot of time to play with them. So I can't give you a magic length, but it needs to be terminated on the far end. So you need to lay it out the direction you want to hear and terminate the far end. A 200 ohm resistor is plenty fine. Again, it needs to be grounded on both ends. You can use any type of gauge insulated wire. Just make sure it's insulated, and then lay it on the grass. I like to elevate it a little bit, about 4 inches or so above the ground. Some guys have said that they buried theirs. I have never tried that, but usually the guys that say that say it doesn't work. So I wouldn't go as far as burying a bog. I just wouldn't. Here's a bog that we used successfully on Wake Island some years back. It worked very well. And so if you're going on a de-expedition and you're looking for receiving antennas, we found beverages don't work really well on sandy, beachy soil, but a bog seems to. KD9SV makes a nice beverage transformer. It's a 4-to-1 transformer, and it's also sold by DX Engineering, and they also will send you a terminating resistor with that package if you buy it from DX Engineering. So this is a fairly new product, and I really like this. It's made by my friend Gary W9XT up at Unified Microsystems, and DX Engineering sells it. So you can come up with a beverage and a bog, and you can use it as a flag configuration. You can use it as a EWE configuration, or a VE3DO up in Canada. Canada there has a some type of antenna configuration where these boxes will work. So you can use the diagrams, and you can figure out what you want to use. what I like about the whole thing is you can the antenna itself is using RG6 for the antenna. So you can place this matching transformer, which is actually defeated in two different directions. You can put that anywhere along this this length, and this length can be 200 feet. It can be 1,000 feet, and you end up with a reversible or a 2-wire beverage. You just have two different coaxes coming back to your shack, and so depending on your layout, you know how your station's laid out and your towers and antennas and stuff. It gives you a lot of options here, and I like that a lot. And I had a chance to use one of the early versions of this before Gary got a hold of the company, and we used this on Amsterdam Island FT5ZM back in 2014, and we had it set up in this configuration here with the coax. We had it elevated best we could, and it was about 800 feet long, if I recall. And it worked really, really good from our lower camp. We had an upper camp, lower camp, and our lower camp was kind of close to the French base there. And we were shut down after the second night on 40 and 80 because we were interfering with the island magnetometer. So there were scientists from all over the world that were freaking out because this magnetometer was coming up with all kinds of crazy readings from us transmitting on 40 and 80. So we had to move 40 and 80 to the upper camp. And so I only got to use this antenna 2 nights for receiving, but it worked amazingly well. We were working, back into the States from the Southern Indian Ocean, in between Australia and South Africa, out in the middle of nowhere. So, if you can hear signals that far away with this antenna, it's going to work good at your home QTH. This is a K9AY. I don't have a lot of, it's a loop antenna. I don't have a lot of experience with this. There's plenty of information on the internet on how to build these things. They require probably a preamp to go with it. But there's a lot of information on the internet about the K9AY loop array. And there's kind of a picture of it. This goes in 4 directions. Here's a shared apex loop. I have one of these. I've had it up for a few years. It works pretty well. Works very well on 80, not so much on 160 compared to a beverage. Now, I'm comparing this to, beverages. So this is kind of what it looks like. It's a compact size. It's got 4 identical right triangle loops. It's a wideband operation without need for adjustment. It's ground independent, so you don't have to put down ground rods, and that's a nice thing. It's got outstanding front to side ratio for local interference. It's easy to construct. We've used this on some DXpeditions, and it works quite well. There's 3 models available: a 12-footer, a 20-footer, and a 30-footer. I have a 30-footer here, and it's more optimized for 80 and 160. Kind of here's the layout of the SAL. So it doesn't take up a lot of room. There's the pole. There's Ken W9IE getting ready to flex his muscles there, and that's a 30-some foot fiberglass pole with the wires attached, and it's ready to stand up. It uses these coupling transformers slidden on the horizontal part of the antenna, and it just pulls the RF off the wire there, and those can be adjusted back and forth to optimize your forward gain, or if you need some rejection, those slide back and forth. There's the box in the middle that's used for switching, and there's some amplification involved there, I believe. And this kind of is what it looks like stood up in the air. It's not completed yet. I have my friends here helping me with it. Paul, K9NU's on the right. John, W9ILY, is in the center. And Ken, W9IE, on the left. Now K9NU and W9ILY have used these successfully from their home QTHs, and they have also used the SAL on D expeditions quite successfully. So they volunteered to come over and give me a hand, and that was an easy one-day project for all of us. So I'm going to get into what I call the mini Foursquare, and it's made by DX Engineering. What I like about the mini Foursquare, it's more of a DX antenna, and it rejects high-angle signals somewhat. So your local stateside signals aren't near as loud as they could be with a U, a flag, a pennant, or a K9AY. Now this thing works really from 100 kilohertz up to 30 megahertz, so it's very, very broad, and that's a good thing for anybody, even shortwave listeners. It's got excellent directivity and small spaces with a really good signal noise ratio. You can switch it up to 4 different directions. Its directivity over a wide frequency range using DX Engineering's active antenna and active receive antennas. You'll see those in a little bit. I'll show you a picture of them. It requires less space than a beverage antenna. The active elements only need a minimal ground system, so 1 ground rod per antenna is all you need. They're easier to deploy and maintain than a 4-direction beverage antenna system, and since I have both and do both, I can contest that this little mini Foursquare is a lot faster to put up than multiple beverages. So using active elements, the system allows close proximity to your transmit antennas if you use a transmit-receive sequencer. And that's a really nice thing to have, so you don't have to worry about blowing up your radio, your receiver, when you transmit if you use a sequencer properly. And it doesn't take a lot of, it doesn't require a lot of power, so you could probably run this thing off of solar panels at a remote site. And this is kind of what the center looks like. It's got all the coaxials you see there in the center, sitting on the cement block, or delay lines. These elements are only 8.5 feet long, so you can almost hide this thing anywhere. It doesn't stick out very much, or stand out very much. Here's the active antenna, and again, there's not much, not a lot there to, and this is the whole package, and you can buy this from DX Engineering. I believe it's called, okay, it's just the receive four square receive system, I believe. You can find it in the catalog or on their website. Okay, here's a an 8-circle array. DX Engineering sells it. I believe High-Z might make it for them. I'm not really sure. So this is a larger antenna system. It's got 30 dB of front to back, which is a lot. The beam width is 52 degrees. That's nice. You got various configurations you can do with it. You can get it for optimized for 160. I believe you can get it optimized for 80 or a combination. And I think they even throw 40 meters in there with some type of option. It's very directive, and it's got very quick, crisp response when you switch directions. Its power requirements are low, and you can control the whole thing with a 7 conductor cable. This is a picture out in the field. I apologize for not a greater picture, but it's really hard to get good pictures of these small antennas. Are 24 feet long, I believe. And here's the box that goes in the center on the left, and the control box on the right. And here's the whole package from DX Engineering, less the actual antennas themselves. And you can purchase those from DX Engineering, the 24-foot verticals. So you can get the whole package from DX Engineering. Why shop anywhere else? Now here's a Waller flag. I don't have any experience with these other than I was over at K9CT's when he put his up. These basically are about the size of a 5-element 10-meter antenna, I believe. And one on the configuration on the left, this looks like it's horizontal. The one on the tower is to the right is horizontal. So if you're going to have it with multiple antennas on your tower, you want to go with the vertical. The horizontal configuration, not the vertical configuration on the left here. A little confusing. So anyhow, these things are made by N4 Italy Sierra. Tim K3LR has one. I know K9CT has one. You got to talk to those guys, ask them what they think about it. There's a very good YouTube video that K9 United Whiskey Alpha did back a few years ago. It was he used a crane to install it on one of his towers at like 150 feet or something. And also N4IS JC, he has some videos too on YouTube about this whole thing. So I have no experience with it, but it is an option, and you never have enough receiving antennas. Here's a flag antenna at PJ2T that was used some years back. I don't think it's used anymore at PJ2T, but you get the general idea of a flag antenna. It's directional, and you just put it aim at the direction that you want to hear. And let me see here. Let me go back just a little. Okay. Here's a really cool tool for your shack or accessory. I have one of these. I want to add, there's some options that go with this, some bandpass filters that will plug in, some preamps for specific bands. But what this thing does, it combines input from 2 different antennas. Those can be beverage receiving antennas or these DX Engineering active receive antennas. But what it does, it combines 2 different antennas. And what you do is you take the phase controller and the balance and these other controls, and you try and optimize a weak signal. Or if you have noise coming in from some direction that you want to null out. So this thing is really cool. I got one in the shack here. I don't use it enough, but if I'm trying to pull in pull in somebody weak, I'll combine a couple beverages. I'll say that back a couple years ago, I was trying to work a United Kilo 9 Alpha Alpha in Uzbekistan on 160 meters. And I listened for him before his sunrise for multiple nights. And I was not able to really hear him good enough. And so I combined a couple beverages, one to the north and one to the northeast. And I played around with the balance and phase. And I actually heard this guy good enough to work him on 160 FT8. And then he sent me an email. He says, we need to do this on CW. So the next night we tried, I used a very same setup, and we were able to complete a CW contact. So this thing is worth its weight in gold as far as I'm concerned. So there's a lot of useful links here. If you want to write them down while I'm talking here, I'm going to mention a couple more. W8JI, Tom's got some just loads of information on his site. And so you can go to w8ji.com, and Tim K3LR has just got tons and tons of information on his website. Plus he's got a lot of the Dayton Antenna Forum presentations. I believe there's some there from Contest University. And then we always got Frank, W3LPO, W3 Lima Papa Lima out there, Frank Donovan. He's a wealth of knowledge when it comes to all types of antennas. And then Whiskey 8, Whiskey Victor, Greg, I believe, no, is it Greg or Gary? I think it's Gary. He's got tons of information too. He's got information on the web. So look for W8WWV. Okay, I'm going to get into transmit antennas. I'm going to be a little bit faster here, I believe, on the transmit antennas. So we got verticals, dipoles, inverted L's, and Yagis. So I'm not going to get into sloping dipoles, delta loops, shunt fed towers, or any of that. You can find a lot. If you're interested in that, you can find that information on the web. So here's what Val and I use on 160, and I've been using this since about 1985, I believe. It's actually a 160-foot tower. I got this from a broadcast station that was moving or something, and I ended up taking it down. It's a 160-foot, a Pyrod 18, so it's got an 18-inch face. It looks something like Roan 45, but it's heavier because the legs and everything, all the members are solid steel, and it's in 20-foot lengths. So if you can just get a general idea here. It's here's 100 feet on the tower. There's still another 60 feet above that, and the guy wire anchors go out 100 feet. So here's the base of the tower. The tower sits on a base insulator, which is a commercial insulator. And then there's this spark gap thing here. That's for lightning prevention. There's a gap in between this ball and the actual round part of the tower there. There's a gap of about a half an inch. So when there's a lot of static and electricity in the air before a storm hits, the ball will take a lot of the charge there and dissipate it into the ground system here. So this ground system here, I got a little carried away. I had some extra wire off of a project, a ground system, and I ended up using about 30,000 feet of wire under this transmit antenna. There's in this box here has a network for 80 and 160, and it's a 5/8. The reason I went with 160 feet, it was actually a 180-foot tower, but 160 feet is a 5/8 wave on 80, and it's just less than, or just
over a quarter wavelength on 160 meters. So it's a great transmit antenna. Here's the project I mentioned earlier I'm working on. It's a quarter wave vertical on 80 meters. It's made by DX Engineering. Note the base here in the right. It's a swivel base, and you can use a hand winch there to raise and lower that. One person can raise and lower that antenna. It's 60, I think it's 67 feet. It's very broad banded. I have 4,000 feet of wire under it, 60 radios, and that thing is so broad banded. It's like from 3,500 to 3,850, under 2 to 1, and there's no network to feed it. It's just a direct coax feed. And I'm working on this right now. I'm going to make a 4 square out of it. And so we're going to be adding 4 more verticals about 67 feet apart from each other. And on the right here is the ground screen, the radios that are going to have to be added. Let me go back here a second. If you want to see a really, really good YouTube video on how to install all of this, find K4 Sugar Victor, K4SV Dave. He has a video, a YouTube video on YouTube from, and he shows us start to finish. It's a great YouTube video. Ray W9RE, or W2RE, Ray W2RE also has videos on this type of installation. And this is basically what you can get from DX Engineering: the phasing box, the phasing lines, the controller, and it's a complete package. I'm going to buzz through this here quickly. We're using a half-wave 80-meter dipole at 120 feet. Works. It's a good stateside antenna for the contest. And it works all right for DX also. And here's some inverted Ls. Inverted Ls are great transmit antennas. 41 feet vertical, 80 feet horizontal. You can put out 3 elevated 65-foot radios and feed it with 50 ohm coax, and you got a really decent 80-meter transmit antenna. And it works all right for receiving too, if you can't find room for transmit antennas. And this is for 80 meters, 32 feet vertical, 32 feet horizontal. This appears to need some type of matching network at the base here to get it to get the SWR at a reasonable location. Okay, one time I had an 80 meter Yagi. These are not for everybody, believe me. This antenna is heavy. It's large. The elements are 95 feet long. Boom, 60 foot length. It weighs around 500 pounds. I put it on a 140 foot self-supporter for the simple reason I don't like messing around with guy wires when I'm working with big antennas. It worked very well. It was a great DX antenna when it was working. It required a lot of maintenance. And in 2014, it failed from a ice storm. A rotatable dipole is certainly a good antenna. Here's Val on our rotatable dipole. She's close to the ground. This thing is massive. It's like almost 6 inches in the center, and it's 134 feet long. And you can find a lot smaller ones out there and shorter ones, and or you can build your own.
For sale.
And Val says it's for sale too. So I think I'm looking at replacing this thing and going back to a 2 or 3 element short and Yagi. We'll see how this this Foursquare works first. If you have receiving antennas, you need these on the receive end to protect your radio. You're going to have RF flying all over the place, and these things are great. We got one on each of our rigs here, and it's basically an RF limiter. And if you do de-expeditioning or field day, even field day, you should have these things on the receive end if you're using receive antennas. And for those that don't have property for all of this kind of stuff, I challenge you to go out and find a neighbor or a farmer and ask them to borrow their land for the winter months or the fall, winter, early spring. Put out some receive antennas. Basically, you need a SDR receiver, some antennas, the proper software, a good internet connection, or a backhaul back to your station on a microwave link, and then this remote receive antenna. And this also works fine at a home QTH also. So I challenge you to go out there, and if you don't have room at your QTH, go out and find some property and build some of this stuff. And that's it.
Well, thank you, Jerry. That's very, very interesting stuff. And you had a wide range of things in there. Even if you have a small backyard, you had some great ideas for folks. And so I'd like to introduce our two moderators for this session. We have George, K5TR, and Trey, N5KO, are the moderators. And so what sorts of questions do we have, George and Trey?
Well, AJ9C writes, and he's on a 20 by 265 lot, and he's wondering how critical the separation is from your receive antenna system and your transmit antenna system. What sort of spacing do you need to have to keep from getting in trouble?
Yeah, that Mike's pretty tight there. I would say the maximum amount possible. So, to me, it sounds really, really tight there. One thing I didn't mention is like the DX Engineering makes this nice this loop, and I haven't had a chance to try that yet. But even a rotatable loop antenna on a rotator, like on the roof of his house or something. So there's a lot of options out there, but Mike is really tight over there. I understand that. So Mike, go for the maximum. What's next?
George?
What's the dummy load used for on the Foursquare transmit?
It takes care of any mismatches. So the antennas, you want to have these antennas. If you're a CW, FT8, and sideband operator, you want the maximum bandwidth possible. So you're gonna, when you move that whole system around, you're gonna end up with reflected power in various spots. And what that dummy load takes, it takes the reflected power out of that box. That box really should be out there at the phasing box. The dummy load should be out at the phasing box. Now, some guys will run coax from the phasing box back into the shack so they can measure how much reflected is there. But I don't plan on doing that. So Tim, you're more of a Foursquare expert than I am. You want to make some comments on that?
Well, yeah, Jerry, I mean, you're spot on with what you're saying there. Right? The Foursquares here at K3LR, for instance, on 80 meters, I have that load in so that there's the minimum power at 3.65 megahertz. And so you want low power in there, but that's just on one of the ports for the, we call it a waster load on the 4 squares.
So
all right.
I have a question here. I'm going to throw one out. Well, go ahead, Trey, because I lost my question.
Oh, so how about this one here? With regards to the mini Foursquare, what's the minimum distance between the active antennas, and also are there concerns of if you're on a sloping lot? What about if the feed point is 10 feet lower on one than on the other because you have some terrain issues?
Tim, it's
Yeah,
your product.
The terrain issues can be a challenge. I mean, you just have to do the best you can. It's designed to be on flat. So when it's not on a flat terrain, it's not going to work as good, but it still works, but not as good. It will affect the front to back ratio. And what was the first part of that question?
Yeah,
Trey?
so how close can you get? I mean, what's your minimum distance situation on when you set up your Foursquare?
Yeah, I would go no less than 50 feet.
Yeah, I agree. And that's probably for 40 and 80. You can go up 100 plus feet for if you want to optimize it for 160.
Do you use these receive antennas in domestic contests? Are they useful then? Should I put one up for my domestic contest?
Yes, I keep that SAL up year round because we only have about what do we got? 4 beverages out during the summer months. There's 2 on my south property line and then a couple of those shorties north and south. So I want to have an extra, receive antenna, especially, the way the thunderstorms have been during the NAQPs and whatever, in the IARU contests and stuff. And that SAL seems to work in the directions that I don't have receive antennas, beverages set up for. So I'll have one, I'll use the SAL towards Europe. So yeah, it's worth it for domestic contests. They do work for domestic contests. And so does the mini Foursquare, by the way.
On that slide that you showed about the inverted Ls, you talked about using 3 elevated radials. And are those elevated radials tuned? And would the system work better if you added more radials, or what kind of guidance can you give about that?
Personally, I would use radials on the ground. But for a quick installation, like on a DXpedition or what have you, you can actually tune those elevated radios to get the antenna to fall into place a little bit easier. So yeah, they should be tuned because they're elevated. Does that answer a question?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
So do you detune any of your transmit antennas to get rid of receive noise, re-radiated noise? Any comments?
I did at one time. I tried that, and then there was so much stuff hanging on the tower in the way, and when you're rotating Yagis around around the tower, that's just more stuff in the way. So no, I don't detune them. Now I was detuning them, vertically with skirts off the face of the tower. That's the only way I know how to detune them. If there's other ways of detuning, I don't know. Tim, how do you tune your towers? You do, don't you?
No, that's one of those things that's on the list of things to do. I do believe that if I detune the towers that are close to some of the receiver arrays, that they would work better, because I remember having beverages around the towers and the noise coming off the towers was significant. So WHAI addresses that on his website. That's probably the place to go. And there have been some articles from time to time in the amateur radio, QST and maybe even in CQ. So yeah, I detuning is one of those things that I'd like to do. It's just I never get down that far on the list.
And I had to detune a tower that is resonant on 80 meters, and it's about 150, 200 feet from my transmit antenna. And it's right at the shack. It's my VHF tower. It's 30 feet tall. And I had to detune that tower because it was causing RFI issues at the shack because it was picking up so much RF from 80 meters. And all I did was go basically add a capacitor and a shunt feed it, if you will, just do a shunt wire up the tower like 15 feet. And I can tune that tower to a different frequency.
And what did George? What did you use for an instrument to tune it? You just play around with it a bit because there is broadcast equipment out there that do that kind of stuff.
The thing that caused me to do this was I had a Wi-Fi radio that provided my internet from 4 miles away, and so I actually ended up putting a QRP watt meter on the feed line that was feeding that radio because it was causing problems with the radio. At the radio I put a QRP watt meter, and I could measure several watts or more of power. So I just tuned it to reduce the power at that watt meter, and that solved my problem. Since then, I mean, you can use an amp meter. Since then, I've taken a field strength meter essentially at the tower, and I can tune for minimum on that as well.
Yep, another project.
Everyone needs a project. And speaking of projects, next question. I have a 50 by 100 foot lot. I currently use a dipole and get poor results. Should I bother with another type of wire antenna, or should I go with a magnetic loop, roof vertical, or smaller Yagi? And before you answer, I'd just like to comment that you never know how well your antenna is working until you put up another antenna to compare it with.
Boy, ain't that the truth. Boy, I don't know what to say about that. On these guys with the really limited areas, I'd go with a rotatable loop and maybe put it in one corner of your property, and go with that. Anybody else got any comments?
Well, I just fall back on my comment of, if you have two antennas, you can compare. And I, for years, used an antenna that I thought was phenomenal on 160 meters, and I'd worked tons of stuff, and I felt like the king. And then I put up another antenna that I thought, well, we'll see if this is good, and it was like quite a bit better, much to my surprise. So I think it's nice to have choices, and because you always want to be able to do that A/B test, and sometimes you'll get the results you expect, but sometimes you won't. And only by doing those A/B tests over times, across the entire season of the year, will you really, have a solid feeling about how well your antennas are working.
And it takes multiple days and nights to figure that out too, with changing propagation. So just something you can't determine, in one contest.
Do you have any issues with deer in the beverages or other livestock?
I'm really lucky in that regards, but Glenn's waving his hand. Glenn, tell us about your deer.
I have lots of deer too. Beverages are almost impossible to keep up. I put them up at 7 feet, and then the beverages slope down to ends. And for some reason, the deer know where it slopes down, and they wipe them out. And then it's usually after a big snowfall, and so you have to tramp through all this snow 1,000 feet away. So I've gone to the high Z Circle 8, and that really works well.
Yeah, you and Craig really have good luck with those, and one of these days I'm gonna try some type of circle array. I just hate carving off acres of farm ground all the time. So, but it's for ham radio.
I have both a Sal 30, which is a deer trap as far as I'm concerned, and beverages. And for the most part, I don't have trouble with the deer destroying the beverage. I mean, I have to fix wires occasionally, but I have a lot of deer around here. But I don't know. Maybe I'm lucky, or they're smarter or something.
So one programming note, Glenn, I think what we need to do is we need to swap you and Ray. Ray is not able to be in front of a computer. Will you be ready to go in about 12 minutes?
I'm ready right now.
Okay, good. Well, we'll keep with the 2:15 Eastern start time for you, and let's continue with Q&A with Trey and George.
On this, on the bog antennas, do you have an idea for what the general sort of beam width is of that?
Oh, I think the beam width is pretty broad on a bog, so in excess of 45 degrees would be my guess. Anybody else got any comments on a bog?
And the follow-up question on that is, on your bog and on your beverage, how essential is it that the thing be exactly straight, or can it wander around a little bit?
I think it can wander around. I remember putting a beverage up on Christmas Island through a bunch of jungle some years back, and that thing was all over the place because I was losing direction because I didn't have a compass or anything. I was just pulling a wire, and the thing was just all over, and it still worked extremely well. So yeah, I don't think it's critical. Some guys will like cross a ravine or go down a slope and what have you, and they seem to have good luck with that. So I don't think keeping it super straight is that critical. I just like it because I got the room to make mine straight. I like my stuff straight. I'm a tower guy, so I like stuff straight. That's kind of the way I am.
And any beverage is better than no beverage.
That is very true. They just want to work. They just want to work.
To that end, I would say any other antenna you can listen on, because you can listen on all kinds of things and get a better signal to noise ratio sometimes. So even if you don't have room for a beverage, maybe listening on your tri-bander might be better than you think.
Or for me, the classic example is listening on 160 meters with your 80 meter inverted V.
Yep, done that.
So in the pictures of some of this stuff, somebody's wondering how a thing can work with grounded on both ends. So it is confusing when you see some of these bidirectional beverages and things, and it looks like they're grounded on both ends, or have reflection transformers. You'll comment on how that works. It's not really grounded on both ends, I think is the answer. So if you have a 2-wire beverage, how does that work that I only feed it on one end? How do I get 2 directions?
With the reflection transformer, as far as I know about it. And
right.
that has to be grounded. And so if I can tell you, if your reflection transformer fails, and you can check your feed line with an antenna analyzer, it'll look bad. So it's easy to troubleshoot. You get water in it for some reason or whatever. That it'll show up in VSWR real easily. So yeah, you got to have a good ground on both ends. Otherwise they're just not going to work right.
Is there such a thing as a 4-square that works on both 80 and 160?
For transmitting?
Well, let's start with transmitting, and then we'll move on to receiving.
I wish. I wish. I don't know of any. Anybody know of any?
No.
I mean, Glenn's building a 160 4-square. He's going through a lot of work.
No, there's unfortunately the way the combining network is done. They're really single band systems, and the spacing would be wrong. There's a whole host of reasons why that doesn't work.
Having said that, I guess on some of these receive systems, you can fudge it a little bit to get some directionality on 80 and 160. Can you?
Oh yeah, yeah. The receive system is a totally different method. So of combining the verticals together to get a directive pattern. For instance, the high Z 8 circle here the diagonal distance between verticals is 123 feet. It works very good on 160, very good on 80, maybe a little bit better on 80, and it's still usable on 40 too. So those are not single band systems, although they can be optimized for instance, if I had 200 feet between them, it would work better on 160.
And another thing, these receive antennas that I talked about, most of them will receive as high as 20 and even higher. I mean, if you get rain static or snow static, and you're on 20 meters, try a receive antenna. It's amazing sometimes how quiet those things are, and you can still hear most of the signals on 20 meters. So you never got enough receive antennas.
And to that end, I know, Trey, you were talking about using an 80-meter dipole to listen on 160, but countless people have had real good success. They might have a 2-element 40-meter beam using that as a receiving antenna for 160. I've heard of several guys that have good luck, and then as if the 40-meter beam wasn't good enough for receiving on 160, I also hear guys using the 2-element 40 on 6 meters to receive and transmit on with a lot of success. So it's like this 2-element 40-meter beam can be used for all sorts of things.
I mean, I think a common story is I remember, I think it was some CQ Worldwide weekend, I was riding around in a guy's truck with his mobile rig, and we're listening to some giant station, on 40 meters with a big beam, and they're calling CQ, and they've got like a Charlie 21 calling them, and they're CQing because they can't hear it, but we hear the guy clear as a bell on the mobile antenna, because it's whatever, like we're hearing less noise or something, or we're not beaming in the wrong direction because we can't beam in any direction. We're beaming in all directions. So I think there's just limitless opportunities to hear stuff. But I think eventually, as you improve your station, you kind of get so wrapped up on these optimizations that we sort of overlook all these other tools we have in the arsenal for making contacts. Because why would I possibly listen on a crappy antenna when I've got this fantastic beam or whatever?
So what's inside the receive protectors, and how much signal will they handle?
So that the RG5000 HD is a product that we actually developed here. Took almost 4 years of experimenting to do it and do it right. It can handle up to 50 watts, so it can shed a lot of power. When we point one 40-meter stack at the other 40-meter stack, there's about 27 watts that comes down the pipe, and so obviously without that, the receiver front end just burns up, and so with that. The S meter, basically, if the S meter could go to 70/9, that's where it stops. And so there's a limiter followed by some diodes. The limiter is a soft limit, so that it doesn't get into hard limiting with the diodes until you really got a lot of power going into it, which limits the amount of IMD. Obviously, we're trying to hear in the same band at the same time. So it does a really good job of doing that, but do not use it if you're having problems with AM broadcast. We've had some customers that have purchased the RG5000, put it in line and thinking that, it would help with AM broadcast, but what it does is it's going to shut down the receiver because if there's so much broadcast energy that's coming down the pipe, it basically starts limiting everything you're going to hear. So, you know, you really need an AM broadcast filter for that application. But the RG5000s worldwide have helped keep receiver front ends from going up in smoke.
I think this is a interesting question about the NCC2. The specific question is, how critical is the spacing of the two verticals? Can it be installed in a heavily wooded area? I just would like to add, is there an optimization on that, or is it more a question of just taking any two antennas and tweaking, you know, peak reception?
Yeah, it's really all about taking any two antennas. The wider they're spaced apart, the better the system works. We have a lot of success here using the NCC2 with our transmit array, which is a directional array, and phasing that with the high Z8 circle. And they're separated by about 1,500 feet, but you know, even two of the RF Pro 1B loops that are separated by 50 feet, you can still create a directional pattern even on 160 with the NCC2.
I see two designs of the KD9 SV beverage transformers on DX Engineering site. Can I use the KD9 SV for a bog as well as the regular beverage antenna?
I can't. I don't. I'd have to take a look at that. I thought he, Jerry, you may know. I thought Gary made a transformer specifically for the bog that is different than a standard beverage. And
yeah, that's right. And is he doing beverage transformers also? I'm not sure, but
yes,
definitely you can't mix them up. No, the bog transformer has to go with the bog.
Yeah, the bog is K1
totally different.
Yeah, K1QX just said that a bog is 200 ohms, where standard beverage is going to be 450 ohms. Yeah. I see Ray Novak is logged back in, but I don't see any audio or video on Ray.
He was in a little bit ago. We saw him here, didn't we?
He was in, and then he's out.
There he is.
There he is. Ray, are you ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, Glenn, you're back in the ready chair, and Ray is ready, and Ray is on the schedule for 2:15 Eastern time. So Ray, welcome. And your moderators are K5TR and N5KO. And we're very glad to have you here. And thanks for being a key sponsor of DX Academy. Go ahead, Ray.
So does that mean that I'm in good hands, is what you're saying?
You're in great hands.
It's good to see everybody there. And sorry for being a little bit late here. Get where I bring everything up. Of course, now everybody wants to text. All right, does it look like the screen looks good?
Yes, looks great.
Okay. All right, a couple of things to start out with the presentation is, first, we do not have FCC certification on this product. This product is not being offered for sale or might not be for sale until after FCC certification. So I'm not endorsing this as a product for sale, but more of a pre-launch, pre-availability preview into the capabilities of the IC705. Is intended to be used in a less than perfect setup with a focus on low power operation. This means the IC705 is optimized to provide the maximum performance for operating on a less than ideal antenna system and in a QRP environment while providing the features and functionality of a base station rig. While we feel the radio will exceed your expectations for a QRP rig, please do not expect a 2-pound radio to perform as well as one of Tim's 56-pound IC7851s. Use the other 54 pounds for taking provisions for your activation. This is not your contest superstation rig. With that being said, let's explore a whole
new ICOM world. While we are social distancing, the phrase "take a hike" takes on a whole new meaning. Whether you hike from the car to a picnic table in a state park or hike up the side of an area designated as a summit for one of the 150,000 plus summits on the year, you will no longer consider lugging your radio along. So what is Parks on the Air, or POTA? It is an acronym for Parks on the Air, a derivative of the ARRL's celebration of the National Park Service's 100th anniversary in 2016, which was a brainchild of Sean Kutzko, KX9X, and Norm Fasaro, Whiskey 3 India Zulu. The POTA event created such excitement, Jason Johnston, W3 Alpha Alpha X-Ray, extended the program as Parks on the Air in 2017. While a rather new award program, the POTA program covers over 19 countries, 28 DXE entities with over 5,500 users, with a growth rate of 7% every 2 months. With approximately 22,000 parks, there is an activation location within a short drive of most people. The activity of these activations is impressive, as 29,000 activations have reported 1.2 million QSOs since this program's launch in 2017. This is a very exciting program. Would hope that more people get involved with it. For more details, check out www.parksontheair.com and be active. If a park does not seem like enough of a challenge, take it up a hill. At least that's what we say here in Dallas, because there's not a whole lot of mountains in our area. This is an award program from the UK, pretty much like the IOTA's Islands on the Air. Summits on the Air has over 150,000 summits in nearly 100 countries. So you can have a combination of hobbies like ham radio, photography, mountain climbing, camping, many different things that you can do. While there are various SOTA activations, one thing is consistent. They love to make contacts, as there are over 6 million QSOs submitted for this award program. Again, a perfect way to be active. The 705 combines favorite functions from the IC 7300 and the IC 9700 to provide a portable experience never seen before within a QRP package. It is no coincidence that the IC 705 looks familiar, as the screen is the same size as the 7300 and 9700. The user interface, which is a colored touchscreen navigation system, has many of the same functions as used in the 7300, 7610, and 9700. So operation will be second nature if you have one of these radios. As QRP requires a new skill set to workstations, the real-time band scope provides multiple views of the spectrum. Whether you are watching to find an operator running a pileup in split, or trying to find a quiet section of the band to call CQ, the 705 enables you to control the spectrum you see. Whether it's fixed mode, which is perfect for doing search and pounce, or center mode for controlling the pileup while you're doing your SOTA POTA activations. Try all the bands, 160 through 10, 6 meters, 2 meters, and 70 centimeters. This includes AM, FM broadcast, airband, as the wide range receive is from 30 kilohertz to 199 megahertz, and then picks back up at 400 to 470. While once referred to as an all-mode transceiver, the IC705 covers many of the modes natively, meaning you have upper and lower sideband, CW, RTTY, AM, FM, with wideband FM for receive only, as well as D-Star. You can do other modes via the internal sound card via the micro USB port. As a QRP rig, the 705 output power is variable from 5 watts to QRP-P at 0.5 watts, with the internal BP272 lithium-ion battery pack. While included with the 705, this is the optional battery for the ID31A and ID51A series radios. With an external power source of 13.8 volt DC, your maximum output power can be 10 watts. Following ICOM's tradition of a direct RF sampling receiver, the IC705 has a direct RF sampling receiver up to 25 megahertz, with a single down conversion receiver covering up to 70 centimeters. This receiver architecture maximizes your receiver performance, including advanced filtering functions found in the larger base stations. We will cover more on this in the product comparison section of this presentation. The definition of compact varies with the classification of the item referenced. A particular example is a compact car. So looking at the measurement standard, the IC705 is a compact multi-band, multi-mode transceiver with the dimensions of almost 8 inches by a little over 3 inches by a little over 3 inches again, weighing in at 2.4 pounds. While the term compact can be suggestive, as the IC705 may be larger, heavier than competitive models, these competitive models require optional equipment that expands the actual package size to meet functions like the spectrum scope. Whether an optional device or to add the ability to see signals in the band, the IC705 is currently the smallest package capability.
Hey, Ray.
Yes, sir.
Ray, do you want to drop your video feed and just, I don't know if that's going to affect the screen, because your bandwidth, I don't know what sort of connection you're on, but your audio is chopping up.
Okay. We'll give that a shot.
Yes, yeah, that might work better.
Okay, is either that or the reading skills of my script that I put together, so I didn't sound so bouncing around.
No, we're getting a low bandwidth on you, so, but
okay,
and not feeding the video should work better. Go ahead.
All right. Considering what all is in the box, the overall size of the IC705 is surprisingly compact. To reiterate, the 705 utilizes the same size as the same size display as the 7300, while being an inch and a half narrower, almost an inch shorter, and a bit over 6 inches shallower. In comparison to the 7300, the 705 is approximately 7 pounds lighter, weighing it at 2.4 pounds or 1 kilo. The 705 does not increase your SOTA-POTA load, especially when you consider the integrated spectrum scope is internal, not requiring patch cables and additional power sources for another external device. With the BP272 at 7.4 volt DC, the current drain is approximately 500 milliamps in standby, slightly increasing to 800 milliamps at maximum audio, with a transmit current of 2.5 amps for 5 watt RF output. As many utilize the new lithium iron phosphate batteries, it's easy to find a small external battery capable of 4 amp hour to power the 705. With the external power source, your RF output doubles to 10 watts and your receiver current drain decreases. For receive standby, the typical current drain is around 300 milliamps. This would have the display, GPS, Bluetooth, and wireless LAN turned on. In an independent test, the current drain with the display and standby, GPS, Bluetooth, and wireless LAN off, and the receiver active with the audio at minimum, we saw the current drop to 177 milliamp. This 200 milliamps hour savings is very comparable to some of the benchmarks set for current consumption. While the current consumption is obsession for some, features like GPS, Bluetooth, and maybe worth the 200 milliamp increased consumption for others. There are a few things that you are able to do with the Bluetooth that you may not have thought of doing. During one of my recent tests, I was able to use a Bluetooth headset as well as Bluetooth serial ports for control of the 705 with one of my logging software packages. I was able to record my QSOs with geocache information and time data for later review. So as the sun was setting, I was able to operate and log with cooking dinner over the fire. I would consider that low maintenance QRP operation. What better way to take it with you than the LC-192 backpack designed for soda, POTUS, shack in a bag operation? While the upper compartment securely holds the 705, there is a flap to open for a whip antenna for VHF, UHF operation, or a feed line to an HF antenna mounted on the sideboard. The HM243 speaker microphone or the optional VS3 Bluetooth headset for hands-free operation, making operation while moving very easy. The lower compartment of the LC-192 has plenty of room for a couple of small antennas like the AL-705 magnetic loop from Alpha Antennas. To give you an idea of what it would look like, here's an image of it being held one-handed. And there again, that is with the internal battery, band scope, everything, easy to grab and go. Rubber covers increase the dust and moisture integrity of the 705 for the access portals on each side of the radio. To keep the size of the 705 to a minimum, the use of smaller connections are necessary. The send ALC jack is combined for amplifier connections with a single 3.5 millimeter stereo jack. Rather than a 4-pin Molex, the tuner jack is a 3.5 millimeter stereo jack like the send ALC, but this is for ground, start, and key, and you will need an external voltage source to power an antenna tuner like the AH4. The key jack is a multi-function 3.5 millimeter stereo jack, but they did something different on this one. Not only can you wire up a regular iambic key paddle to send CW with, you can also combine a resistor pack with switches to control the memory keyer for CW, RTTY, and sideband through an external keyboard. For computer connectivity and charging the BP272, a micro USB port is utilized. This provides a single wire CI5 and sound card operation for your digital modes. Finally, the DC power jack is a coaxial style jack which supports the OPC 2421 that is included with the 705. The L-type connector is a 5.5 millimeter plug with inner diameter of 2.5 millimeter with inline fuses. On the left side of the 705, two connections are apparent. The BNC, which is the antenna connection for all the bands, and the ground terminal. Lesser visible ports, due to the rubber covers, are the speaker microphone and the micro SD slot. The speaker microphone jacks consist of a 2.5 millimeter and a 3.5 millimeter jack. The speaker jack is a 3.5 millimeter stereo for speaker or headphone outputs based on the speaker setting in the set mode. For headset, you can select left or right, monaural output, or a combined left-right output. The microphone jack is 2.5 millimeter, which is a 4-conductor jack with microphone voltage, PTT, microphone output, ground, and mic key. Back of the radio is very clean with only the battery dock for the BP272 that is included and the optional BP307. The final view is the bottom of the radio where there are a couple of mounting solutions for those who do not want to place the radio flat on a rock or picnic table. In addition to the rubberized feet, you have a 1/4-20, also known as a camera mount, or an amps bolt pattern which is not an official standard, but many mounting solution providers utilize the amps pattern for small electronics. So for specification comparisons, there's one thing that I need to point out. Marketing caveats are always used and are typical by all manufacturers. Most common are frequency ranges vary depending on version. Some frequency ranges not guaranteed. Specifications guaranteed within amateur bands. You will see these on most specification sheets and product web pages. Unfortunately, some are not as clear, and many users do not notice these caveats. When we look at the first page of the comparison, of course, with this being a 705 presentation, I do kind of stack the cards in the IC 705 favor. But the other three comparisons from A, B, and C are three widely known popular QRP radios. Information from the competitive models come from the respective manufacturer's website, manuals, FAQs, and specification sheets publicly available. The 705 leads the way with unique features like the Bluetooth, internal GPS, wireless LAN, and remote control capabilities with the RSBA1 software and Android app, as well as utilizing a micro USB port for computer connectivity. Probably the number one unique feature is the RF direct sampling. As seen with the 7300, the direct RF sampling provides an ultra clear receive audio with minimal noise from traditional superhet designs. Add ICOM's DSP architecture, and you have a portable compact radio for SOTA or POTA activities that will rival most base stations twice the size. Another caveat to look at closely is the marketing of receivers. A recently released QRP competitor that is not on this list, as well as competitor A, utilizes a quadrature downsampling receiver design, which is equal to a single conversion directly into a DSP device. While both tout IQ output, one goes as far as marketing the receiver as an SDR design, and farther in the marketing documentation, the SDR is quantified as being compatible with PC-based SDR software-defined radio applications. This is not the same as a direct RF sampling receiver. Why such a big deal about direct RF sampling receiver and a PC-based SDR application? First is a removal of potential sources of noise, images, and other errors such as LO leakage and quadrature impairments within the RF instrument itself are the major benefits of a direct sampling receiver. Additionally, these type of receiver devices also reduce current rate of the receiver. While there have been some speculation and fear that the IC 705 receiver would be ham band only, there is a nice receive range from 30 kilohertz to just under 200 megahertz and also 400 to 470. As mentioned before, this includes the AM and FM broadcast, general aviation, shortwave, and the ham bands. As ICOM is a strong supporter of the JARL's D-Star protocol, the 705 covers D-Star on 160 through 2 and 70 centimeters for the DV mode. This includes the screen support of picture sharing features introduced with the IC 9700. Additionally, terminal and access point modes are supported. There is a video on ICOM UK's YouTube channel where Roger McCready, Golf Zero, Fox Golf X-Ray, demonstrates D-Star utilizing the wireless LAN gateway function. Now, one thing to pay close attention to is the current drain for 2 meters. As you see here, the current under receive is 300 to 350 milliamps of competitor A. This is important as many are focused on the current drain of the 705 with the display, GPS, Bluetooth, and other functions currently as high current consumers. Additionally, take a look at the RF power. The same game is played when the common specification mentioned is up to 15 watts output power. But when you look closer, you see the output power is 10 watt PEP for 160 through 15, 8 watts PEP for 12 through 6 meters. And if you use the optional 2 meter transverter, you are looking at 1 to 1.5 watts on battery, 2.5 to 3 watts if using external DC power. So when you see the up to 15 watt output as a caveat, you'll see the 705 as well as competitor B and C do not have these kind of caveats. We tell you what it is across all the bands. As we covered the size of the radio and weight, the display of the 705 is 4.3 inches. Again, same size as the 7300 and 9700. When compared to competitive models, there's only one that specifies its dimensions as 1.8. The other manufacturers specify the information that you can see on the display. The internal battery is something we learned from the IC703 as a very important feature. With battery technology available, the lithium-ion pack is a clear winner, especially with multiple charging methods including the micro USB port. As we look closer at the current drain, while there are various measurement techniques used, terms like typical should be the standard so the potential buyers has a good idea as what to expect from the radio under normal conditions. But as you can see, the common measurement is 150 milliamp minimum measurement, which requires a white paper explaining the settings to achieve this low rating, which is without 2 meters, because on our previous slide, 2 meters was rated at 300 to 300 milliamp. While the concern is understandable today, with today's batteries and solar technologies, that really changes the game. Numbers lie. That number is the current consumption number game. Our friends at BioInno, Kevin Zanjani, reviewed our current specifications and came up with 2 capacity charts for 2 common operation styles. Mileage may vary depending on the success of your activation, but a little over 7 hours from a battery weighing 1 pound as you work down your pileup provides a lot of operating fun. But let's not stop with just one resource of power consumption and operating fun. While this is not for everybody, operating off-grid for long periods of time or in harsh environments is a specialty of Julian, better known as OH8STN. His focus has been in this area with QRP radios for years. There's a lot of great information on Julian's page that can help you better understand the off-grid passion. Many of the articles found on Julian's page can help you to determine what items are perfect for your kit as he advises you on things he has experienced, providing you with a truthful view into the good and bad about his experiences. I know I don't see camping in snow or on the snow with a loop antenna being fun, but that is one of the events that he does. In talking with Julian, he shared one of his favorite packages, which is the Power Film Lightsaver Max, which is a soft, flexible solar panel with a battery package capable of sustaining a 5 amp load. Seeing the IC705 pulls less than 3 amps on transmit, this panel can provide ample power during a sunny day and operation off the battery well into the night. Julian commented that many will use a more typical package with a solar panel, battery, and a charger controller. One thing to note, not all charger controllers are created equal, but there are various capabilities and sizes, as well as some are noisy and some are not. Buddy Pole has a Power Pack Mini, which looks similar to the unit in the photo above. Again, this type of setup can power more than just the 705. You will have ample power for computer and other devices. This test before you go out will all your devices make sure they are RF quiet as you could quickly add weight with ferrite cores. Now, follow Julian, OH8STN, as he is excited about the 705. He has released several videos when there was speculation on what it would do, what it wouldn't do. One of his biggest focuses has been a single wire solution for digital modes, which the 705 solves. The next challenge will be the Bluetooth and wireless LAN connectivity for the digital modes. So if you're well versed in the world of POTA and SOTA or remote wilderness activations, this will be a bit boring to you. But for those of you who are new to this, there are new toys to consider. Solar, solar, solar. Solar chargers. Again, the Buddy Pole Power Pack Mini shown here. Lithium iron phosphate batteries, new micro-sized antennas like the Buddy Pole Buddy Stick, as well as a portable antenna designed for the IC705, and the new Alpha antenna AL705. So, open for questions. 3 answers real quick. While the 705 is submitted for FCC certification, we have not received certification. We are not able to provide pricing or offer for sale until FCC certification, and expected availability in the US is September.
Trey and George, we have about a minute or two for a hot question or two.
Thank you, Ray. Very exciting. First question is, can the IC705 be used full duplex for satellite operations?
No, it cannot. There's only a single receiver on it, so there's going to be only one receiver, so full duplex is not capable.
Any possibility of support for 222 megahertz?
I've seen a lot of guys comment that they want to use the 705 as their IF for transverters. So you do have that capability. As far as expanding the radio to do it itself, no, there's
not. So there's Bluetooth on board. Will that be compatible with any type of Bluetooth devices, or only ones that are ICOM?
It's not proprietary. We support the HSP and HFP, which is a hands-free protocol and handset protocol. I have paired a couple of aftermarket Bluetooth headsets. One had a push-to-talk on the side, and it worked just fine.
What modes will it decode natively? Will it decode any digital modes natively?
Digital voice, we've got D-Star as well as RTTY.
Do you anticipate in the future having any iOS support?
I hope so. I have not seen anything yet, though.
Matching antenna tuner?
We will have an antenna tuner according to the Japanese brochure, as well as the Japanese owner's manual, but no information yet. And of course, I mentioned working with the AH4.
Is it
so
possible
the AH705
to,
is the antenna tuner you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it possible to remove the onboard battery and run the rig off of an external battery in terms of managing your weight budget?
Removing the, I didn't hear all the question. Removing the
included battery.
Kind of like this right here.
Right. So it'd be like running it off an external supply.
You can either come up with your own battery pack to snap on the back and the battery dock, or there again, that 13.8 volt input on the side.
All right. Ray, if you would take a look in the Q&A area and answer any other questions that we were not able to get to. And Trey and George, you might want to stick around a little bit. There's Marty. Bill, are you online with us? W9KKN?
I am here. Hello.
Okay,
Took me a
good.
second to get off mute.
Yeah, and I'm sure Marty will. Marty's there too. So I guess now's a good time to do the moderator change. And Trey and George, thanks very much for your services today. Another fine job. And we will look for you down the log. And please welcome our final moderators of the day. It's Bill, W9KKN, and Marty, NN1C. So with that, Glenn, let's hear about VP6R. Please welcome Glenn Johnson, W0GJ.
Okay, I think we'll maybe have some extra time when we're done here, so there'll be plenty of time for questions. I'm so remote that I have a wireless internet connection and not the best bandwidth. So I'm going to stop my video and screen share. Does that look okay?
Yes, that looks good.
Okay, this is about the DXpedition to Pitcairn Island that we did last October, November. Mutiny on the Bands instead of Mutiny on the Bounty. Well, remember the attempt we did at Bouvet and the failure we had with the Batanzo ship in January when we tried to activate Bouvet. We were so close. We could almost touch the island. In fact, our anchor was on the island, or just offshore of the island, but it was not fun at all. And as we were heading back, we had a lot of discussion among the team. Let's go somewhere fun, someplace where there's good weather, it's warm, there's some civilization, and some relatively, at least easy transportation. So, and take some rookies with us, some new guys who haven't been on DXpeditions before. Make it fun for everybody. So Pitcairn Island fit the bill. Nobody had been there for a few years, and it wasn't the highest on the most wanted list, as you'll see, but it all started back in the 1770s with this fruit called breadfruit. The English thought they needed a cheap supply of food for their slaves in the Caribbean area. And so they commissioned a ship called the Bounty to sail from England to Tahiti to get breadfruit plants and then take them to the Caribbean. Well, in 1777, the Bounty set sail and they went down to Cape Horn and tried to get around Cape Horn for 30 days. And they finally gave up and went to the Cape of Good Hope to resupply their ship. And then they went through the Indian Ocean south of Australia and ended up in Tahiti in 1778. And after about 6 or 7 months of getting breadfruit plants, they left in 1779. And that was when the mutiny of the Bounty was, where they sent the evil Captain Bligh and his crew adrift in a small boat. And eventually, one of the great seafaring stories is Captain Bligh in a small boat eventually made their way to East Timor and back to England in a couple of years and described the mutiny. So they sent people looking for the mutineers and the Bounty, and they never found it because Pitcairn Island was several hundred miles off the charts, and a small island in a big ocean is hard to find. And 19 years later, there was an American ship that discovered Pitcairn, and there was only one of the original mutineers that was still there. And 2 years after that, the news finally reached England what happened to the mutineers. So let's go to Pitcairn Island. Pitcairn Island is halfway between the Panama Canal and Auckland, New Zealand. And we're not going to take this boat because it's the Atlantic tuna. We just need something for the Pacific. So we thought we'd hire this boat, but it was out of our budget. So we looked for another boat, and the Braveheart was going to be doing some work in the area. And so that was a good fit because most of us have been on the Braveheart before, and they're really good at helping with the expeditions. Pitcairn is not well populated. Right now, the population is about 37, maybe 40. The highest population was just shy of 200 in the 1880s. But now a lot of the kids, when they get to be junior high age, they go to New Zealand for school, and typical, they don't come back. So the population is aging on Pitcairn. Pitcairn was number 67 on the most wanted list when we got there. I'm going to talk a little bit mostly about, with some emphasis on 160 meters. And over the last 30 years, there's only been about 3,000 contacts made on 160 meters. And typically the DXpeditions have been 1, maybe 2% of the contact totals, as you can see here. So there's been no operation on 160 at all from the hams that live on Pitcairn. And there was a lot of activity many years ago from Tom Christian, VP6TC or VR6TC, depending on when they changed the prefix. He died in 2013, and there really hasn't been much activity since that time. So the goals of this operation was to take advantage of the low bands at the bottom of the sunspot cycle and make it fun for everybody, not just the operators, but for the audience as well. We had incredible support from DX Engineering, Flex Radio, ACOM, and low band systems. And our location was at Andy Christian's house, which is near the top of Pitcairn Island, about 1,000 feet above the sea. And to make a long story short, almost a fourth of our contacts were with Europe at the antipode, you know, at the bottom of the sunspot cycle. And we tried out a new antenna from DX Engineering that is designed for 160 meters. And we left some antennas for those behind. These are the rookies we took with us, EA3HSO, K0PC, and W0VTT. Great guys. We unloaded our container from Pitcairn, from Bouvet, and repacked things for Pitcairn. It was a little bit smaller team. We needed, because we had a house to live in, we didn't need a lot of the supplies and stuff that we took. So we actually packed a much smaller container to ship to New Zealand. So how do you get there? You fly to Tahiti, French Polynesia, and then you take a puddle hopper plane, takes a couple hops to get to Mangareva, which is the southeasternmost island group in French Polynesia. And from there, you take the Braveheart. So again, from Mangareva, the Braveheart goes to Pitcairn. There's about 30, 35 hours sailing time, depending on seas and wind. So it takes about a day and a half to get to Pitcairn. Our skipper was Matt Jolly. He had his wife and a child with us on the trip. And I think this little guy is going to be quite a sailor someday when he grows up. And typical, I don't do boat rides well, and I learned to re-speak in porcelain, even though the seas weren't rough by most standards, but it still affects me quite a bit. We arrived at Pitcairn just before dawn one morning. It was kind of a dreary, rainy, drizzly day, and this is what you see. This is the north side of Pitcairn. Pitcairn does not have a harbor. There is a little dock, but it's a trick to get into, and so everything from all the ships has to go ashore and back, if it's being shipped out, by these longboats. So the longboats go in and out, and they know how to maneuver with the waves, just because there isn't any harbor. There's no natural harbor. They've tried to build one, but it just has never worked out. So the longboats are still the staple, how they literally communicate all their supplies to and from the ships at sea. This is us on our longboat, headed in as a team. You don't see much equipment there. I'll get to that in just a second. We just had our carry-on bags. You see George N4GRN here on a stretcher. As he was boarding the Braveheart in Mangareva, he slipped as he was boarding and fell and broke not just a couple ribs, but his shoulder blade as well. And because of the discomfort he was in, this was the best way to transport him to the island. This is a video that Nodir put together of Pitcairn and how beautiful it is. So sit back and relax and watch this video. I hope it's not too jumpy with my limited bandwidth. This is Pitcairn Island. It's a beautiful place, unbelievably beautiful, and it's probably one of the best trips I've ever been on. Our QTH was at Andy's house, which is right there. And we also had a second operating site at the old radio site, which is right there at the top of one of the highest peaks. Very, very beautiful view in all directions. Fortunately, our gear was sent to New Zealand and the Braveheart picked it up and delivered it about a month before we arrived. And so when we got to Andy's place, we found everything already there. These are the ACOM amplifiers in the boxes. Most of our equipment is in the containers you see straight ahead. Our radios and our personal gear were in Pelican cases, neatly stashed, and our antennas were all sorted out. Everything was just waiting for us. And so the first day, we assembled 5 Yagis, got a couple verticals up for 30 and 40, 4 stations were set up, and within 6 hours, we were on the air. And we were on the air the first night, of course, too. And the mud on Pitcairn is called the world's friendliest mud because of its volcanic nature. It doesn't take much moisture to really make it mud. And this little hill, you can see this tractor trying to come up the hill, and you can see just how slick and slippery this Pitcairn mud is. Tried 2 or 3 times to get up here. So how many DXers does it take to build a Yagi? Well, I don't know. But we got our antennas put together in pretty good order and pretty fast, and things went very well that first day. These are some of the falling derrick masts that DX Engineering made for us. It was for our Bouvet trip, and they're very nice, very easy to assemble. They're modular. You can make them longer or shorter. They're very easy to handle. They're very lightweight, and you'll see some of these in action later. But it makes erecting the antennas very safe, very fast, very easy. Makes it easy to turn the antennas to. Wonderful product. Each site had 3 generators. This is Andy's house. You can see antennas from 60 meters all the way up to 10 meters, and you can't see the 2-meter EME beam, but it's there. So that's Andy's house. Here's the old radio site. Lots of area to put up antennas. You see some towers already up there, and we did not use them, and you might wonder why that was. You'll see here in just a minute. Inside the old radio house, it was pretty dilapidated on the inside, very dirty. We had to clean it up. You can see daylight through the floor in some places. These transmitters, of course, weren't useful at all. You can see how dirty things were. Nobody had really been in here for quite some time. And this is the room we set up our equipment in. And had this been working, we could have been on the air right away. Maybe, maybe not. But so very interesting old radios. Who knows how old they are? There was a Yagi up there from a previous DXpedition. It didn't work at all. And if you look at the right, at the element closest to you, I'll zoom in here, that's moss growing out of the traps. So in that environment, things aren't going to last long if they're left up. This is what the towers look like that were standing. Some of them are kind of bent. It's amazing. Some of these towers are still standing with the storms they have there. There just isn't much left. So nobody's going to climb these towers. They're going to fall down someday. But the Philly strand was still working good. I'll have to give credit to Philly strand for that. This is the DX Engineering 160-meter vertical. It's 90 feet tall. Was designed for the Bouvet DXpedition, and there's a falling derrick. You'll see that in work here in just a little bit. But this was an awesome antenna for 160 meters. Absolutely fantastic. Here it is, a lightweight aluminum tower with some falling derrick pieces. It's very easy to put together, very quick to put together. It's light, just a couple people can carry it very easily. And here it's assembled, ready to put up with the falling derrick that you can see in the distance. This is what it looks like from the base end. And this is how we put it up.
Come back this way, guys. Come back this way. Pack. Help. Greg. Pull, Greg. Pull. Pack. Pull. Okay. Go! Anyway, that's how easy it goes up. Very nice. Very good system. Thank you, DX Engineering, for making that. This is what it looks like from the base. There's the falling derrick on the ground with our radios laid out and the matching network that we used. You can see the insulated base for this tower. Very heavy duty, very rugged. What a wonderful product. Of course, it works at night like this. We had two beverages. We had a long beverage to North America and to Europe, and we had a shorter beverage just because of we couldn't go any farther to JA in Asia, but they were in our back pocket anyway. Low band systems controllers drove the beverages, and they really worked well, I tell you. This is 80-meter vertical fiber pole with lots of radials at the bottom. It worked really well too. This is, on the left is the 80-meter station, and on the right is the 160 station. And during the daytime, we used it for other bands as well. We had lots of gray line and darkness all over the world. Our only areas we didn't have in common were basically Antarctica and the Indian Ocean, where there isn't much activity anyway. The first night, Nadir was ecstatic. He made 714 cues, but it wasn't just Nadir. I'm sure there were 714 guys that were really ecstatic too that first night. They said we had really strong signals with this antenna. Our operating schedule, we had 3 4-man teams. We alternated 3 and 4-hour shifts so that we rotated through the propagation every day. This is the operating position at Andy's house. Very nice, a lot of space. And this is the view you get while you're sitting down operating the radio. Remember, you're 1,000 feet above the sea, so it was really nice. Just some pictures of the shack. And when you wake up kind of bleary-eyed and you're scheduled to replace SM5AQD, who do you tap on the shoulder to sit down in his place? We had a fun time operating. It was really fun to, with strong signals from everywhere in the world. And if anybody's ever operated FT8, you know, it can be very relaxing, right? And you'll see a dead band here in just a moment.
Kilo Charlie 9, Victor Fox, Italy 5932. Thank you, Victor Papa 6 Radio. Delta Lima again, please.
Even though we were there during the drier season where there's less rainfall and the temperatures were still very nice, we had lots of rain. There was a cyclone or hurricane in the southern hemisphere that hung over us for 4 days, just pouring rain. And the mud was just unbelievable. It would get into everything. And it was pretty messy. And of course, this mud is very hard to get out of things too, so it stains a lot. But this is one of the trails up to the radio site. Very slick, very treacherous. You can see I've fallen a few times on this trail. It is so slick. And this is when the cyclone was over. Not too bad, but when it really did blow, you can see it really wreaked havoc on these palm trees. And it bent the mast, the very top of the 160-meter antenna, but it didn't seem to affect the performance at all. We were there during the CQ Worldwide Sideband contest. We ended up with a great score. I think we even beat K3LR, if I'm not mistaken. And then somebody, after we submitted our score, said, how far apart were your antennas? Remember, there's this rule, they have to be within 500 meters. So there's Andy's house, and there's the radio site. And if you look at our antennas from Google Earth, it's just under 500 meters. So we were okay. We were okay. Again, this is a 160-meter station, very ergonomic laid out, operating. This is No Deer. He did most of the 160 operation at nights. And this is what we sounded like in Ohio on 160. And in England, and near the antipode at LY7M. So the 160-meter nights, the first night, of course, was the best. And then you can see it varied a little bit from night to night. We had good nights and some not so good nights. And it was interesting during the CQ Worldwide contest when we did sideband in 48 hours, we only made 43 contacts, and we really tried hard too, because we needed every mult we could get. But that was when the cyclone was over us, lots of QR Nancy. So you can see that CW gets through when sideband can't oftentimes. We had 2 nights on FT8 for a total of 739 contacts. And our observations that No Deer put together for 160 meters for DXpeditions is that, first of all, 23% of our contacts on 160 were with Europe. And we were able to work the antipode, where there would have been 5 contacts on 160 before from zone 16. Now there's 156. And the long path doesn't repeat every night. It's different. And there's peaks of clouds. There can be random. So you have to be there. Your opening might be short. They're constantly changing. So you just have to be there if you want to get a new band on 160 for from a DXpedition. And propagation can exist outside of gray line on both sides. And here's a good example of that. This is 1 hour after sunrise in England. This is our 160-meter signal. That's pretty impressive. And the other thing is, particularly on the low band, when signals are right in and out of the noise, match the speed of the operator, because he knows what his conditions are. So if you go real fast, you'll miss some characters. If you go too slow, probably about the same, but match the speed of the operator. That's important. Sometimes, like this, you don't see any signals. You see lots of QR Nancy, and even the best operators succumb to sleep, the need to sleep. I did 160 one night, and you can operate 2 bands easily with FT8. So that kind of keeps you awake going back and forth between 2 computers. On FT8 and 160, we made a total of 742 contacts over 2 nights. Half were Europe, the other half was North America and Asia. And while on CW, only about 1/4 of the contacts were with Europe. So we made, percentage-wise, twice as many contacts with Europe as we did with CW. And almost half were unique to FT8 of all the contacts. So very interesting. 60 meters, we had a full-size 60-meter vertical with a lot of radials. We made 900 contacts, and over half were with Europe on 160. That's going right through the United States over North America. This is the antenna we used for 60 meters. I don't know what that is, but we did fox and hound mode. And one operator can operate, sustain 400 contacts an hour. And one of our guys, when the conditions were really good, said he saw his rate meter peak at over 1,000 an hour with just using one radio. So if one operator can do 2 radios, FT8, see what the possibilities are. Here's our EME antenna. Works pretty well. After our first contact, the guys were really excited. Made our first contact. We made 36 contacts, and Hal and Mike were our operators. The island power started about 6 o'clock in the morning, or whenever the power guy got up and turned the generators on. And sometimes it would go off before 10 o'clock. Sometimes it'd stay on to about 11, depends on when he went to bed. And when the power was on the island, there was a very high noise floor. And as soon as the power was cut, the noise floor would just drop on the radios. And so we could only operate during those times when the power was down on the island and the moon was up. And basically we had 17 and a half hours of EME time over 5 days for a total of 36 Qs. And that storm toward the end did some damage to the beam, and it made it a little bit more difficult to make our contacts after that. These are some pictures of Pitcairn. It's a very beautiful place. Most of these are Nodir's pictures. He's a fantastic photographer. It's an amazing place, and it's on my bucket list to go back with my wife for a vacation and do some hamming on the side. And it's easy to get to now, maybe after COVID, that is. It's easy to get to Mangareva, French Polynesia, and then take a shuttle boat every week or two. There's a boat that goes from Mangareva to bring supplies, and then you can ride back on that boat. In just a few minutes, you go from rainforest, really wet jungle areas, and just a few hundred meters, you come out and it's desert. It's a fascinating place. This is St. Paul's Pool, where just a beautiful sight. We did some exploring of the island when we were off duty. The whales were there calving. Miss T, the last of the Galapagos turtles. They imported several turtles many years ago, and they found out the turtles were tearing up their gardens, and so they thought they would destroy them, and they did, but they saved one. His name was Mr. T, but then when a biologist came, they found out it was actually Mrs. T, and she's about 100 years old, they think. So she roams the island, and she has her own domain. This is the anchor of the Bounty and its cannon in a little museum they have there. So downtown Adamstown is beautiful, particularly when the rainbows are out. It's a fantastic place. And at night, the lights, city lights come on, both of them. I think you can see Andy's place there, the brightest light. I think that's Andy's place. And the place just to the right is the old radio site. And it's all too early to pack up and go home. That was easy, just took us a few hours to pack up. This is Meralda, VP6MW. We put up a 40-meter vertical for her. It works very well on 15. It also resonates quite well on 30 meters. So she was really happy about that. So if you work Meralda, here's her picture. And they gave us a farewell dinner. And we didn't really plan on that at all, but it was very nice to be able to talk to everyone. And it was just wonderful people, absolutely fantastic people there. We visited Tom Christian's grave. He died in 2013, VP6 TC. So this is the first de-expedition, major de-expedition, where we didn't do any RTTY. Our only digital mode was FT8. You can see that it beat out sideband. This is probably the first de-expedition where there's been sideband coming at the bottom behind CW and digital. 30% of our Qs were with FT8. And on the low bands, 60, 80, 160, almost a third of our contacts were with the Antipode in Europe. Here's the obligatory flag picture. And we have to recognize our sponsors. DX Engineering did an incredible job supplying things for Bouvet and Pitcairn, and so did Flex Radio. And as we leave Pitcairn, a lot of good memories, a lot of good friends we left behind. And like I said, someday I want to go back. So we met our goals. We had a lot of fun, not just us, but all of our audience, I think, had fun. A lot of guys, when I got home, said this was the most fun DXpedition that ever worked. And we appreciate that. The support from DX Engineering and Flex Radio and ACOM, low band systems, and all the clubs and individuals made it even better than ever. And our location couldn't have been better. There's no beach on Pitcairn, but in spite of no beach, our location was just perfect. 23% of our contacts were from the Antipode. And we tested out a new DXpedition 160-meter antenna. The Battle Creek specials are pretty much in a state of disrepair. They're still available, but this new antenna really does sing. So thank you very much, DX Engineering. There's been several movies made about the mutiny on the Bounty. The Pitcairn people say the one by Mel Gibson on the right is the most closest to the truth. And we made our own movie. So here's a few minutes of our movie we made from VP6R.
November 9, Delta Radio. Kilo Echo 5, Bravo Romeo, 5 and 9. Thank you.
November 3, Tango India.
November 3, Tango India Radio, 5 and 9. DXE Echo, Echo Mexico, November.
Here he goes the crazy.
Buddy
It's a long ways away. I made a sign to put on the signpost. I brought it back with me. It's here in the shack with me. But you could well, no, you couldn't quite see Iowa from here. But I did work a lot of Iowegians from Pitcairn. It was a lot of fun to work the guys back home. It always is on a DXpedition, where somebody has more fun than you should ever be allowed to have working your friends back home and everybody around the world. It's so much fun. Well, after we got back to Tahiti, we met several of our wives, and some of us stayed a week or 10 days later just to be with them and to have a good time and relax after this DXpedition. And while we were there, Vivian and I celebrated our 45th anniversary. So that made it extra special. And this was a view of sunset from our little cottage on the bay in Tahiti. And as the sun sets, you can almost see the Bounty leaving, headed toward Pitcairn. Any questions about Pitcairn Island, TP6R DXpedition?
Well, great job, Glenn. Thanks very much for giving that. And so Marty and Bill, you guys take it away. Unmute.
Yeah, sure.
First, I hope the videos worked okay.
Yeah, those videos were, I mean, it doesn't always work perfectly through Zoom, but those are incredible videos, I have to say. The videography and the photography is just outstanding. I was telling Marty as we were watching it. Marty, why don't you go ahead with your first question?
Sure. So 2 quick questions. One, I think is an interesting question, which is, how do I volunteer as a rookie on a DXpedition? Elizabeth Barry asks.
That's a good question. I guess it's all in who you know and your friends. And a lot of times where I learned was I did some easy contesting from like the Caribbean or even like Labrador, and just go with a bunch of guys. And pretty soon one of these guys will have been or will be going on a DXpedition, and you can kind of get in with them. So basically it's kind of like who you know. And so many times, like the Pitcairn, we could have taken hundreds of people with us, but there's only room for 14 passengers on the Braveheart, and you can only take so many. But it's just friends, and I guess that's and just kind of, if you keep bothering, keep asking someone, they might end up inviting you to keep you quiet.
So we had a question. We had a couple questions. What are the little purple natives? Were the little purple natives on the Bay Island friendly? And what sort of natural, natural animals were there on the island, or wildlife?
The biggest wildlife problem they have is feral cats, and there's been some attempt to eliminate them. But there's a lot of birds, one tortoise, I guess, and I don't think there's rats or mice of any extent there. So they really do try and keep a lot of bad things out. So
there's some questions about the falling derrick. Is that available from DX Engineering, or is there any information on that for people who want to replicate it?
No, actually, what was the Bouvet team worked with our mechanical engineers and to come up with those special, but they can't be manufactured inexpensively, and so we would certainly work with other DXpeditions, but it's not a product that we will productize. The 160-meter vertical, there are actually 2 of those identical verticals. We sent 2 for Bouvet in case something happened to one, and then secondly, if they wanted to put up a phased array, we had given the DXpedition a DVA that they could have had a phased array. But the 160-meter vertical, the cost of that with the custom hinge and everything is just out of sight. So again, it's not something that we would productize.
It's unbelievably heavy duty stuff designed for, severe weather and wind. And if DX Engineering had it available, the price would be so high that they wouldn't be able to market any. But you get the idea. And we had some really heavy duty tubing for the Yagis. And I think a guy could get by with less strength. But again, this is designed for severe environments. So you get the idea. And just by getting tubing and couplings, you can kind of put your own together. So it would be an ideal field day situation. But again, it's not, I'm sure it's just not commercially viable.
All right, so we had an interesting question. What is the income of the natives on that island based upon?
They get a supplement or a stipend from the government of New Zealand, but they all work. They all have jobs, and they're required to work so many hours a week. The post office is open like from 8 to 9 on Monday and Thursday, something like that, and the bank is open from 7 to 8 on Wednesdays. It's more than that, but you get the idea. It's not, the store is open most of the day, but it closes in the middle of the day, or the hour. Everybody knows what the hours are, but everybody almost has some they make knickknacks, like models of the Bounty and wooden carvings and things that they sell to tourists and the cruise ships that stop by. And that's probably one of their biggest single incomes, is from selling the knickknacks to the tourists.
There's a lot of questions about the finances of the expeditions, I hear. How can we support them? What are the costs? What's it cost for an operator? What's like the total budget? And how we can be generous to make these come on the air?
Most of the expeditions like this, where you take a lot of equipment and hire a ship to take you, are going to be quite expensive. Sometimes you can get by with as little as 3,000 or 4,000 for some of these trips. This trip cost us, our input was 10,000 for this. Buffet was twice that, just because of the expenses. So some of these can be quite expensive. And again, we only, the operators financed over half the operation, and the rest came from foundations like NCDXF, Indexa, GMDX, GDXF, and a lot of individuals. So we really rely on a lot of help from individuals and clubs. If you really want to get the most bang for your buck, I would contribute to NCDXF or Indexa, some of these foundations, because they vet these expeditions pretty well, and they get a chance to look at their budgets, and so they know what the need is. So that's probably the best way. And and you can always send some extra money with your QSL cards. The biggest problem with the expeditions like this is cash flow, because you need the cash up front to secure the boat and get all the equipment. And then, if you're going to send some money at the end with QSL, it comes way late. But it's always a cash flow problem with the expedition. So the more you can donate or want to donate up front, the better it is for everybody.
Glenn, did your team have commercial internet access while you were on the island? Were you able to upload your logs in real time?
Not in real time. We had internet access, but it was very limited and slow, about dial-up speed. So we did upload our logs several times a day.
So now I get to ask a very fun question that Carlos Ibarra asked, which is, what's next?
Oh, we have some plans. And I think we have some plans. We haven't really formalized anything yet, but there's been some hints that I've seen floating around, but we'll announce it here probably shortly.
Very good.
That wraps up, I think, the core of our questions.
I have a question. I can't seem to type my question in the box.
Yeah, I've got a question too.
So I was looking on Google Maps and I see Andy's Pizzeria. Did you get Andy's pizza at Andy's Pizzeria, or is that just a joke on the Beauvais on the Pitcairn map?
Andy is a tremendous cook, and he makes the best pizza ever. And I didn't have a picture of his pizza oven, but he has a big pizza oven in his house, and he delivers on the island. So if you order pizza, he'll deliver it on his quad bike anywhere on the island. But and I think by the time we left, he had sold, for money, like 3,000 pizzas since he started that. So, I mean, for a population of 40, that's pretty good.
So my question is, can you elaborate on the process that it takes to get permission to visit the island? I know 20 years ago, going through a process of filling out some elaborate paperwork that had to be presented to the Pitcairn Council of Elders, and it included a question like, where do you go to church?
Yeah, I was not involved in that process, but there's different permissions from different levels. The Pitcairn Police, one person, the immigration, one person. There's some, and most of this stuff, a lot of things have to be approved by the council. They do a lot of things by group decision. So you get all your paperwork in order, and then they present it to the council. And I think the Nigel Jolly and the Braveheart and his ships have supplied the Pitcairn for quite some time. And so that was an in because they know Nigel and how he operates, and they just knew it was a known entity. So that helped a lot. But it took about a year to get everything in order.
Any other questions?
There's a lot of restrictions coming out now for a lot of the fish and wildlife areas and islands in the Caribbean, Pacific, and a lot of the French entities, and not just the Pacific, but the Indian Ocean, very, very restrictive on who can come in and when, just because they're so fearful of contamination with anything. So one place we're looking at right now, and we're trying to work through before we can announce anything, is that there's no overnight stay on the island. So how do you work that? So, I mean, there's remote rigs, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of technical and environmental challenges. In fact, some of these expeditions, and the political challenge is the biggest hurdle of all.
Trey has some experience with that no overnight stay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had that experience once, but of course the amazing thing is, as you point out, 50% of the problem is political, but I wonder if nowadays you could, go there and do all your daytime operating, and remote operating is so doable now. You could just go back to the Braveheart and have a hot shower and then just pound away all night working guys on the remote radio. So maybe that would work out, but I don't know what all the political ramifications are, and if they'll be fussing, well, you have to turn your generators off at night too, because that's a disturbance. I mean, the mind reels.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? So we might come up with a good plan to be off the island at night, and then the generators have to be off. I mean, then batteries, I mean, yeah, you can go QRP with batteries, but I mean, then you don't work anybody. I mean, there's so many factors involved.
Anything else, moderators?
Nope, we've cleaned them out.
Okay, that's great. Good work. And
They learned everything except where we're going next.
Yeah, I tried.
Glenn, you have an answer that is well rehearsed, and I congratulate you for that. And so, Glenn, can you tell us a little bit more about your plans for your 160-meter Foursquare?
Well, I lived up in northern Minnesota for many years, and I had a one square. I had a full-size vertical of around 25G. That was a killer. So when I moved down here, I had several years to plan. And so I thought, well, I'll just put two up, So I have two full-size verticals, a half wavelength apart, so I can beam broadside and end fire. And the front to side ratio seems to be 25 to 30 dB on receive anyway. I wish it was that much in transmit, but on receive, it really does work that well. Now, my biggest dilemma is if I want to put up a Foursquare. I have everything I need now, everything, until the crops got to come out. But the question is, do I put up two more and have a Foursquare that's half wave spaced? Or do I take down one and put up three, to make a quarter wave space? And by doing some of the modeling with half wave spacing, you can get up over 11 dBi gain with half wave spacing, but it's a different angle. But there's other ways too. You can make it with some phasing boxes. You can make it 8 directions too. So I still have some time before the crops come out to decide if I want to put up 2 at half wave or 3 at quarter wave spacing. So the easiest thing, of course, would be to put up 2, but and that might be an experiment. But what if it doesn't work? Then I got to take down 3 and put up 3.
And moving a radial field is a little difficult.
A little, yes, just a little. Particularly when you got like my 80 meter Foursquare, like Jerry does. I have 16,000 feet of wire down. I have 20,000 feet. Literally 4,000 feet under 5,000 feet under each vertical. It really sings. You can work Europe with QRP, but it'd be a lot of work to take that up.
Well, very good, Glenn. Again, Glenn, thanks very much for your presentation and all the DXpeditions and all the things that you've done to present to radio clubs. And you have certainly given back to this great hobby and in so many ways. And it was a real joy to have your presentation today. I think that presentation might have been at least started for what you were to present at the Top Band dinner in Dayton.
That's right. That's right. And again, you're here and we have an audience. I can't thank DX Engineering enough for everything they've done with their support, and everything is packaged so nicely and labeled and so rugged. It has really helped our planning and our operations. So thank you very much, Tim and Terry, and everybody at DX Engineering.
Yeah, you're very welcome, Glenn. We love partnering with you and your team. So we're moving along. We're still on time and doing well. And I like to think we saved the best for last. So I'm going to go with that. Please welcome Valerie, NV9L, and she's going to talk about one of her favorite subjects.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, let me get the presentation up and going here and screen share. There we go. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, yeah. So DX University, I figured I'd talk about best operating practices for becoming a better DXer, along with some really cool tools that are out there. And as you know, this hobby is constantly evolving with technology now. So there's probably even more tools out there coming out as we speak. So just a little bit on my background. I'm a newbie, I guess, in terms of DXing and ham radio. I didn't get my ticket till 2006, but I didn't start DXing till 2011. And I did it without a mentor or Elmer. The clubs I belonged to, nobody DX'd. So I had to pull out my free antenna book and make a little loop sky wire and put on my roof from some speaker wire. And I had a used 706 Mark II G. And I bought a used tri-bander, and probably my first 250 countries I worked, barefoot, just me with some used old antennas. So it wasn't a while till I met Jerry and got to work from this glorious antenna farm. So, so I'm going to kind of tell you some of the tricks. I've got a few inside tracks because I know some DXpeditioners, and how I kind of worked and got through it. Even though I have a 2 dB gain being a YL, it was still a lot of work trying to get some of those countries with my equipment and my antennas. So first of all, we're going to kind of go over the DX code of conduct. I don't even know when. I tried to find out when this initially came out, and I couldn't figure it out. But I don't think this was around when I first started DXing. I wish it was, or I just didn't know about it. Again, learning all by myself on my own in the beginning. But so I'll just kind of go over this real quick, and we're going to kind of go into details on some of the more important things in here. But everybody should know this, DX Code of Conduct. So if you're new to contesting and haven't heard of this, go look this up and just learn it and live by it, because this really helps out when you're trying to work DX and having nice, ruly pileups. That's the goal here, because the more ruly the pileup, the more people they can put in the log, including you. No matter what your signal strength is. So I will listen and then listen again before calling. I will only call if I can copy the DX. Don't trust those clusters, man. So many people can't even type properly, and there's so many bad spots out on the cluster, especially in contests. Don't interfere with the DX station or anyone calling, and never tune up on the DX frequency or in the QSX slot. Wait for the DX station to end their contact before you start calling. Always give your full call sign. Boy, pet peeve of mine. I hear that a lot. Call, then listen for a reasonable interval. Don't just keep throwing your call sign out there over and over again. He might be coming back to you and you don't hear him. Don't transmit when the DX operator calls another call sign, not yours. And or something similar. If he calls the Whiskey Bravo 9, don't come back to him if you're an Alpha Charlie 2, Don't transmit when the DX requests a certain geographic area. If they're looking for Europe only or Oceania and you're in North America, you gotta stand by. When the DX calls you, don't repeat your call sign. I can't tell you how many times I've heard someone give a good call, the DXer comes back to him, and the gentleman gives his call sign again. Now you just planted a seed of doubt in that DXer that maybe he got the call wrong. So a contact that could have taken 10 seconds now turns into a 1-minute QSO because he's going back and forth and he had the call right the whole time. So if he's got the call correct, you don't need to repeat the call sign, especially when you're doing weaker signal work. It might actually cause more confusion than you think it helps. Be thankful when you get a contact, respect your fellow hams, and conduct yourself as to earn their respect. So I'm going to kind of go over some of these in more detail of the important stuff. So can you copy the DX station? Make sure that you can, and make sure the spot was correct. And so you want to when you first get on there, you want to listen for a little while, just to make sure he's not looking for Europe only. Is he going by the numbers? Is he in the middle of a QSO? You may hear nothing and think, oh, I'll start calling, but you're not hearing the station he's working, and that station where he's working is talking to him, and now you just interrupted that QSO. So really, it is super important to make sure you listen. I can't stress that enough. And are they using split, and what range is split? And sometimes these DXers might take 3 or 4 calls before they let you know they're listening up. So I would just listen for a few times, a few cycles through, and wait to hear if they're listening up, 5 to 10 or whatever it may be. Now, for those of you who are really new to the hobby, and you don't know how to use split or things like that, I have a YouTube channel. I don't accept advertising on it, so hopefully you won't have ads on it. So I want to make sure you guys don't have ads when you watch my videos. But if you look up Valerie Hotsfell NV9L, I have stuff on how to run split, how to use a voice keyer, how to set up LOTW, and certain DXing logging tools and things like that. So if you're really new to the hobby, it's a great resource, and it shows you step by step how to do a lot of that stuff. So if they're running split, with most likely if they're a rare DX, they are. If you have a strong signal, usually they're going to listen up 5 to 10. So maybe they're on 14.235 and listening on 14.240 through 245. And if you're strong, I would just go right to 14.245, go to the 5 or go to the 10, because I notice majority of their QSOs they make are on the 5 and the 10, but they're going to, move through the middle too. So if you have a weaker signal, like I did when I first started DXing, hide in the middle. I mean, now with band scopes, it's really easy to find that empty hole in the middle, or just put your dual watch on it and listen. And when he calls, and just listen in there and find an empty spot. And then that's where you can keep, call him back, and hopefully he'll eventually come back to you if you're all alone or all by yourself. This is one thing I used to love to do, as I use the dual watch. So nowadays, with everybody having the band scope where you can see where the signals are and things like that, or everybody listens on dual watch, and they're going to hear when he calls CQ and then he comes back to someone, you're going to quick go through 14240 through 245 and try and find where that guy is he's working, right? And say it's on 243.5. Right. So you think, oh, aha, I'll transmit on 243.5 because that's where he's at right now. Well, everybody else is thinking the same thing too. So not only do you have the big pileups on 5 up and 10 up, but you're going to have a little mini pileup right where he worked that last guy. So I think it's fun to find out where he's going to go next and listen to him for a while. Is he going to go up a half a KC, work 2 people, go up a half a KC, work 2 people? Then you can kind of anticipate where he's going to be, and you can be the first one when he does his move. And that's worked for me. And I think it's a little more challenging, a lot more fun to try and figure that out. I mean, there's some DXers out there that are all over the place and you can't figure out a pattern or anything, but for the most part, they usually use some kind of pattern. If the DXpedition is not at risk of shutting down right away, like it's not in the Antarctic or some storm may be rolling in, if you have a weaker signal, wait a day or two. Those first few days are going to be brutal if you're trying to get through, especially QR peers, people with wires, no power, no amps. Just listen, have fun, and just wait a couple days before you try and transmit. And last but not least, this is a little inside tip I got. I would save this for a last minute resort because you don't want to spread it out. But if they're listening 5 to 10 up, try going up 11, or maybe 10 and a half, 11 and a half, no more than 2 KC above the split. But you might just get through right in there. So how DXpeditions typically work? I've been the pilot for many DXpeditions. Plus, as you know, I'm married to a DXpeditioner and I have a lot of friends. But typically, the more rare DXpeditions, they're going to start in that extra class portion. So if you're a general, don't get frustrated. This is sort of their way to thin those pileups because sometimes it's just insane. They're probably lucky if they can pick out a one letter of a call sign. It's just massive noise coming at them. So this kind of helps them thin it out. They're going to go in the extra class portion. And once things settle a little, they'll move to the general, usually less than or, no more than halfway through their DXpedition time, on island amount of the DXpedition. So don't get frustrated if they're always in the extra class portion. Now, if you see them spotted and they're in the extra class portion, or maybe even out of US band, maybe they're transmitting on 7110, and don't discard that. Go and listen to them. You're allowed to listen, obviously, below 7125, but they may be listening up in the extra or general class portion. And you'll also notice this a lot in contests. So you have your little band map out on N1MM and you're going up and down, and then you all of a sudden get to like 7127, pushing the edge there. And you see a bunch of European that are, lower in the band. And you're like, what the heck? Why are they down there? But if you go listen, they're listening up at 7220 or something where you can transmit. So don't discount that. That's a lot of Europeans do that, as well as some DXpeditions, and it helps people from transmitting on their transmit frequency. So that helps clean some of that up too. Especially when they're running split. So don't interfere. The whole world is listening to you. You could do that bad behavior and just keep throwing your call sign out there and just being obnoxious and not, following the DX code of conduct, but everybody's hearing your call sign, and once you get a bad reputation, word travels, it's kind of hard to overcome that. So really set a good example. There may be kids listening. There's, new hams, just be a good example for this hobby. We're above that. We're good. We want to show the best part of us. losing my, okay. Don't work them if you've already worked them on the same band and same mode. I remember when I was first starting out, I can't remember what country I needed, but I was trying for like 3 nights straight to try and get through. And every night, this same guy would get on and he'd be like, yeah, you sound much stronger tonight. And I'd be so mad because he just took a QSO away that I could have had or somebody else could have had. So make sure if you already have them on the same band and mode, stand by. Let the people who need them work them. Obviously, if they're your friend or something and you want to say hi, no problem. But just for the most part, instead of just trying to show off, hey, I can get through every night. And then pacing. I think a lot of you know what pacing is. It's kind of a psychological thing. Like if you do a job interview, you try and pace your job interviewer. If they talk with their hands and you want to talk with their hands so they feel more comfortable. Well, pacing, I think of in terms of DXing and contesters, is to match what they're doing, right? So you want to try and match them best. If they're just giving a signal report and that's it, and they're moving on to the next call, when you finally get through, don't tell them the weather or your antenna setup, things like that. So you want to kind of keep them on their pace, let them stay in their rhythm. It's a real rhythm-based thing when you're running a pileup, and you want to help that because they're going to get more people in the log. And same thing with contesting. So if they're just going super fast, you want to try and match that speed, match them. Same thing in CW. Obviously, you want to match speed. Very important. I think people sometimes think that please copy, especially during contests, is a courtesy. But actually, it slows. It's 3 syllables you just added, and it slows things down. Everybody knows they're going to copy. You don't have to say please copy. Just give the reports back and forth, and then move on. Yeah, it's kind of almost bad form, do you think, to say please copy? So I think people think it's a courtesy, but in the real world, like of contesting especially, it's really not a courtesy. It sort of slows them down. So kind of, though, I did a little bit of the what you should do. So here's a little bit of the what not to do. And hopefully you can pick out, like, there were 3 things I found in just this small segment of DXpedition.
Val, we don't have any of that audio.
Could you not hear that? Is everybody hearing
really.
that? I'm sorry?
Not really.
No, we're not.
Oh, you're not. Oh, we did it in the practice session. Hang on.
Try that. Yeah, there we go.
You know what? I'll just move my speaker to my thing instead of trying to redo everything. Hang on. Let's try this again. I'm sorry, guys.
Volume is very low, Val.
Okay. Hang on. I'm going to try the other way then. Hang on. All right. Sorry about that. We tested this out, and of course, even the best laid plans.
Yeah, you need to reshare the screen. That is usually the right way to make it go.
I need to do what?
Reshare the, or if you can send it to your Heil mixer, that's fine too.
Send it to my what?
You can either send it to your mixer. You can reshare the. You can stop the sharing session and reshare it.
Okay,
and
got it.
Check the
okay.
audio.
Hang on, let me go big. Anything?
No.
No luck.
No luck.
Hang on. It might be my speaker here. Hang on.
Oh, did you try checking that box in the when you went to share?
Checking which box again?
Yeah. When you share the screen, it says share computer audio. There's a checkbox
Okay.
In
gotta
that dialogue
cancel
where
the
you
screen share, and then when you go to share again, in the very bottom of kind of
Oh, there we go. Yep. I see it now.
That ought to get it going.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, everyone, please QRX. Please QRX.
Perfect.
Please to Victor Alpha 2. Okay, gentlemen, please QRX. QRX. I want the Victor Alpha 2 only, please. Victor Alpha 2, Germany Kilo 59. Thank you. This is Echo 30 Fox Bravo. Now moving to Whiskey 3. I'm listening up 5 to 10 for any Whiskey 3. QRZ. November 4, America.
So I removed the call sign so I didn't want to embarrass anybody. But first of all, we were only hearing his transmit frequency. So when he was trying to work the Victor Echo 2, there were a lot of people that were not Victor Echo 2s coming back to the call. And then when he did go for he was looking for anyone with a 3 in the call, and a 4 came back to the call. Not only did he come back to the call, but he came back to the call on the transmit frequency when he was listening up. So just that right there, he probably, if everybody was behaving properly, he could have run at least 3 or 4 QSOs right in that time frame. Instead, he's got 1. So it's pretty important that everybody kind of follows these rules. Other DXing tools to use. Gone are the days of the one ringers. How many of you out there had to do the one ringers? You get the call at 3 a.m. from your buddy because there's something you need out there. But there's so many cool tools out there right now that help you get that DX you need. And I'm going to go through some of them, and there's probably a lot more, but these are some of the ones I know about, and that Jerry and I, or usually I'm more the software person here, but he's my hardware guy. So first of all, we love the clusters. Reverse Beacon Network, that's a great one if you want to bring up what's being spotted, digitally or on CW. And so you can filter this out. There's lots of filters in there, so you can see what's going on. Also the clusters. Now, one thing I like about this one, we use DX Summit a lot too, but one thing I like about DX Heat, look at right here. You can put in your continent, and it's one of these new heat maps. I love these heat maps for analyzing data, but you can see, North America, South America is really hot right now on 6 meters. It kind of lets you know where everybody's working, and not necessarily where the best propagation is, but most likely. But that's where everybody's working. So it's kind of cool. A lot of logging software now will announce what you need. There's 2 major DX software out there. For those of you new to the hobby, or those of you who were using manual logs all these years and looking at a good DX logging software, the 2 main ones, DX Lab Suite and HRD. I use DX Lab Suite. It's a little less user-friendly, but if you're real good on a computer and configure things out, it's free. It's got different modules you can use. And one of the modules is called the Spot Collector. So once you upload your DX log into DX Keeper, this Spot Collector looks at your log and knows where your gaps are, where you need a country on that band or that mode. And you can set it up, and it'll just run, on our computer off to the side here while I'm here working away. And all of a sudden it'll say, some country, spot the call sign, say the band and the mode, and you can set it up. So if you only want somebody that uses LOTW, because you don't want to have to deal with green stamps, or anything like that. And there's all kinds of great filtering on here. And your speakers will just talk to you when there's something you need spotted on one of the clusters. So it's wonderful. HRD also, that one you pay. It's much easier to use. And just like I said before on my YouTube channel, I have videos for both of those on how to set up and install those softwares and all of the basic features they have, along with N1MM and things like that. So good resource to check this out. And there's probably other logging software out there that I'm not aware of that probably have announcing as well. But it's kind of cool because it's going to look right at your log. And if you keep your log up to date, it's going to know what you need. This one's great. Ham Alert. Let's go here. Ham Alert is kind of cool. You can set it up to send you emails or texts. So say there's a DXpedition coming up that you need, and maybe they just activated this morning, but they're on the high bands and you want to know when they're going to be up on 80. You don't know if they're going to be up on 80 and the wife wants to go out to dinner and you're afraid to leave your radio. Set up these triggers. I did log in before the show, but anyway. So you can set up triggers. Like I set up the P5 to send me an email. Believe it or not, I need England confirmed on 12. Kind of embarrassing, but I set that up for a text. So you can go set up different, how you want to receive it, if a certain prefix of that country, and it'll send you an automatic notification, and in the destinations is where you'd put in your email, where to send it, or you'd put in your cell phone here. You do need to get a API key. So they have a free third-party thing here where you can get that if you want to set that all up, but it's pretty cool. You go out to dinner and all of a sudden you see they're spotted on 80 meters. Check please, and quick get home. So I like this one. Yeah, I like this one. But beware, the information's is only as good as what's spotted. I just got this email Thursday. Did you guys know North Korea's online? So I don't know where that came from, but yeah, somebody spotted them. So it's only as good as the information that's out there of what people spot, pirates and things like that. So let's see. If there's a DXpedition going on that you want to work them, you might not have to do the work. A lot of them did the work for you. They're going to do propagation charts for your area. So make sure you go on the website. A lot of them have propagation area, section on their website. This one was Bouvet. Kind of cool. It, lets you know based on signal strength over here and when it's going to hit your area over here. So you'll know when the best time to work them is on 80 meters right here. So lots of cool tools, and you don't have to lift your finger and do a thing. You could just look along. So also, we're big fans of DX reports. Daily DX is a great one. You get every morning you get an email of the current DX going on, coming up, IOTA, all kinds of stuff. And if you don't want to get hit every day on that, if you just want to go once a week, he has a weekly DX too. And he does have a 2-week free trial. So if there's some DX coming up that you want to work in 3 weeks, why don't you 3 weeks from now sign up for the 2-week free trial and see if it helped you out. And if it did, subscribe. And Bernie just runs a really nice thing there. Call over at DX World. That's free. That's just an online website. He keeps that very up to date on all the latest DX and happening in the news. And when I was a DXpedition pilot, whenever I needed to get news out, like their 80-meter antennas down after a storm, those are the two guys I went to because I knew they'd spread the word so fast. So really good source of information on DX coming up. Gray line, obviously everybody knows the importance of gray line and when to work somebody, especially when we're in solar minimums and having to utilize the gray line a lot more. These old mechanical ones, the clunky ones, were very expensive, but Geocron now has those new computerized ones that are only, I think, at around $400. Maybe Tim can confirm at the end of the show if they're selling these. Do you know if they're selling these at DX? Yeah, they are. Okay, so they are selling these at DX Engineering. They're wonderful. And all you need is a monitor, and you have this really nice gray line map. Really helps you in a contesting. You just, it's so big and visual. Also, DX Atlas, really cool tools on here. And you can also set this up with gray line mapping and things like that. But they also have some other stuff in here. You can use your gritty skimmer. There's all kinds of fun stuff. They have a pileup runner right down here. So some really cool tools in dxatlas.com. And there's a look at that if you want to check out like a gray line, or if you want to look at it from a different perspective. Like here's Bouvet down here. They're right in gray line. So at this time, would have been a good time to work them for here, for me here. So also N1MM, here's how you get it. You just bring up your N1 and just bring up the gray line map. you got a free Greyline map right on your computer. So a lot of you guys have N1MM installed, and there it is. So, and even Club Log has a propagation tool. Now this one's a little different than some of these other ones. Let me go into, there we go. Right here, propagation. So say you want to work Afghanistan. You know someone's going there in, you want to work them. Maybe they're going to be there September, and you want to work them. What this is going to do is look at all the logs submitted to Club Log. And it's going to let you know historically when most of those QSOs were made. Not necessarily coincides with current times and propagation, but it's a little bit of an indicator, And so if you want to work them, your best chance is like between 0200 and 0300. That also could mean that's the only time the operator was on, but it will help, a little bit looking at historically when the best time to work these countries that you need happened. So cool little tool there. And I recommend on some sunny some rainy Sunday, go out and just start exploring. There's all kinds of stuff. I mean, I've been in Club Log for a long time. I never really looked at half this stuff down here, So just have fun. There's so many, and it's constantly evolving and new stuff coming out all the time. This one we pretty much have up 24/7. The Oscar November 4 Kilo Sierra Tango chat room. So if you go in here, what's nice about this is they have one. Oh, come on. It's going to go on bad on me. Let's see if I brought this. There, let's go there. Okay, so it'll you can go into, there's a 6-meter chat, really busy right now, or the low band chat. A lot of times you'll see the DX in the chat room. They'll let you know when they're like, okay, I'm getting ready to head and I'll be on 7215, and they'll let you know when they're going to go on and what frequency they're going to go on, so you can beat the pile up, so they'll let you know right in the chat. The 50-meter is great. I pre-logged in all this before the thing, and I must have timed out, I'm guessing. Let me go in here real quick so you can kind of see. This one should be pretty active. And yeah, a lot of people in this room. And you can have fun just chatting away. A lot of you guys like those chat rooms, but you can see what's going on, who's working who. And we have this up on our DXing computer all day long, pretty much 24/7. So we use that a lot. So now, next we're going to get into low band DXing, the rules, because this is even more important than just regular DXing, because those folks are so weak, and they're very weak. And so everybody really has to make sure they follow these rules. Now, ON4UN write these before the DX Code of Conduct. And as you'll notice, I think they used a lot of this for the DX Code of Conduct, and some stuff in here may be a little outdated, but
Thy people, hear me! Oh, hear me! All pay heed! The Lord Jehovah has given unto you these 10 commandments for all to obey.
And they are really similar. When the DX station answers someone else, don't call them. I mean, these are really much tougher to get in the log. They don't get as many in. You might only have an opening for 15 minutes in your area. So it's really important that you follow these rules. So listen carefully. Don't transmit on top of another station. If you have limited resources, focus on your receive antennas. Hopefully you guys saw WB9Z's antenna for the low band DXing. Always send your full call. Use proper and consistent spacing when you're sending your call on CW. And listen to the DX report and match his sending speed. Obviously, you want to match the speeds and listen. Listen, most important thing of all. So, but as you can see, very similar. So now I'm going to kind of go into real briefly what to do if, say, you have a chance to go and be a guest operator. You and your wife go on a holiday on some nice exotic island and you want to bring your radio. So this can be your first chance running a pileup. Some of the basic things to help keep a manageable pileup, because the more manageable the pileup, the more QSOs you get in the log and the more chance everybody has to be worked. So when you're running the pileup, you want to come back to the call or a partial call as quickly as possible. So even if you can't pull out a full call sign, I wouldn't let that thing go more than 15 seconds and come back. Even if you got only 2 letters, just the Whiskey Bravo. Who's the Whiskey Bravo? Because you want to keep that as short as possible, because the longer you go, the more times people are going to just keep giving their call signs over and over and over. And if you're not running split, they're going to cover you up when you're going back to a station. So, and even sometimes it gets so, when I went to PJ6, I decided to run 40 Europe on phone before the contest. Wow, with no split. So I tried to do that simplex. It was insane. So at one point I couldn't even pick out a single letter. So I made it up. Who's the Delta X-ray? I figured there had to be at least one Delta X-ray in there. Who's the Kilo 1? It was just you want to keep that as quickly as possible. Otherwise your pileup gets out of control. You want to try and keep your number of transmissions as fast as possible. So say I go, who's the Whiskey Bravo 9? And then Jerry comes back to me and he goes, Whiskey Bravo 9 Zulu, or, the Whiskey Bravo 9 59. And then he comes back to me, Whiskey Bravo 9 Zulu 59. And then I just go, thank you, Whiskey Bravo 9 Zulu QRZ. So rather than an extra back and forth by going, oh, Whiskey Bravo 9 Zulu 59, and then him come back, I just eliminated 2 extra transmissions, one on my end and one on the other station. Try and keep your same cadence so everybody can predict when you're going to come back to the call. I've listened to some DX out there and they'll call QRZ and then they'll come back to a call within 10, 15 seconds. And then the next time they call QRZ, it's almost 45 seconds. You don't know when they're going to come back. Should I give my call once? Should I give my call 4 times? And so people give their call 4 times and then they just keep giving it. So if you keep that same cadence and you do every 10 seconds or 15 seconds, you come back and you come back, the pileup can predict, oh, I better only give my call sign once. He's going to come back to me, even though it's not good form to give it twice, but if the pileup is too wide, I should say, or, too long between you coming back to the call, they are going to give their call signs more over and over and over. And please do not reward bad behavior. So if I go, who's the Whiskey Bravo 9? And Jerry comes back to me at the same time and Alpha Charlie 2 comes back to me, right? When I'm done with the Whiskey Bravo 9, I'm going to not go, now who's the Alpha Charlie 2? I just rewarded that guy for cutting in the middle of a QSO when I was only looking for the Whiskey Bravo 9. So if you teach them and the other people here that you're going to reward that jerk that just cut in front of, in Whiskey Bravo 9, they're all going to do it. So these are really important if your first time running those pileups, maybe your special event station even, or field day, or, things like that. It's really important to kind of keep some of this stuff in mind. So that's it. It's short and sweet, I guess. So most important thing, you want to keep your butt in the chair, especially on the low band. It's all about persistence, patience, good behavior. And from there, I'll add, and then here's my YouTube channel. Just go find Valerie Hotzfeld. And as you can see, I show how to do QSL cards, run and split, how do you, Log of the World. I have 3-part series on how to set up Log of the World, how to make your first QSO. If you're getting on HF for the first time and you're terrified like I was of hitting that transmit button, that kind of helps you through it. So all kinds of cool stuff on there. Hopefully you'll go on there if you need any help with learning anything. So, and with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Marty and Bill, take it away.
So there were not so many questions on this one. I think there were some questions about etiquette for DXing related to FT8, and people were wondering if the same rules
I was going to go into that. You want to check the box where you're not going to transmit where they transmit, things like that. But I didn't think I was going to have time to cover FT8 etiquette. FT, it's more than I do. Maybe you can kind of help me with the FT8 etiquette.
My answer to that is there's tons of information on the internet on how to do FT8. Just, I'm not even going to go there. It's not my favorite mode.
Most important thing is to click that button, right? What's it called? I think it's
Auto sequence.
Auto sequence.
yeah. So you don't want to transmit where they're transmitting. They'll, you want to
Making sure you're in Fox and Hound if they're in Fox and Hound.
yeah, things, simple stuff, but go to an Elmer that's using FT8 because it's a little complicated to learn and learn from them, I think, before you get on, or find some YouTube videos, or like you said, there's so much on the internet.
Now, Glenn Johnson is an expert at FT8.
You're muted, Glenn.
That's because I work Jerry so much on FT8.
Glenn, I
So,
see it all the time. How many FT8 QSOs did you make from Pitcairn?
It must have been about 25 or 30,000, probably 30,000.
And how many? And you made those all yourself?
Oh no, everybody did FT8.
Well, how many did you make?
I have no idea.
10,000 easily.
I did my share, but there are others that probably did more than me there.
Arnie's a good FT8 operator.
I think everybody did FT8 except, well, I think everybody did. Yeah, I saw everybody doing it.
And the whole the TX frequency button, that's the one I'm talking about. So somebody put that in there. I think that's important.
Frank Wilson asked, any tips for those of us running 100 watts to compete in pileups with people running 1,000 watts or more?
Well, that's what I was talking about in the beginning, is find a hole in the middle, wait a couple days so all the big guns are out of there, or just go a little bit above the split range. If they're 5 to 10 up, go 11 up. That's how I got a lot of my stuff, was figuring out their pattern, and I was going to be the first one there when they did their move. I love that, and it was kind of challenging and kind of fun. If you like a challenge.
So we've got a question here. So when you're on the DX side, what do you actually do with the extra loud constant callers? And both Marty and I have had this problem too. It's very, very interesting question.
I've called mine out. I don't know if you guys do. I think you guys are a little more political, but I've called mine out.
Work them quick and get them out of the way.
See, you're rewarding bad behavior. See, I disagree. I disagree. I've called them out. I'm not going to work you until you behave.
It's like whack-a-mole. You work them as fast as you can.
Really?
Then I'm gone.
Interesting.
Yeah. I know. You hope they're gone.
David Carlson asks, what is running by the numbers, Val? And is it a good operating practice?
Some people, they may not have the skills like this guy and Glenn have, or and so it might be easier for them to maintain their pileup by going by the numbers. But
and what is
they'll
that?
do is they'll ask for anybody with a 1 in their call. So right now I'm taking the 1s, and then they'll work like 8 or 9 people that have a 1 in their call, the Italy Zulu 1 and the Whiskey Kilo 1. But they may just look, it's kind of, what do you think of people who run by the numbers? He never does it.
Personally, I don't go by the numbers, because what happens is it makes those that do not have that number, it makes them mad. So then they start, jamming you on your transmit frequency and saying nasty stuff. So I just don't go by the numbers. I don't know, Glenn. What do you think about that?
I never do either. It just makes 90% policemen.
Yeah, and when you're a 9 or a 0, it really sucks. Let me tell you. At the end.
Remember, work zeros first.
Not always. Sometimes you hear them start with a 1.
I was just going to chime in and comment that I totally agree with what Jerry is saying. It's like most of the bad energy in the pileup is from people who are frustrated because they want to make a QSO. And the only way to alleviate that is by making as many QSOs as possible. So sadly, rather than chewing out the idiots, that might cost you 5 slots for QSOs. You just like work them as fast as you can and move them out. And it's not fair in one respect, but it's fairer for me, who's using my dipole in a tree that I launched up there with a slingshot. It's fair for me to get the idiots out of the way as fast as possible so I can get my turn.
Remember, you're stealing time. And DXpedition, some of these expeditions, it's hundreds of dollars an hour that they're on the air, and every second counts. And the faster you can work, and don't dupe. And you know, I've heard guys say, "We've already worked. You're a dupe." It's faster just to work them. Just just log them. But time is very important for some of these DXpeditions, as well as the propagation window sometimes. So just throughput. You know, I think it was Ward Silver had a poem, something like high rate, no time to say hello, goodbye, high rate.
So when calling someone who's not running split, does it help if I slightly adjust my VFO so as to pitch my voice higher?
I think so. What do you think?
Just offbeat a little bit?
I think it's easier to pull out. I mean, I've been on the other side of pileup. I think wiles are so easy to pull out of a pileup, but maybe I'm only a
They are for me.
Yeah.
Remember, on sideband,
Right answer.
make sure you tune it the opposite direction, because not you'll be real low in the other person's end.
Any other
That
questions?
works especially on CW. The tune higher, you know.
Yeah.
If somebody's just like in a contest, you know, if somebody calls just a little bit higher, it's just easier to pull them out when you got 10 guys calling you at once.
So we're out of official questions, but I have one for you, Jerry. And maybe Glenn too, what's the top rate meter you've ever seen in an hour on a DXpedition for a number of QSOs?
But Bill, that's a good question. Are we talking about per hour?
Yeah. The QQs per hour, basically, like you've seen the rate meter and just sitting there as it's going. And what's your personal record?
Bill, I don't really recall. I think the last time I really had good rates was on Navassa. From Navassa, those first rates were incredible. I had the honor to start W2GD, and I had the honor to start the Desacheo DXpedition. What was that, Glenn? 2008 or so?
2009, yeah.
Yeah, that first few hours is just incredible.
How wide was your split?
I don't even recall.
Like 15?
I just say up.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure it's in excess of 300 an hour on sideband. So
yeah, you can see peaks sometimes of 600, almost 700, but
it doesn't last.
It doesn't last. But you can see sustained rates of 350, 400. If you just whack them all, just work them as fast as you can, the loudest. And my splits are always narrow. I just work the loud. You can always find somebody loud.
I think that concludes our questions here. Thank you so much, Val and Jerry and Glenn, for all the great answers.
Yep, that was a great presentation, Val, and I know you and Jerry put a lot of time and effort into the presentations today, and Glenn and Ray Novak, just a super DX Academy here, virtual, and it came off very well. So at this time, I'd like to Michael Coulter, the official spokesperson of Hamvention, asked for a few minutes. So Michael, the floor is yours.
All right. Well, first, let's check. You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I won't take but a few minutes, and I was the only uninvited person here. I talked to Tim. I wanted to get on his schedule just briefly. And I wanted to talk a minute about couple of things that had happened over the last year, and you'll see in a moment. First, I want to thank all the first line responders out there to this COVID crisis, and it just keeps on growing, and at least in a lot of parts of the country. And if you have loved ones involved with that or loved ones who are infected with that, you know, my thoughts and prayers, actually from our whole group, are with you. So anyway, along about, what was it, the end of March or so, middle of March, we ended up having to cancel Hamvention. Very, very tough thing. I mean, we fought, we fight tooth and nail to keep it going. It's our Hamvention. You know, I mean, when I say it's ours, it's all of you. You know, we just, the folks that are the volunteers there just build on the shoulders of other people. And past people have been doing it since 1952. And most all of you have stories from Hamvention. I know I have some. I got a lot of them. Some of them that, you know, when I look back, you think, well, I wish that wouldn't have happened, but it still makes for a pretty good story. And so Tim and I were talking, and he contacted me and he said, you know, I know your volunteers and lots of people are just, not just the volunteers, but everybody who attends Hamvention. It's a big deal. I mean, it's a big deal to them. It's where you meet your friends. It's the gathering, so to speak, you know, the gathering more so than just a show. You know, we get together and we do a lot of great things together, see friends, make friends. And I hear a lot of stories about, boy, if I was there, we'd be breaking bread at this place. We'd be doing this. And so I really appreciate the virtual events. I think that are really keeping us going. But I tell you what, we have a lot of forward momentum going right now on Hamvention for next year. But at any rate, Tim contacted me and he said, you know, let's do something. And so he asked me about, do you think we could do a QSO party for Hamvention, maybe on that weekend? And so I said, boy, I think that would be great. And I ran it by some of our other team and everybody was all for it. So Tim and I worked together, well, Tim mostly, but he did a lot of the coordination to make this happen. And it was a really upbeat thing. I know when I got on the radio, it was just wonderful QSO one after another, and people were waiting in line. And I was no point multiplier. I was just a regular a volunteer. But it meant so much to our club. And I think it meant a lot to everybody to do something on that weekend. And so, you know, I know Tim and I both live in flyover country, but Tim makes so much stuff happen for amateur radio all over the world. And I think we all know that. I don't know the guy ever sleeps. I think he sleeps now and then, but I'm not sure when. And whenever we talk, it's almost exclusively about amateur radio. Occasionally I'll talk about my family or he'll talk about his, but exclusively about this and that. And you know what? The guy's really positive. So he's the kind of guy that when we talk about having you know, difficult times in amateur radio, and there's a little quote that we use, you know, we take a slamming and keep on hamming. And that's what Tim Duffy does. I think a lot of you do that. I mean, all of you here and people out there that are watching, everybody's giving back in one way or another. And Tim is just out in the forefront with a lot of great ideas. And not only that, he's a man of action. So our club would like to actually, Jack, this is more from Hamvention, Jack Gerbs, the former general chairman. He was the general chairman in 2019 and also this year, 2020, but unfortunately we had to cancel it. And he is moving away from that. We have a new general chairman, but Jack and I had this talk about, we need to thank him somehow. We need to really thank him. So what we want to do is there's an award that we give out every once in a while. It's called the Spirit of Amateur Radio. And we're awarding this to Tim Duffy, K3LR, for his outstanding, meaningful, and continuing contributions to the amateur radio community. And for us, and particularly the QSO party. So this is an appreciation from Dara and Hamvention, and we'd like to, I can't be there in person right now to give it to you, Tim, but we will send it to you. But I think this is the best that we can do. I don't know if let's see if you can kind of see it here, but I just read it to you. It's a real nice award, and it'll go somewhere up there, I hope, in his shack. I see some room on the wall behind him for something else. So anyway, that's all I have. And I will tell you that we do have a lot of forward momentum. We're going to have a great gathering next year. And I do appreciate everybody who's working so hard at amateur radio, day after day, to make it happen. All these different events supporting amateur radio, even through all the pandemic. So that's all I really have. And everybody stay safe, and hope to work you on the radio. And I'm on there actually a whole lot more than I used to be, a whole lot right now. Yeah, really, really enjoying it. So that's all I have. Thanks for letting me jump in and say a few words on behalf of Hamvention, Dara, and Mr. Tim Duffy. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Michael. I'm very humbled and appreciative. And thanks to you and the 700 volunteers that work so hard every year to make Hamvention happen, and so that we're all happy. And thank you for joining us today. And also to all the presenters today that did such a tremendous job. And while we have a minute here before we get to the drawing, Ray, N9JA, do you have any last thoughts?
No, other than looking forward to Hamvention 2021.
Okay, great. I think we all are. We can't wait to get back to somewhat normal. And any last questions, moderators? Anything pop up? Thank you, Michael. And thanks to everybody for your kind comments in the chat room. I hope it was a fun day. Of course, we did record this, so if you missed some of it, or you can tell your your club members to watch the YouTube recording that will be posted up shortly afterwards. Remember that the presentations, the slide decks, are available at dxengineering.com in tech info and news. You can find them there, and we hope everybody had a fun time. Now, the drawing has been picked, and so Terry, are we doing one or two sets of Hamvention tickets?
We are doing two sets of Hamfest tickets.
Okay. All right. So for the Hamvention tickets, the winners are Kilo Juliet 6 Delta Quebec. Is going to get 2 tickets to the 2021 Hamvention, courtesy of the Dayton Amateur Radio Association. And the other set of tickets goes to Whiskey Bravo 9 Bravo Whiskey Papa. And I'd like to, because most everybody will disconnect after I read the next call sign. So I want to thank everybody for attending. And if you need anything for ham radio, I hope you'll think of DX Engineering. You can email us, you can call us, and someday soon, I hope that we get the store open so you can visit us again. And the winner of the $1,000 gift certificate shopping spree at DX Engineering is Whiskey 8 Mike Sugar Papa, W8 MSP. W8 MSP, if you would report to the Q&A, Whiskey 8 Mike Sugar Papa. Please report to Q&A. Whiskey 8 Mike Sugar Papa. I can't believe Whiskey 8 Mike Sugar Papa. So you and Dorothy had a good relationship. Yeah, you know, she would always There's
We got him.
got it. Okay. Les, congratulations. We have a winner confirmed. And Terry, did you get all those call signs?
Can you repeat the tickets for me just to be sure?
Kilo Juliet 6 Delta Quebec and Whiskey Bravo 9 Bravo Whiskey Papa.
Yep, copied correctly.
Okay, great. Terry will take care of everything. And Michael, thanks again for your kind contribution of the tickets on behalf of DARA. And 73 to everybody. We'll see you hopefully at the next event, whether it's virtually or in person. So 73, have a good Saturday night. Call CQ contest and Islands on the Air. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We'll see you.
See you later.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
If this is like Contest University, it'll get down to a couple hundred people that won't want to leave.
Now we have to put on the after show.
They're waiting for the trailers.
Yeah, it's the rag chew session now.
Yeah, where's the outtakes?
Right. Or the Zoom happy hour, I guess.
I was worried. I'm on this new diet where I have to drink a gallon of water, and I'm really bad at that. When I was in college, they had this thing called pressure taps, and it was $0.25 a tap beer. And if you went to the bathroom or left the bar, you raised the price of the beer. I raised the price, I don't know how many times, and I was getting booed out. I was never allowed to go back again, but I made it.
You did great. Did great. Well, it was a lot of fun, and what a fast 8 hours it was. Just incredible. So it really was something. So I think, Scott, here when you're ready, you can you have the keys to the kingdom, and you can turn it off.
Can I?
And,
really? I think any of the co-hosts can actually.
Yes, and we're down to 500 now, and
well, you just got to figure out how to do it. Marty will know.
Big red button.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big red button here though just says leave.
Then, I think if you
Oh,
click on
then
it, then it'll give you an option to end.
Yeah, when you leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you leave, it'll say, "Do you want to shut it all down?"
Okay, I'm gonna whack them all here.
All right, 73, everybody. Bye-bye. Go ahead, Scotty. Pull the plug.
You know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna leave, and you guys are all gonna be here.
Talk about you.
Then the inmates are in the asylum.
Just saying.
Oh. I guess so.
Exactly right. And then there were 9.
You can't kill this thing.
Never-ending Zoom.
Oh, you know what? The host is really probably what it is.
Who's the host?
I think that's like a second machine that Corey has running.
Yeah.
Do you want me to text him?
Yeah, I can get him. He's celebrating his daughter's first birthday today.
Oh.
So.
As expected, you guys are all still here.
Talking about you.
Away.
I know. See, I had to come back to, there's got to be a way.
Defend yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's Corey's DXE host account that's keeping it alive.
Yeah.
Terry, so with that background, are you the DX?
Sorry?
Are you the DX? I see it right behind you there.
Yes, I am.
And we still have 400 people enjoying the show.
Yep. Trying to see if we can be
See if we'll
successful. They won't
leak any information about the upcoming DXE expeditions.
Those are 400 people that went up to get a snack and never came back.
Exactly.
They're having a fun time chatting, and that's having a fun time is what it's all about.
How's that new 15-meter stack, Tim?
Oh, it's beautiful, man. It looks good, and when the sunspots come back, it'll be really good.
What are those?
They're 7-element Yagis, 4 of them.
The sun things?
Oh, the sun things. Oh, the sun spots. What are those?
I haven't seen those before.
Yeah, it's weird. I was talking over with a few of the colleagues in 6RO, and they were telling me that, about how 10 meters normally works and how 20 meters isn't, amazing. And how in a couple years I'm going to have to just readjust entire operating strategies and completely forget about everything that I learned in solar minimum.
There's Corey with, have you had cake yet, Corey?
We've had cupcakes and we've had chocolate all over the face, and yes, it was a very successful first birthday party. So.
Oh, very good.
Can you save any for the rest of us?
Sure, come on up to Ohio. There's some cupcakes left.
Where's the birthday girl?
She's taking a nap right now.
Yes,
it's hot out there. Wow, it is hot up here. Whew. Everything went well. Seemed like I kept checking on everything. Seemed like everything was going good.
Yeah, so you can shut down the recording, and hopefully it'll post to YouTube fairly quickly, and then we'll send the link out.
I think there was one thing I noticed in the recording that might not want to get pushed.
Okay.
I'll shoot you a text.
Okay.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, 73. Thanks. Sound like it was a fun time.
Yep.
Thank you, everybody.
All right.
Thanks, guys. See you later now.